Chapter 49. When Chu Luiwei entered the forest, she immediately sensed a subtle change in the entire Xian formation. It was obvious that this Xian formation was completely controlled by the academy's teachers. Whatever happened inside, they would be the first to know. Chu Luiwei narrowed her eyes and stayed in the same spot for a while. Then, she seemed to be hesitant as she chose a direction and walked in that direction. This kind of Xian formation was too easy for her. If she wanted to, she could directly walk out of it using the most correct and convenient path. But after the previous incident, she already roughly knew what kind of standard she should display to be the most suitable. Hence, she started to walk slowly in the forest. Since she had already entered the academy, everything else was easy to discuss. As for the first place, she really wasn't interested. She agreed to participate in the assessment this time because she hoped to let those people know that she wasn't so easy to bully. This way, she could save a lot of trouble in the future. What she said just now was just an act. Chu Luiwei walked like this for about half an hour before she reached a fork in the road. These three paths all extended into the forest, but they led to different directions. Looking forward from here, other than the dense trees, she couldn't see anything else. This was the time for her to make a choice. Chu Luiwei stood at the fork in the road and was silent for a moment. Then she chose the middle path. Not long after she walked on this path, a whistling gust of wind suddenly attacked. The trees shook violently. Some of the leaves carried a terrifying aura and flew towards Chu Luiwei. The sound of air breaking was incessant. Biting cold, killing intent surrounded her from all directions. However, Chu Luiwei's eyes were still calm. She wasn't surprised at all. In the next moment, she tiptoed and her figure flew out quickly. She narrowly avoided the attack of those leaves. At the same time, on the other side of the forest, two middle-aged men and an old man were sitting in a circle. The three of them were meditating with their eyes closed. They looked like they were asleep. However, in the middle of them, there was a silver Xian formation. It was shining brightly. Several silver lines intersected and overlapped, forming an extremely complicated pattern. Suddenly, one of the lines violently jumped. A man opened his eyes and asked in surprise, "How long has it been?" "He's already here?" "This Chu Luiwei. Looks like he really is a genius mystic cultivator." The old man also opened his eyes and stroked his beard with a smile. Not bad. Among so many people, only she and Si Ting had walked in the right direction from the start. Although her choice wasn't as good as Si Ting's, it's still very outstanding. The last person hesitated for a moment and shook his head. It's a pity that this girl doesn't walk in an orderly manner. She probably hasn't learned much about Xian formations and is just making guesses based on her feelings. "Look, isn't this the wrong way?" The old man narrowed his eyes and suddenly asked. This old man remembers that Chu Luiwei didn't have a good time in the Chu family? The Chu family shouldn't have hired a teacher for her, right? "Elder son, you mean?" Sun Zhongyan lowered his eyes and glanced at the profound formation. The line that had been fluctuating intensely earlier had already calmed down. He let out a meaningful laugh. "Although that girl walked in the wrong direction, she doesn't seem to be injured. Heh, such talent has really been wasted by the Chu family." At this moment, a star suddenly lit up on the profound formation. The two middle-aged men were shocked. Chapter 50. Si Ting is extremely talented. He seems to have improved a lot during this period of time. It is not surprising that he was able to find the array core. Sun Zhongyan did not seem surprised as he waved his hand. However, I am surprised that he has been keeping a low profile ever since he entered the academy. Why is it that today, it was not his style to show off like this? Or has he sensed that an opponent who can threaten him has appeared? Sun Zhongyan muttered softly. The other two looked at each other with a puzzled expression. "Threaten? Elder son, are you serious? Is there someone who can threaten Si Ting among the students in the academy?" Outsiders might not know, but as Xian masters, they knew how talented and powerful Si Ting was. It was not an exaggeration to say that even Si Ting's seniors from 2 batches before him might not be his match. "Didn't you say that Si Ting's talent as a Xian master is only seen once in 100 years? Sun Zhongyan stretched out a finger and pointed at the Xian formation in the middle of the three men. "Look carefully." Chu Liwei has been walking in a disorderly manner, but she has been walking in the same direction. Hearing this, the two men looked down in confusion. Starting from where she had entered, she had been walking toward the array core. Even though the process in the middle was a little messy, Chu Liwei was indeed heading toward the formation's eye as a whole. How is this possible? She is not even a first-level Xian master. How could she have found the array core? She must have been guessing based on her intuition. The two men's faces were filled with disbelief. Sun Zhongyan chuckled. If she did not walk in the wrong direction at the three-way junction, she should have reached the array core by now. Maybe she will be faster than Si Ting. His words made the other two men fall into silence. They did not speak for a long time. No wonder Bai Chen was so excited just now. It seems that he has indeed discovered a rare genius. Sun Zhongyan looked at the Xian formation with interest. He was very curious about Chu Liwei. She was either not familiar with Xian formations or she was deliberately hiding her abilities. Chu Liwei walked through the forest. At a certain point, she suddenly stopped and closed her eyes. She carefully felt the changes in the Xian formation. "We're finally here," Chu Liwei murmured and opened his eyes. Si Ting should have reached the eye of the array, so she could go too. Firstly, she was not interested and did not intend to reveal her background today. However, their results couldn't be too bad, or else they would be called trash in the future. She took a deep breath, turned around, and headed forward. When Si Ting arrived at the eye of the array, he realized that there was no one there. He heaved a silent sigh of relief. It seemed that no one was ahead of him. But then he suddenly frowned. Why would he be worried that someone would beat him to it? He had absolute confidence in himself and had never felt like this before. What was wrong with him today? Could it be because of what Chu Liwei said? Si Ting clenched his fists tightly. In fact, he did feel a dangerous aura from Chu Liwei. He did not know where this feeling came from, but his intuition told him that Chu Liwei was definitely not a simple person. Fortunately, he was the first to reach the eye of the formation. As long as he reached this point, the competition was basically over. Si Ting waved his hand, and a silver line flew out. It formed a strange pattern in midair. After a while, the silver line shook violently and then disappeared. Si Ting looked in the direction that the line had pointed to and was about to walk in that direction. Just as he moved, he heard footsteps behind him. Almost instinctively, he turned his head to look. A slender and tall girl's figure came into view. Chu Liwei looked up and their eyes met. She smiled and shrugged. Chapter 51. Si Ting looked at the young girl in front of him and quickly scanned her body. She was unscathed. She looked as if she had not encountered any trouble at all. However, that was not right. If Chu Liwei had walked in the wrong direction and triggered the Xian formation, she would have encountered some problems. However, she looked as if she had just walked over casually. If she had not encountered any accidents, she should have arrived a long time ago. At the very least, she should have arrived around the same time as him. However, she was one step too late. Si Ting wanted to see something from Chu Liu's face, but there was only calmness in the depths of her bright eyes. He couldn't see anything. It was as if nothing in this world could shake her mind. "You are very fast," Si Ting said briefly. Chu Liu spread out her hands. "I am still a little slower than you." Si Ting did not say anything else and turned to walk forward. There was no suspense in this competition. The only variable was Chu Liu. However, it was obvious that she did not intend to use her abilities, so it would not be too late to investigate in the future. Chu Liu did not say anything else and continued walking forward. As she passed by a certain area, she looked at the millstone-like stone under her feet. Who would have thought that this was the core of the Xian formation? This ordinary-looking stone actually contained the most powerful energy in the entire Xian formation. As long as she walked past this place, she would not be far from the exit. Si Ting's figure quickly disappeared, and Chu Liu followed closely behind. When Si Ting walked out of the forest without any obstructions, Sun Zhongyan and the other two were already waiting there. He pulled out the flag easily, and at the same time, a firework flew into the sky from the flag. Boom! As the firework bloomed in the sky, it meant that the first place of the Xian Master assessment had been revealed. Si Ting, You have indeed improved a lot. This time, you only took less than an hour to come out. Sun Zhongyan praised him. Si Ting looked calm as he cupped his fists and bowed. Thank you for the compliment, Elder Sunday. I still have many shortcomings. You are only 15 years old this year, but you are already a level 3 Xian master. You have a bright future ahead of you. Another middle-aged man laughed. Hearing this, Si Ting's expression changed slightly. He seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he swallowed his words. He turned around and looked at the forest. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a beautiful face to appear before his eyes. It was Chu Luiwei. There wasn't much difference in the time the two of them took to reach the finish line. Sun Zhongyan and the other two began to seriously size up Chu Luiwei. This rumored good-for-nothing girl turned out to be like this. Chu Luiwei walked over and pulled out the second flag. When the firework flew into the sky, the other students who were competing in the back of the mountain were all shocked. The first area of the warrior assessment immediately became noisy. How did the Xian Master assessment progress so quickly? The senior sisters said that it would take several hours. This should be the first place, right? That's still a bit early. Guess who will be the first? Who else could it be? With Si Ting around, no one can get first place, right? At this moment, a deep and powerful voice rang in everyone's ears. First place for the 453rd Xian Master Assessment, Si Ting. Once the voice was heard, the crowd exploded. It's really him. According to this efficiency, Si Ting is definitely a Stage 3 Xian Master, right? I haven't heard much about him in the past half a year, so I thought he had gone quiet. I didn't expect him to get first place without anyone noticing. Yeah. Chu Xianmin can't compare to his talent at all. How can a warrior be compared to a Xian master? Some people whispered and kept looking at Chu Xianmin. Chu Xianmin forced herself to hold it in and pretended that she didn't hear anything, but her nails were already digging deep into her palms. This limelight has been stolen by Si Ting. However, it didn't matter. After all, Si Ting was from the Si family and had nothing to do with her. As long as she could teach Chu Luiwei a lesson today, thing. The second firework flew into the sky again. Everyone was stunned. The second place for the Xian Master assessment? There was only a slight delay in the timing? *CK. Who's so powerful to be able to get second place right after Si Ting? A few questions came from the crowd. The voice from before sounded again. Chapter 52. Although Tianlu Academy's assessment was divided into different periods and was conducted in 3 different areas, they would usually announce the top 3. To a certain extent, this was a reward for the outstanding students. At the same time, it could also motivate the other students. It was not strange for Si Ting's name to appear in first place in the Xian Master assessment. However, what right did Chu Luiwei have to take second place? The noisy back mountain instantly fell into dead silence. Chu Xianmin's body stiffened as chills ran down her back. Her entire body seemed to be out of her control. Her mind was blank. Only one sentence kept echoing in her mind. It almost made her brain explode. Chu Luiwei. Second place in the Xian Master assessment. How could it be? How could it be? Being a Xian Master required a lot of talent. Even she did not have the luck to become a Xian Master, let alone that good-for-nothing Chu Luiwei. Soon, the crowd started discussing. Chu Luiwei is second place? Is there really no mistake? No matter how I think about it, it doesn't seem right. Didn't they say that Chu Luiwei is a good-for-nothing with an incomplete Yuan meridian? Could there be a misunderstanding? Even if she passed the assessment, how could she be second place? One had to know that other than Si Ting, there were dozens of outstanding Xian Master talents participating in the assessment. These people had studied in the academy for more than half a year. How could they not even compare to Chu Luiwei? Someone spoke hesitantly. Could it be true? Maybe she really has amazing talent as a Xian Master? If that's the case, Teacher Bai Chen's attitude can also be explained. That's impossible. Chu Xianmin screamed almost subconsciously. When the crowd looked over, she realized that she had lost her composure and immediately explained in a panic. I'm saying that Sister's Yuan Meridian is indeed incomplete. If she had talent as a Xian Master, there's no way her family wouldn't know. I don't know how she did it either. In other words, Chu Liyue's second place was not legitimate. Someone chuckled. Chu Xianmin, you stole the crown prince's favor. Even if something really happened, Chu Liyue wouldn't tell you, right? This caused the crowd to burst into laughter. The entire imperial city knew about what happened at the crown prince's birthday banquet a few days ago. Chu Xianmin took the initiative to offer herself to the crown prince to gain his favor, which ultimately led to the cancellation of the engagement between Chu Liyue and the crown prince. With such grievances, how could the two sides still have any sisterly affection? To think that Chu Xianmin looked as if she was thinking for Chu Liyue just now. Her acting skills were really good. Chu Xianmin's face immediately flushed red, and her entire body felt like it was on fire. Chu Xianmin, are you saying this on purpose because you're afraid that Chu Liyue will steal your limelight? I didn't. Chu Xianmin immediately denied it, but the mocking gazes around her made her feel uneasy. She gritted her teeth. In the past, everyone had said that the position of the crown prince's consort would belong to none other than her. Each and every one of them had tried to curry favor with her. How could they dare to say such a thing? But now, her reputation had been ruined. No matter what, the title of crown princess would never belong to her. These people immediately turned hostile, ridiculing her to the extreme. I just think it's a little strange. After all, the Xian Master assessment this time is too fast. Who knows, Chu Xianmin, are you doubting elder son? Questioned Ling Zhu with a frown. Sun Zhongyan was highly respected in the academy. Not to mention these students, even most of the teachers did not dare to be rash. Chu Xianmin shuddered and finally lowered her head. I don't dare. Seeing her like this, Ling Zhu secretly shook his head. He originally thought that Chu Xianmin was smart, but he did not expect her to be so narrow-minded. The semifinals are about to start. Doing your own thing is the most important thing. Chu Xianmin nodded and took a deep breath. Now, she only had the hope of regaining her lost ground if she took first place in the warrior assessment. In another area at the back of the mountain, the 451st batch of students' assessment was in progress. Rong Jin stood there and checked his sword. The few youths behind him looked fervent. Your Highness, it looks like you're going to take first place in the warrior assessment this time. Your Highness should be the strongest in the entire academy now, right? Rong Jin chuckled and looked into the distance. That's nothing, ping. A firework exploded in midair. Rong Jin took a look and squinted his eyes slightly. A youth beside him laughed. Si Ting already took first place in the Xian Master assessment. It looks like the warrior assessment's first place is out too. Another youth's eyes turned and chuckled. Yeah. The warrior assessment's first place should still be Chu Xianmin, right? Rong Jin paused, and his expression softened. She's quite talented. If Chu Xianmin took first place, her reputation would recover a little, and he would look better. A low and thick voice sounded. The 453rd batch of Xian Master Assessment students. Second place, Chu Liyue. Chapter 53. Chu Liyue? When Rong Jin heard this name during Tian Lu Academy's assessment, he almost suspected that he was hallucinating. This is the same name, right? Said a few youths uncertainly when they saw his strange expression. Rong Jin put away his sword, and his face was as dark as water. Go and ask what's going on. One of the youths hurriedly turned around and left. The remaining few people looked at each other in dismay. They were all a little confused. His Highness hated Chu Liyue to the core. Now that he heard this name, he naturally wouldn't be in a good mood. The few of them instantly quietened down as they were afraid of angering Rong Jin. However, they weren't the only ones who heard this sentence. The other students waiting for the assessment at the side also heard it clearly. Some people started to secretly look at Rong Jin and secretly wondered if this Chu Liyue was the one who caused a commotion recently. Who is this Chu Liyue? Is he a dark horse that suddenly appeared among the juniors? I don't know. Anyway, I've never heard of him before. However, it shouldn't be him, right? I suddenly thought of something. Didn't that Chu Liyue say that he wanted to enter our academy? If I remember correctly, it should be today, right? Shoo. Lower your voice. Didn't you see how terrible the crown prince's expression is? Besides, How can that Chu Luiyue pass the assessment? I think there must be a mistake. The surrounding whispers reached Rong Jin's ears, and his expression became even darker. Yes, I almost forgot. That Chu Luiyue's only condition for breaking off the engagement was to enter Tianlu Academy? No, definitely not. Your Highness. A shout broke the silence. It was the young man who had gone to scout for information. He had returned. When Rong Jin saw that person, he took a step forward and quickly asked, "What happened? What's going on over there?" Even Rong Jin himself didn't realize that his voice had a tinge of unconcealable nervousness. Your Highness, the second place for the Xian Master Assessment is indeed Chu Luiyue. The young man gasped for breath. Rong Jin's heart sank, but he still held onto the last bit of hope. There's someone with this name in this batch of students? The young man paused and awkwardly avoided Rong Jin's gaze. Yes, there is someone called Chu Luiyue. Rong Jin closed his eyes and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Sure enough, it was the same name. He knew it. How could Chu Luiyue be a Xian master? Your Highness, the teenager knew that he had misunderstood. He shrunk his neck and explained in a trembling voice, "This Chu Luiyue is that." Rong Jin was dazed. What did you say? The youth had a long face. Chu Luiyue was admitted to the academy today. Furthermore, she directly participated in the Mystic Cultivator assessment as a new student and obtained second place. Now, the students and teachers over there were already boiling with excitement. It won't be long before everyone on our side knows about it. It was to the extent that this news would spread to everyone's ears in less than an hour. The good-for-nothing Chu Luiyue that everyone could bully not only successfully entered Tianlu Academy, but he also obtained second place for the midterm Xian Master Assessment on the day he entered the academy. This would definitely cause an uproar in the entire imperial city. Rong Jin didn't recover his senses for a while. Then, he grabbed the young man's collar and shouted angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? How can someone with a blocked Yuan meridian be a Xian master? Your Highness, how would I dare to lie to you?" This was something that elder Sun Zhongyan had personally said. Moreover, he swallowed his saliva and wanted to cry. That Chu Luiyue passed all 3 assessments and got into the academy. Teacher Baichun said that Chu Luiyue is a rare genius that only appears once every few decades. He'll definitely have a bright future in the future. Bang. Chapter 54. What could be more laughable than this? During the years of their engagement, she was cowardly and lowly, causing him to lose face. However, the moment the engagement was cancelled, she transformed into a genius that everyone envied. Rong Jin refused to believe it no matter what, but he knew that the academy would never make such a mistake. Then, this meant that Chu Luiyue was really a Xian master genius. The crowd was stunned when they heard this, including those who were joking earlier. They were just joking, but who knew that it was true? Some people looked at Rong Jin with complicated gazes. How unlucky must he be to encounter this? The moment the engagement was cancelled, the other person became a highly sought-after genius, and she was even a Xian master. An outstanding Xian master genius was much more precious and popular than a normal warrior genius. If Chu Luiyue had won second place with her own abilities, she would have really made a comeback in the future. From now on, countless people would be begging for her favor. However, Rong Jin actually gave up on such a rare Xian master genius fiancé and chose Chu Xianmin. Even though Chu Xianmin was quite talented, she was still a warrior and was naturally inferior to a Xian master. In addition to the things that happened at the banquet, many people felt that she was shameless and would do anything to climb up the social ladder. She did not care about her reputation at all. Comparing the two, it was tragic. Some people looked at each other quietly and discussed softly. If this happened to me, I would regret it to death. That's right. That's a Xian master. Si Ting won first place and she won second place not long after. Doesn't this mean that her talent is about the same as Si Ting's? After all, Si Ting started cultivating from a young age. This Chu Luiyue seemed to have been bullied in the past few years, right? Even though I don't know how she suddenly became a Xian master genius, things will be different in the future. Keep your voices down. Can't you see how terrible that person's face is? Hey, who can withstand such a difference? Princely mansion. Rong Xiu reclined on the couch. The sun shone through the window, and his long eyelashes cast a shadow under his eyelids. His clean and noble face was clear and pure, as if he was carved by the heavens with the purest ice. Only the crimson color of his thin lips added an indescribable charm to him. He was the only color of spring in this world of ice and snow, the most enchanting of all. Footsteps could be heard outside the door. It was Yan Qing who walked in. Yan Qing bowed and said, "Master, the things you've chosen are ready." Rong Xiu's eyelashes fluttered as he opened his eyes. A glint flashed across his deep eyes. "The exam results are out, right?" "Yes." First young Mistress Chu has passed all 3 examinations and entered Tianlu Academy. Yan Qing's tone was calm, but the waves in her heart had not yet subsided. God knows how shocked he was when he received this news. Although he had already guessed that first young Mistress Chu was not a simple person, he did not expect her to be so capable. Also, first young Mistress Chu took part in the midterm exam. I heard that she came in second place for the Xian Master exam. Rong Xiu raised his brows. Her flamboyant personality is really a headache. Yan Qing glanced at her master, and the corners of her eyes twitched. Then why are you smiling? You're not even this happy when you encounter your own problems. Yan Qing, what do you want to say? Rong Xiu glanced at her. Yan Qing immediately straightened her body. What this subordinate wants to say is, Master's vision is really excellent. Rong Xiu's slender fingers tapped on the table. After pondering for a moment, he chuckled softly. Since she's having fun, then let her have fun today. We'll double the gifts that we've prepared. Yan Qing asked hesitantly. Then your share. Chapter 55. Chu Luiyue was still unaware of what was happening outside. The moment she received the flag, the fireworks immediately flew up and exploded in midair. She raised her brows in surprise. She originally thought that only the first place would receive such treatment, but she didn't expect the second place to be so high profile. She purposely took second place because she didn't want to attract too much trouble. However, this wasn't bad either. At least from now on, no one would be blind enough to casually find trouble with her. You are Chu Luiyue? Chu Luiyue turned around and saw a benevolent-looking elder sizing her up. Behind him were 2 middle-aged men. A small Xian formation floated beside them. She understood that these people were the Xian masters controlling the Xian formation in the forest. She curtsied. Student Chu Luiyue greets the teachers. Elder Sun is one of the 5 great elders of the academy. A middle-aged man couldn't help but remind her. Chu Luiyue immediately corrected herself. Greetings, Elder Sunday. Sun Zhongyan waved his hand and chuckled. What's so important about this? It's Lu Yu's first time at the academy, so it's normal that she doesn't know about this. I didn't expect the academy to accept another genius like you. No wonder that brat Bai Chun likes you so much. You are indeed very good. That brat, looks like this elder's seniority is really high. She hadn't heard of the 5 great elders before, but they clearly had revered statuses. Chu Luiyue thought this in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. She spoke in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Elder Sun is too kind. Seeing her like this, Sun Zhongyan liked her even more. Although she was young, she was very calm and composed. If most students could obtain first or second place in the exam, even if they spoke modestly, their eyes would inevitably carry a hint of pride. However, Chu Luiyue's gaze was calm, as if she really didn't care. Either she didn't know what this meant, or she didn't care about the difficulty of the exam at all. This isn't too much of a compliment. You do have the talent to become a Xian master. If we had discovered it earlier and nurtured it, it would have been a different story today. I don't know what's wrong with the Chu clan, but they actually wasted such a rare genius. If Chu Luiyue had not proposed to enter Tianlu Academy, he would have been buried for the rest of his life. The 2 middle-aged men looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Elder Sun seemed to have a gentle temperament, but in fact, he had extremely high standards. Very few students could enter his eyes. Although Chu Luiyue's performance was not bad, wasn't Elder Sun's evaluation a little too high? Chu Luiyue smiled. You think too highly of me. I'm already very happy to be able to study in the academy. Sun Zhongyan stroked his beard and smiled at Si Ting. Citing, you have to work harder in the future. Si Ting pursed his lips and looked down. Elder Sun is right. It seemed that Elder Sun had also noticed something. This Chu Luiyue had most likely conserved his strength during the assessment. Since the assessment is over, come and take a look at this Xian formation, Elder Sun said as he pointed at the silver Xian formation floating in midair. Si Ting and Chu Luiyue followed his advice and walked over. This Xian formation was personally set up by Sun Zhongyan, and it was extremely intricate and complicated. If they could see it with their own eyes and understand it, they would naturally benefit greatly. After about an hour, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard from the forest again. Chu Luiyue looked up and smiled. It was Si Yang. At this moment, his hair was messy, and his clothes were stained with blood. It was obvious that he had suffered a little inside. He was very different from his initial high-spirited self. His gaze swept across the row of flags in front of him and realized that there were only 2 empty spots. In other words, there were only 2 people who had arrived before him. He was third. At this thought, a smile finally appeared on his face. He quickly walked over and pulled out the flag. Although the process was very difficult, it was worth it to get this result. Then he looked up in front of him. In the Xian formation in the forest, he could not hear anything from the outside world, so he did not know who was first and second. When he looked up, he saw a familiar tall figure. It was indeed Si Ting. He turned his gaze and looked to the side. When he saw that beautiful face, he froze on the spot. Congratulations. Chu Luiyue clapped his hands and smiled. Third place. Si Yang's mind was a mess and he instinctively asked, "Why are you here?" Chu Luiyue blinked. "Because I'm second." You. Chapter 56. Si Yang felt like he was about to vomit blood. He was too slow. He was in third place. Such a result was something to be proud of, but Chu Luiyue was mocking him. But he could not refute it. After all, he was in second place. Even if he did not believe it, Chu Luiyue did not have the guts to lie in front of Elder Sun and the others. Thinking about what he said before and comparing the results of the 2 of them, he felt a burning sensation on his face. When did you come out? Si Yang held on to his last hope and struggled to ask. If Chu Luiyue was only a little faster than him, then it did not count. This girl and Si Ting were less than half an hour apart. She was about an hour earlier than you. Sun Zhongyan smiled. Si Yang was a good kid in other aspects, but he was a little too arrogant and self-righteous. Using Chu Luiyue as an excuse, Sun Zhongyan could also teach him a lesson and make him restrain himself. Indeed, after hearing Elder Sun's words, Si Yang's last bit of hope disappeared completely. He lowered his head dejectedly. If there was a crack in the ground, he would have crawled into it immediately. To think that he had provoked Chu Luiyue just now. Now, he looked like a joke. Chu Luiyue asked, "If you feel that it's a pity that we did not have a real fight today, we can do it another day." Si Yang's heart skipped a beat. He took a closer look at Chu Luiyue. Then, he realized to his surprise that Chu Luiyue did not have any injuries on his body. This assessment had tortured him greatly, but Chu Luiyue did not seem to be affected at all. He gritted his teeth and turned his head away angrily. "No need. I admit that you were better than me in today's round." After saying this, he felt that he had lost all his face. He did not want to stay here any longer. Lu Yu is indeed very talented in this area. You will be classmates in the future. It's always good to help each other and interact more. Sun Zhongyan said. Si Ting finally looked away from the Xian formation. This student will remember Elder Sun's advice. Sun Zhongyan nodded. Then, the announcement of the third place sounded again. This time, it was Si Yang's name. Originally, Si Yang had been looking forward to seeing his name appear in such a manner, but now that it had really happened, he wasn't happy at all. She even felt an inexplicable sense of shame when she thought about being next to Chu Luiyue. The other party had quietly taken second place, so what was his third place? He walked behind Si Ting and did not say a word. Occasionally, she could not help but look up at Chu Luiyue. He couldn't understand how Chu Luiyue, who was ridiculed by everyone in the imperial capital, could suddenly become so powerful. When Chu Luiyue looked at him, he quickly looked away and pretended that nothing had happened. Only his ears were getting redder and redder, exposing his guilty conscience and nervousness. After a few times, Chu Luiyue finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. This time, not only his ears, but Si Yang's face and neck also turned red. He actually didn't want to say much to Chu Luiyue, but he was really too curious. Finally, he couldn't help but ask awkwardly, So many people said that you're a loser. Are you pretending? Chu Luiyue raised his eyebrows slightly. When he said this, the others also looked over. In fact, this was also what they wanted to ask. Chu Luiyue shook his head and gave a straightforward answer. Si Yang leaned forward, but Chu Luiyue shut his mouth. It was obvious that he didn't want to explain further. He was a little disappointed, but he also knew that this was someone else's secret, and he had no right to ask. He could only mumble, "I knew it. If you're pretending, why don't you just take first place? I heard that the first place this year can even meet the envoy from the Tianling dynasty." Chapter 57. Her eyes flickered as she concealed the shock in her eyes. Then she looked confused. The Tianling dynasty? You don't know? That's right. Your life in the Chu family was so miserable. It's normal that you don't know about such a powerful existence. Only then did Si Yang feel better. At the very least, he knew more about this than Chu Luiyue. As a direct descendant of the Si family, he had only heard of some rumors. However, this was already beyond the reach of ordinary people. Chu Luiyue curled her fingers as if she didn't care about Si Yang's words. She smiled and said, "Why? Is the so-called Tianling dynasty very powerful? It's more than powerful. It's an existence that the entire country Yaochen looks up to." Si Yang was excited. Just as he was talking excitedly, Si Ting glanced at him. Si Yang. Si Yang became listless and coughed. I know. I shouldn't talk about such things. Chu Luiyue was silent for a moment before she asked again. You said that we can meet their envoy if we get first place in the assessment? Si Yang glanced at Si Ting carefully. Seeing that he didn't seem to have any objections, he nodded. Although we don't have the chance to go to the Tianling dynasty, it's a great opportunity to meet their envoy. As he spoke, he glanced at Chu Luiyue and shook his head. It's pointless for you to ask these questions. This assessment has already ended. You got second place. Anyway, you don't have the chance anymore. Chu Luiyue looked down. You seem to be very concerned about this matter? Si Ting suddenly asked. He clearly saw from the side that Chu Luiyue's entire person seemed to be different after hearing this news. Previously, even when she got second place in the assessment, she was very calm. It was as if she didn't take this matter to heart and was just casually doing it. However, just now, Chu Luiyue seemed to be asking casually. However, when she asked, it meant that she was concerned about this matter. According to Si Yang, this is a rare opportunity. It's fine if I didn't know about this before, but now that I know, I naturally want to see it for myself. Chu Luiyue looked magnanimous, but there was a hint of regret between his brows. What a pity. She was reborn in country Yaochen, which was very far away from the Tianling dynasty. She originally thought that it would take many years for her to go back and take revenge on those people. However, he had never expected that the people of the Tianling dynasty would come by themselves. Although she didn't know who the so-called envoy was, she could at least find out some information. However, the Tianling dynasty rarely sent envoys to their subordinate countries. At the very least, during the years that she was in power, they had never sent anyone to country Yaochen. What was going on this time? Chu Luiyue withdrew his gaze and once again looked at the profound formation in front of him, as if he was still concentrating on studying it. But in reality, her mind was still on the matter of the envoy of the Tianling dynasty. If she missed this opportunity, she didn't know how long she would have to wait to find out more about the Tianling dynasty. Country Yaochen was just an inconspicuous country among the dozens of subordinate countries. The probability of this happening was extremely low. Of course, her current ability wasn't enough to support her revenge, but if she could find some clues, it might not be a bad thing. It had been a full year since the day she died. She wanted to know what happened after that. Chu Luiwei felt as if there were two little people fighting in her heart, making her feel very conflicted. Big brother, if you see the envoy, you must tell me what he or she is like. Si Yang moved closer to Si Ting with a yearning and envious look. I heard that everyone there is a top-notch expert. It would be great if I have the chance to go there and take a look in this lifetime. Si Ting smiled. Work hard. There will be a chance. Si Yang's eyes lit up and he nodded vigorously. But soon his face fell. Sigh, but I don't know how long I have to wait. This opportunity only came once in a few decades in country Yaochen. It was very rare. Elder son, I would like to ask you a question. Chu Luiwei suddenly asked. Sun Zhongyan nodded. Go ahead. Does the academy have a rule that a person can only participate in one assessment? Sun Zhongyan shook his head. There isn't. However, there wasn't such an example before. This is because although the assessment is divided into martial warrior, Xian master, and celestial physician, every student has their own specialization. Basically, they will only participate in one of their specialties. He looked at the girl in front of him and suddenly vaguely guessed something. You? Want to participate in another assessment? Chu Luiwei pursed her lips and smiled, her eyes shining brightly. Elder son is wise. How can this be? You have already participated in the Xian master assessment. Another teacher blurted out to express his objection. Chu Luiwei looked calm. Teacher, you seem to have forgotten that I just entered the academy today. I haven't chosen any subject yet. Therefore, I am qualified to participate in other assessments, right? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone choked. That's right. Chu Luiwei was admitted to the academy by passing all 3 examinations. In that case, before she decided on what she wanted to study, she could really take part in any examination. But your talent as a Xian master is the best, and you've already obtained 2nd place. Even if you participate in other assessments, you won't be able to obtain better results. Another teacher couldn't help but say. Chu Luiwei was unmoved. We'll only know after we try. You're crazy. Si Yang was stunned for a while before realizing what Chu Luiwei was planning to do. He immediately rushed to her side and shouted anxiously, I admit that you're very talented as a Xian master, but this doesn't mean that you can have any advantages in the martial warrior and celestial physician assessments. Aren't you courting death if you go like this? 2nd place is already very good. Why are you so stubborn? If you get beaten half to death, let's see what face you'll have when you come back. Chu Luiwei looked at him in surprise. This fellow seemed to be worried that she would be bullied. Si Yang's face and neck flushed red. He felt a little guilty under her gaze and raised his voice. Don't let your imagination run wild. Now that everyone knows that you're 2nd place as a Xian master, you're already considered one of us. If you go and embarrass yourself, we'll also be mocked by others. The heavenly doctors didn't say anything, but the martial artists and mystic cultivators had actually been secretly competing with each other. Si Yang had already acknowledged Chu Luiwei as one of them, but seeing her like this, he naturally refused to agree. Chu Luiwei patted his shoulder. Chapter 58. It's finally the finals. Minmin, 1st place is yours, right? I heard that you broke through again? Show us what you're capable of. The warrior assessment area was more than halfway through and had reached the finals. This group had the most students, about 300 of them. However, only 2 of them were able to pass through all the stages and make it to the finals. Chu Xianmin was one of them. Hearing the praises of the people around her, Chu Xianmin's mood finally improved. She said humbly, I'm sorry. She said humbly, I'm not as powerful as you say. Besides, Gu Mingfeng is very powerful too. I might not be first in this assessment. Gu Mingfeng was the other person who entered the finals. He was also from the Gu family, one of the 4 big families. He's just a bastard. How can he compare to you, Minmin? Said a girl with a snort. If it weren't for his talent, why would the Gu family care about him? In country Yaochen, the hierarchy between the 1st wife and the 2nd wife was very important. Chu Xianmin glanced at Gu Mingfeng from afar and saw that he was looking in her direction. He was actually very good looking. His facial features were exquisite as if they were carved by the heavens. However, his amber eyes seemed to have a hint of darkness, which made people shudder. A look of disapproval immediately appeared on her face as she tugged at her. Strength is everything. Yen, don't say such things in the future. The girl called Yen, who did not notice that Gu Mingfeng was looking in her direction and stuck out her tongue. So what? Does he dare to find trouble with the Lu family's second missy? Although the Lu family could not be compared to the Gu family, she was still the first wife's daughter. Chu Xianmin looked up at Gu Mingfeng but saw that he looked away as if he did not hear her. Of course, Gu Mingfeng heard her. She wanted to do him a favor, but he did not seem to take the bait so easily. Chu Xianmin actually did not like bastards with no status and decided not to think about them. Lu Fian pulled her sleeve and whispered, Minmin, Chu Xianmin, you're the second runner-up in the assessment. Minmin, Chu Luiwe took second place in the Xian Master Assessment. No matter what, you can't be suppressed by her. You must take first place. Chu Xianmin's face stiffened. She was annoyed at Lu Fian for being so tactless and touching her sore spot. She nodded reluctantly. I know what to do. At this moment, a firework exploded in the distant sky. First place for the 451st Batch Warrior Assessment, Rong Jin. It's the Crown Prince. The first place is indeed him. Lu Fian's eyes brightened, and she hurriedly shook Chu Xinmin's arm. Min Min, His Highness the Crown Prince is indeed as powerful as the rumors say. I heard that the competition in that year was very intense. He was really amazing to be able to take first place. Chu Xianmin smiled nonchalantly. This is a piece of cake for Brother Jin. Lu Fian was envious and jealous when she heard her calling him so intimately. Hey Min Min, His Highness the Crown Prince thinks highly of you. Since the examination is over, will he come to see you? As soon as he finished speaking, even the people around him looked over. Chu Xianmin was a little embarrassed. If it was before, the Crown Prince would definitely come. However, after that banquet, the Crown Prince's attitude towards her had become much colder. He probably wouldn't come. She forced a smile on her face. The assessment over there has just ended. Brother Jin should still be busy and won't have time to come over. Before he could finish, a familiar voice came from nearby. What are you talking about, Min Min? This is your finals. Of course I have to come. Chu Xinmin's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately looked up. Crown Prince Rong Jin, who was wearing a purple brocade robe, was walking over. Chu Xianmin was happy and nervous at the same time. He must know that Chu Luiwe took second place in the Xian Master Assessment. Why is he here to see me instead of being angry? Rong Jin walked in front of Chu Xianmin with a rare gentleness. He emphasized every word as if he was emphasizing something. Chapter 59. Chu Xianmin immediately guessed Rong Jin's thoughts. He had just broken off his engagement with Chu Luiwe, but Chu Luiwe was admitted to Tianlu Academy and even took second place in the Xian Master Assessment. This was equivalent to slapping the Crown Prince in the face. At this time, she could only take first place in the Warrior Assessment and prove that she was stronger than Chu Luiwe. Only then could she save some face. This not only concerned her but also the Crown Prince. That was why he rushed over under such circumstances. He wanted to let everyone know that he did not lose anything by giving up Chu Luiwe and choosing Chu Xianmin. Don't worry, Brother Jin. I'll do my best. Chu Xianmin knew that this was her chance, so she hurriedly agreed. As long as she performed well today, the Crown Prince would have a way out, and everything else would be easy. Rong Jin nodded in satisfaction. He liked Chu Xinmin's intelligence the most. She knew what to do and what not to do at the right time. Chu Xianmin, Gu Mingfeng, are you ready? The finals are about to start, shouted the teacher in charge of the assessment. Upon hearing this, Chu Xianmin and Gu Mingfeng walked toward an empty space in the middle. The other students had already formed a circle and were waiting for the finals to start. To be able to stand out among hundreds of outstanding students, the two of them naturally had sufficient talent and strength. The finals will determine the final first place. There is no time limit until one side concedes. However, you are not allowed to kill during the competition. Otherwise, you will be disqualified from the competition. The teacher raised his voice and glanced at the two of them. Do you understand? Remember. Competition. Start. The atmosphere in the arena suddenly became serious after the teacher gave the order. Please give me your guidance, Chu Xianmin said politely. As soon as she finished speaking, her feet moved and she quickly attacked Gu Mingfeng. A sharp light flashed across Gu Mingfeng's eyes. The two of them fought hand to hand and immediately became a mess. The two of them are about to break through the standards of a stage 4 warrior. I'm afraid it will take some time for the winner to be decided. Some teachers from the academy were watching at the side. They watched the situation in the arena and discussed softly. Chu Xianmin has been fighting steadily, so she must be stronger. She should win this round. I've heard that Gu Mingfeng has also been diligently cultivating recently. It's hard to say who will win. Chu Xianmin and Gu Mingfeng did not have the same teacher, so it was inevitable for them to compare. A teacher chuckled and narrowed his eyes. Actually, I want to take a look at the Xian Master assessment. Hee, old you, there's nothing wrong with you usually, but you like to watch the fun, and that's the worst part. The Xian Master's test is nothing more than Xian formations. You can't even understand them, so what can you do there? I think you probably want to see Chu Luiyue, right? Someone at the side mocked. The person who was exposed simply admitted it. Aren't you curious? Previously, everyone said that she was a good-for-nothing, but in the blink of an eye, she became a mystic cultivator. Could it be that the entire Chu clan was blind? Why didn't they discover such a genius? Old you, let's not get involved in the matters of the aristocratic families. At this point, everyone looked at each other and did not say anything else. They quickly changed the topic to Chu Xianmin and Gu Mingfeng's match. 5 minutes had passed, but the two of them were still locked in a fierce battle. Chu Xianmin gradually became anxious. This was because she realized that Gu Mingfeng was stronger than she had imagined. If this continued, the first place would be in jeopardy. She quickly glanced at Rong Jin from the corner of her eye and saw that his face was indeed gloomy. Chu Xianmin secretly gritted her teeth. This can't go on. I have to end this quickly. Chapter 60. Gu Mingfeng raised his sword at the same time. The two swords met and made a piercing sound. Sparks flew. Chu Xianmin's heart sank. The strength in Gu Mingfeng's sword is stronger than mine. He actually hid his ability just now. Thinking of this, Chu Xianmin panicked even more. I can't lose to Gu Mingfeng. I must take first place today. Gu Mingfeng exerted more strength in his wrist, and the long sword pressed down on Chu Xianmin. Chu Xianmin's entire arm was numb, and she could barely hold the sword in her hand. Suddenly, she had an idea and let go. She lowered her body and dodged to the side. Gu Mingfeng thought that she would try again, but he did not expect her to abandon her sword and lose her footing. The long sword in his hand, which was filled with force, missed. It even caused his body to sway. At this moment, Chu Xianmin had already circled to his side. A cold light flashed in her hand. It was a sharp dagger. By the time Gu Mingfeng reacted, the dagger was already in front of him. It was only half an arm's length away from his neck. He subconsciously wanted to turn his long sword around, but it was too late. In a hurry, Gu Mingfeng could only retreat quickly. However, he had already lost his footing just now, and now he had lost his center of gravity. He looked at Chu Xianmin with a cold gaze. This Chu Xianmin dared to trick me. The anger in his heart burned. Just as he was about to move, he suddenly thought of something. His expression changed slightly, and he hesitated for a moment. No, I can't do it now. In this moment, Chu Xianmin was already in front of him. Gu Mingfeng secretly reduced half of the strength in his leg and kicked Chu Xianmin's wrist. Bang! He actually kicked the dagger in Chu Xianmin's hand away. However, Chu Xianmin was already prepared and immediately lifted her leg. She kicked Gu Mingfeng's heart. With a muffled sound, Gu Mingfeng's body flew backward. Then he landed heavily on the ground. He left a long mark on the ground. The crowd outside the arena quietened down. An examiner raised his voice and said, Gu Mingfeng has left the arena. Chu Xianmin wins this round. Upon hearing this, the rock in Chu Xianmin's heart finally fell to the ground. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Did Chu Xianmin do that on purpose just now? I think so too. Their strength is about the same. How could she let go of her sword so easily? If not for that, Gu Mingfeng wouldn't have failed. Are you jealous that Chu Xianmin got first place? It's not like everyone doesn't know about her talent and strength. Was there a need to resort to such means? The teachers didn't say anything. But it did look a little strange just now, one of the teachers laughed. A competition is a competition. Sometimes, it's not bad to be a little smarter. There were other teachers who didn't agree, but they didn't say anything in the end. They could clearly see that Chu Xianmin was skirting the boundaries. Even though it wasn't very good, it wasn't a big mistake. When they really fought in the future, the situation they would encounter would be much more dangerous than this. Moreover, Gu Mingfeng seemed to have no intention of competing for first place. Hearing the teacher say so, the doubtful voices in the crowd gradually disappeared. Chu Xianmin walked to Rong Jin and gently exhaled. Luckily, I didn't disappoint Brother Jin. Rong Jin smiled and said, your strength has improved a lot compared to before. It seems like you can break through to become a stage 4 warrior soon. He didn't care about the process. What he wanted was the result. I promised you before that I would give you a reward as long as you came in first. Rong Jin was in a good mood now, and he found Chu Xianmin much more pleasing to the eye. She couldn't be his wife, but she could be his concubine. First place for the 453rd batch of students' warrior assessment. Chu, wait. Before the examiner could finish his announcement, he was suddenly interrupted by a clear female voice. Everyone looked over at the same time, and they were all shocked. Chu Luiwei, why are you here? The examiner was a little angry at being interrupted, but his voice became much gentler when he saw that it was Chu Luiwei. Chu Luiwei smiled and said, my name is Chu Luiwei. Chapter 61. What? You want to take part in the warrior assessment? The teacher was shocked. Didn't you already take part in the Xian Master assessment? Chu Luiwei explained, today, it's my first day. I haven't chosen a subject yet, so I should be able to take part in the warrior assessment, right? The teacher was stunned. That's not wrong, but there has never been a precedent like this before. Normally, even if a person had many talents, they would only choose one to focus on cultivation. For example, people who could become Xian masters would usually put a lot of effort into Xian formations and not warrior cultivation. A person's energy was limited. If one wanted to do both, they would not be able to do both well. Besides, Chu Liyue's Yuan meridian was blocked, so becoming a Xian master was the best choice. Why did she want to take part in the warrior assessment? The academy doesn't stipulate that a person can only take part in one assessment. Since this girl wants to try, let's give her a chance. The teacher raised his head to take a look and was immediately shocked. He bowed respectfully. Greetings, Elder Sunday. Chu Luiwei also looked back and nodded gratefully. She originally wanted to do it herself, but she did not expect Sun Zhongyan to follow her. It seemed like he wanted to support her. Since Sun Zhongyan had spoken, it was not appropriate for others to stop her. The teacher hesitated for a moment and said awkwardly, it's not impossible if you want to take part in the assessment. However, the assessment here is over. Even the finals are over. If you want to take part in the assessment, you need an opponent to determine the winner. However, there isn't a suitable candidate now. Chu Luiwei lifted her chin. Isn't there a suitable candidate? Chu Xianmin? The teacher said in disbelief. You want to fight with the top warrior? Are you kidding me? Is Chu Luiwei stupid? She lacked a Yuan meridian and could not even be considered a first-stage warrior's opponent. How could she compare to Chu Xianmin, who was about to break through to become a stage 4 warrior? Once she went on stage, only failure awaited her. Chu Luiwei paused and smiled. That's right. Because I'm here to take first place. After the finals ended, the warrior assessment area had already calmed down. Many people were already preparing to leave. However, they did not expect Chu Luiwei to participate in the assessment and even challenge Chu Xianmin. The originally quiet crowd immediately boiled over. Are you serious? Chu Luiwei wants to fight Chu Xianmin? Huh, did I hear wrongly just now? She said she wants to take first place. What the? This Chu Luiwei is usually quiet, but once he does, he will amaze the world. Does she think that she hasn't been in the limelight enough today? The sisters are fighting, and the crown prince is right next to them. How lively! If it weren't for the fact that there were so many people watching, Chu Xianmin would have laughed out loud. Chu Luiwei actually wanted to compete with her for first place? If it was a mystic cultivator competition, she couldn't do anything to her, but if it was a martial artist competition, Chu Luiwei was simply looking for a beating. Sister, do you really want to challenge me? Chu Xianmin was filled with jealousy and hatred, but she did not know how to vent it. Who would have thought that Chu Luiwei would come knocking on her door? Chu Luiwei raised her eyebrows. You're not going to accept? I'll follow your orders, sister. But don't worry, sister. I'll be careful and won't hurt you. As she spoke, she smiled at the teacher. Teacher, please allow me to participate in this competition. Since the two of them had agreed, the bystanders naturally did not stop them. Sure. Then we'll have another match. However, I'll repeat myself. Don't go too far. Chu Luiwei did not comment. Rong Jin looked at the girl not far away with a complicated expression. The once lowly girl had now become a Xian master genius. Did she purposely come here to prove something in front of me? However, after waiting for a while, Chu Luiwei did not even look in his direction. It was as if she did not care about him at all. An inexplicable anger arose in Rong Jin's heart. He turned and looked at Chu Xianmin. Chapter 62. Chu Xianmin was flattered. The crown prince liked her, but he rarely spoke to her in such a gentle tone. She could even hear a hint of affection in his voice. Especially in front of so many people. Didn't this mean that the crown prince wanted to marry her as soon as possible? Chu Xianmin's heart was filled with joy and pride, and her smile became even sweeter. Then I'll thank you first, Brother Jin. Rong Jin nodded, but his peripheral vision quickly swept toward Chu Luiwei, who was not far away. However, he saw that she had already walked toward the arena in the middle as if she did not care about what was happening here and did not care about what he was doing. Rong Jin pursed his lips tightly, and the inexplicable anger in his heart burned even more fiercely. Didn't Chu Luiwei previously say that she had a crush on him? Why did she have such an attitude now? In the past, he only had disgust for her. The marriage agreement between the two of them was like a huge mountain pressing down on his heart, making him extremely angry. However, now that the marriage agreement was broken and she did not pester him or even look at him, he felt that something was amiss and a little uncomfortable. He did not know why he had such a feeling, but it could not dissipate and continued to linger in his heart. Rong Jin quickly retracted his gaze and looked at Chu Xianmin in front of him. He suddenly felt that it was a little boring. Chu Xianmin did not notice Rong Jin's abnormality at all as she turned and walked to the arena. The two of them faced each other from afar. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Sister, I haven't congratulated you. I didn't expect you to be so talented as a Xian master. If the family knew, they would be very happy. Chu Xianmin had a smile on her face as if she was truly happy for her. The crowd looked at each other with suspicion in their eyes. What did this mean? How could the Chu family not know that Chu Luiwei was a Xian master? Then, how did she start learning to be a Xian master? How did she win second place among so many outstanding students? Don't worry. They will know about this very soon. I don't know if they'll be happy, but you don't seem to be, third sister. Chu Luiwei's words were very direct. She had no intention of beating around the bush and pretending to be close sisters. Chu Xianmin's face was a little embarrassed. Elder sister, you're treating me like an outsider. It's a good thing for the entire Chu family that you can become a mystic cultivator, so how can I not be happy? The more talented and powerful you are, the happier your sister will be. I'll have to trouble elder sister to give me some pointers in this warrior assessment. Snickers came from the crowd. Chu Luiwei has a damaged yuan meridian and can't even be considered a martial artist. He will definitely lose this match. How can he have the ability to teach Chu Xianmin? Looks like the two sisters have completely fallen out with each other. The corners of Chu Luiwei's lips curved up slightly. Since third sister says so, then, I won't be polite. Before she finished speaking, her figure suddenly disappeared. Chu Xianmin was stunned, and her heart skipped a beat. How can Chu Luiwei be so fast? A piercingly cold and dangerous aura suddenly attacked him from behind. Chu Xianmin subconsciously turned around and drew her sword. A red figure flashed before his eyes. Chu Xianmin quickly swung her sword forward and viciously stabbed forward. The sharp sword instantly pierced through the person's chest in front of her. Before Chu Xianmin could rejoice, she saw that not only was the figure not injured, but it also slowly disappeared. She immediately felt that something was amiss. This was not Chu Liwei at all. It was only her afterimage. "Your reaction is too slow." A cold voice was heard. Chu Xianmin looked up and saw Chu Liwei standing 3 steps away, looking at her indifferently. Her gaze was as if she was looking at an ant. Chu Xianmin felt an inexplicable sense of inferiority when she was looked at like this. What happened just now? The spectators at the side did not expect Chu Xianmin to miss and looked at each other. A few teachers' expressions changed slightly. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. How can Chu Liwei be so fast? It looks like she's not weaker than a stage 3 warrior. She's not even a warrior. How can she have such strength? At this moment, Bai Chen could not help but raise his eyebrows proudly. Think about it. What's so strange about little Lu Yu being able to pass the warrior exam? The teachers were stunned when they heard this. Chu Liwei passed all 3 exams. This proves that her strength can reach the level of a stage 3 warrior. Bai Chen felt relieved when he saw their expressions. Do you think that I secretly went easy on little Lu Yu to get into our academy? The teachers were silent for a moment and shook their heads. Bai Chen was very straightforward and magnanimous. He would never do such a thing. Let me tell you. The best part is yet to come. This group of people is not flexible. They will regret it when they see the girl's talent. Oh, it shouldn't be like this. Chu Xianmin gritted her teeth. Chu Liwei is just a good-for-nothing, but I'm about to break through and become a stage 4 warrior. How is it possible that I'm not Chu Liu's match? What happened just now was just a moment of carelessness. Chu Xianmin did not say a word as she circulated the force in her body and injected it into her longsword. Buzz! The sharp edge of the sword began to tremble, bringing with it a frightening sword cry. Go! Chu Xianmin tipped her toes and quickly attacked Chu Liwei. Chu Liwei looked up. The sharp sword aura came straight at her. Her hair flew up with the wind. This time, Chu Liwei can't avoid it. Some people in the crowd discussed softly. However, the next second, the crowd was shocked to see that Chu Liwei did not retreat. Instead, she advanced. She took a step forward and planned to face the attack head-on. The key was that she did not have any weapons on her. She wanted to fight Chu Xianmin barehanded? Wouldn't he lose for sure? The long sword was only half an arm away from Chu Liu's neck. Chu Xianmin looked at the face that was getting closer and closer, and a sinister thought suddenly surfaced in her heart. This face is really becoming more and more beautiful. If I can destroy it, I'll see how I can show off in the future. Thinking of this, she turned her wrist slightly, and the tip of the sword moved away by an inch, stabbing toward Chu Liu's face. Murderous intent flashed across Chu Liu's eyes. Then she bent her left leg slightly, and her right leg flew up and kicked toward Chu Xianmin. Bang! She actually kicked Chu Xianmin's wrist. A sharp pain came, and Chu Xianmin cried out in pain. Before she could react, Chu Liwei had already closed in on her quickly. She flipped her body and sent her left leg flying. This time, she directly kicked Chu Xianmin's face. Chapter 63. My face. Chu Xianmin felt that something was amiss and immediately touched her face. It was sticky to the touch. That piercing pain made her heart tremble. Chu Liwei actually ruined my face. Anger exploded from the bottom of Chu Xianmin's heart and washed away her last bit of rationality. She quickly looked at the bottom of Chu Liu's feet and saw that there were indeed a few extremely sharp blades. Chu Liwei had just used this to scratch her face. There was an 80% chance that it would leave a scar. She hurriedly covered her face as she questioned him with a trembling voice. Chu Liwei, what grudge do I have with you for you to harm me like this? Chu Liwei calmly glanced at her sword that had fallen to the ground. Weren't you the one who wanted to ruin my face first? Chu Xianmin was instantly speechless and felt guilty. Actually, everything happened in an instant. When she decided to take the opportunity to leave something on Chu Liu's face, she only turned her wrist slightly. If one did not look closely, they they would not have noticed anything wrong. However, Chu Luiwei directly guessed her intentions. No. I didn't. I was just sparring with you. Why would I think of doing such a thing? It was clearly you. You wanted to do this long ago, didn't you? Otherwise, how could you be so fast just now? Chu Luiwei's lips curved slightly as he mercilessly mocked her. I'm fast because I'm stronger than you. You should have known this from the very beginning, right? Chu Xinmin's anger was stuck in her chest. It was so uncomfortable that she felt like she was going to explode. She had no way of refuting Chu Luiwei's words. When the two of them first sparred, Chu Luiwei was indeed very fast. However, her face was ruined just like that. How could she take it lying down? The murderous intent in Chu Xinmin's heart surged crazily. I'll kill you! Chu Xianmin screamed and rushed toward Chu Luiwei. Even though her face was scratched, her physical strength was still there. Now that she was furious, she directly exploded with her fastest speed. Even the surrounding heaven and earth force seemed to be guided as it surged toward her and entered her body. In a short period of time, Chu Xinmin's aura became even stronger. Sky Star Fall. In the blink of an eye, red origin power quickly gathered on her hands and quickly formed a burning fireball. Then she violently threw the red fireball. The fireball burned quickly and charged toward Chu Luiwei. The fireball's powers body's body, leaving a long burn mark on the grounds of Chu Luiwei's heads. As expected, she's about to break through to the 4th rank. She can actually barely use martial skills now. Looks like she's going to win this round, a teacher said in a low voice. Ors writes to the point, is. Not to mention that she's not a stage 4 warrior. Even if she is, she might not be little Luiwei's match. Once he said that, it immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding teachers. Baichen, why do you think so highly of Chu Luiwei? You have to know that it's a huge leap from a stage 3 warrior to a stage 4 warrior. The gap in between is not something an ordinary person can easily cross. Looking at Chu Luiwei's reaction and movements just now, she must have undergone some simple training. To be able to execute those moves to such a standard proves that she is indeed talented as a warrior. It's a pity that she doesn't have a Yuan Meridian. It's useless against martial arts. Bai Chun could not be bothered with them. Even if Chu Luiwei really could not become a real warrior in the future, her abilities were more than enough to deal with Chu Xianmin. The scene of the examination appeared in his mind again. He still vividly remembered the moment when he was fighting with Chu Luiwei. He felt like he was on the brink of death. In the arena, Chu Luiwei did not panic when faced with Chu Xinmin's all-out attack. Instead, she raised her eyebrows and laughed. Since you asked me to teach you, watch carefully. This is how to use a sword. As she spoke, she quickly went forward and kicked the long sword on the ground up. She then quickly grabbed the hilt. So fast. Exclamations came from the crowd. Chu Luiwei's movements were even faster than before. Compared to her, Chu Xianmin seemed to have slowed down on purpose. Chu Luiwei staggered her feet, bent her knees slightly, and tightened all her muscles. She was ready to unleash all her strength. She held the sword in her hand tightly. Just as the red force flame was about to burn her body, she suddenly raised her arm. The long sword hung high in the air with a cold light. Swoosh! Chu Luiwei slashed down without hesitation. This slash was extremely fast. The crowd did not even see how Chu Luiwei moved. They only saw a blurry silver shadow flash past quickly. They even heard the sound of air being torn apart. It was frightening. The next moment, the silver light passed through the middle of the red flame. Everything happened in an instant. However, in the crowd's eyes, Chu Luiwei's slash did not seem to have any effect on stopping the red flame. That terrifying energy was still rushing towards her at high speed. You want to block my martial skill attack with that little bit of strength of yours? You must be dreaming, Chu Xianmin sneered. A piece of trash who can't even be considered a martial artist probably doesn't even know what martial arts are. With just one move, Chu Luiwei would be crippled, if not dead. However, her smile suddenly froze on her face the next moment. This was because the flame stopped an arm's length away from Chu Luiwei. After a short silence, it suddenly exploded. Boom! In an instant, the fireball exploded into countless sparks. As for the power that enveloped it, it quickly dissipated. Just as the sparks were about to land on his body, Chu Luiwei raised his sword again, flipped his wrist, and slashed horizontally in front of him. The strong sword aura immediately formed an invisible barrier in front of her, blocking all the aftershocks outside. Countless sparks fell like bright stars in the dark night. They landed around her body, but her body was clean as if it had never been stained by a speck of dust. Her pair of black eyes seemed to be even more dazzling than the sparks. Everyone was stunned on the spot. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not have believed that Chu Luiwei could successfully stop Chu Xianmin's martial arts attack with just a sword. Chu Xianmin was even more shocked. She widened her eyes and even forgot about the piercing pain on her face. She stared at Chu Luiwei in a daze, and her mind was blank. In the next moment, Chu Luiwei suddenly threw the long sword in his hand at Chu Xianmin. The piercing murderous intent came from all directions. It engulfed her. An indescribable sense of fear made Chu Xianmin's body go soft, and she could not move. The long sword flew past Chu Xianmin's head and instantly sliced off a piece of her scalp. Ah! Chu Xianmin screamed and immediately fell to the ground. Just now, she almost died. Your reaction is too late. You're too slow. You're too clumsy. It seems like you're only so. A cold and indifferent voice came from above her head. Chu Xianmin trembled as she raised her head. However, she saw that the weak girl she had once stepped on had completely changed her appearance. She was like a high and mighty existence that could not be touched. She made people submissive from the bottom of their hearts and did not dare to disobey her. Chapter 64. Chu Xianmin's entire body trembled. Her face was pale, and she was as scared as a ghost. Her lips trembled, but she could not say a single word. Just now, that sword had flown directly over her head. If it had been just a little bit off, she would have lost her little life. Everyone was dumbfounded. When did Chu Luiwei become so strong? Her sword contained origin power, muttered a teacher in shock. Otherwise, there was no way to explain how that sword could have such a strong force. Chu Xianmin's ability was close to that of a stage 4 warrior. No ordinary person could force her to this stage. Doesn't this mean that her Yuan meridian is unblocked? The other teachers looked at each other in disbelief. No wonder, Bai Chen let out a long sigh. When he fought with Chu Luiwei previously, he already felt that something was amiss. Now that he thought about it, this was the only explanation. It seems like this girl has hidden her abilities well. Sun Zhongyan was stunned for a moment before he laughed. He looked at Chu Luiwei with shock and admiration. Even he did not feel that anything was amiss. If she had not fought with Chu Xianmin, who knew when the others would have found out about this secret? How can this be? Didn't they say that Chu Luiwei's Yuan meridian is unblocked? The shock in everyone's hearts could not be calmed down. If Chu Luiwei is a warrior, why can't everyone detect it? If she had revealed a bit of force before, it would have been detected. Chu Xianmin would not have been so careless and lost so badly. Sun Zhongyan looked at Chu Luiwei calmly and smiled as he stroked his beard. That's because she's not a warrior yet. What? All the teachers were stunned. She has absorbed enough heaven and earth force in her body, but she has never taken that step to become a real warrior. That's why no one noticed. Ling Zhu sighed softly. The way he looked at Chu Luiwei was completely different from before. At such a young age, she already knew how to hide her strength and bide her time. Her temperament was much stronger than other people her age. But the dean had checked her before, and she did indeed have an incomplete Yuan meridian. Why is it now? I heard that a few days ago, Chu Luiwei sold the crown prince's hunting grounds and bought many medicinal ingredients from the treasure pavilion. At that time, this matter had caused a great uproar. Could it be that it healed at that time? But there are only a few celestial physicians in the entire country Yaochen. Who has such ability? In their opinion, repairing a damaged Yuan meridian was clearly an impossible task. However, now that Chu Luiwei was standing right in front of them, they had no choice but to believe it. Admit defeat or continue. In the arena, Chu Luiwei looked down at Chu Xianmin from above and spoke nonchalantly. Continue? When Chu Xianmin heard this, her body trembled violently. The pain on her face and head kept reminding her of what had just happened. If she continued, she was afraid that her entire body would be destroyed by Chu Luiyue. However, she felt extremely aggrieved to admit defeat to Chu Luiyue. Chu Xianmin slowly raised her head and looked at Chu Luiyue, who was standing in front of her. The girl that she had once stepped on, bullied, and toyed with was now looking down at her with the attitude of a victor. She never would have thought that such a day would come. Once she admitted defeat, the first place would belong to Chu Luiyue. She would win everything with ease. Chu Xianmin felt as if there were two forces crazily tearing each other in her heart, making it difficult for her to choose. Then, let's continue. Chu Luiyue did not have the patience to wait for her. He directly said this and raised his right hand. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Chu Xianmin seemed to have been provoked by something as she suddenly screamed. At the same time, she quickly retreated and stared at Chu Luiyue's right hand in panic as if she was avoiding a flood or a ferocious beast. Chu Luiyue tucked a strand of hair behind his ear with his right hand and chuckled. What are you nervous about? I said that I'm only here to get first place. As she spoke, she looked at the examiner at the side. Teacher, can you announce the results now? The examiner was dumbfounded when he saw everything in front of him. He only regained his senses when Chu Luiyue spoke. Even though he had never imagined such a scene before, it was the reality now. He swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Batch 453 Warrior Assessment. First place, Chu Luiyue. First place, Chu Luiyue. This voice immediately spread far and wide. It reverberated throughout the entire back mountain. It was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. Chu Xianmin's face instantly turned ashen, and her tears flowed down uncontrollably. It's over, the Chu family is really muddle-headed. I'm afraid they'll regret it when this news gets out today, said a teacher as he shook his head. Everyone clearly saw who was stronger in this match between Chu Luiyue and Chu Xianmin. Needless to say, Chu Luiyue even came in second place in the Xian Master Assessment. There were not many people in the entire country Yaochen who had such outstanding talent in both warrior and Xian Master. Such a person, no matter which family he was in, would be doted on. However, how did the Chu family treat her all these years? She was bullied and humiliated by everyone. Bai Chen chuckled and touched his chin. I'm afraid someone else will regret it the most. Upon hearing this, the few teachers beside him immediately looked in a certain direction. They did not forget that there was still a key person here. Crown Prince Rong Jin. Of these two sisters, one was his ex-fiancée whom he had abandoned, and the other was his new lover whom he doted on. One of them got rid of her reputation as a good-for-nothing and completely became a genius that everyone envied. The other's reputation was tarnished, and her reputation was ruined. She even lost to the other party in the competition that she was most confident in. She mistook a fish-eye for a pearl and abandoned the real treasure. Who wouldn't regret it? Rong Jin stood rooted to the ground as if he had turned into an ice sculpture, exuding a terrifying chill. There was no expression on his face. It was like the frozen ground, cold and stiff. Only his hands and his sleeves were tightly clenched. It was as if he wanted to crush something. Not even 15 minutes had passed from the start of the competition to the end. His conversation with Chu Xianmin still seemed to echo in his ears, but Chu Luiyue had already given them a tight slap. In the competition venue, Chu Xianmin lay limp on the ground as tears and snot flowed down her face. Her face was a bloody mess, and a piece of her scalp had been shaved off. She looked extremely pathetic and ugly. However, Chu Luiyue was completely unscathed. He was as noble as the sun in the clouds. He did not put on any makeup, and his lips curled up into a smile. He was already beautiful beyond compare. The people standing beside him were all silent. They did not even dare to move, much less look at his current expression. However, Rong Jin still felt countless gazes landing on him. Mockery, ridicule, and contempt. All of this was because of Chu Luiyue. However, the culprit had already walked down from the competition venue and did not even look in his direction. It was as if he could not control himself as he quickly went forward and blocked Chu Luiyue's path. He questioned sternly, "Why? Did you lie to me on purpose? You were acting at the birthday banquet that day. You just wanted to break off the engagement with me, didn't you? Chu Luiwei blinked. Your Highness, where did this come from? You were the one who suggested breaking off the engagement. Rong Jin was instantly speechless. He was indeed the one who suggested it that day. However, how did he know? I'm afraid you don't have to hold the celebration banquet for third sister, Your Highness. Chu Luiwei's smile became even more moving as he sincerely said, however, I still wish you to have a blissful marriage. However, I still wish you all the best. May you live a long and happy life together and have a child soon. Chapter 65. He did it on purpose. Chu Luiwei did it on purpose. Rong Jin was not a fool. Seeing Chu Luiwei's current attitude, how could he not understand? She actually wanted to break off the engagement a long time ago. If not, why would she sell the hunting ground on her own? She even triggered a series of events later on. Rong Jin looked at the smiling girl in front of him. Her eyes sparkled brightly as if she had long expected this day. If there's nothing else, Your Highness, I'll take my leave first. As Chu Luiwei spoke, she walked past him. From start to end, she did not look back at all. Rong Jin's heart seemed to be harshly stabbed by something. It was as if he had suddenly lost something important at this moment. He clenched his fists tightly and used his last bit of rationality to resist the urge to pull her. What position did he have now? Everyone was looking at him as a joke. Brother Jin, help me. I'm in so much pain. Brother Jin. When Chu Xianmin saw Rong Jin, it was as if she had seen her last life-saving straw. She cried even more miserably. She wanted to get up and walk toward Rong Jin, but her body seemed to be uncontrollably limp. She could not muster any strength no matter what. After struggling for a while, she slumped to the ground. A few parts of her body were smeared with dirty dust. In addition to her messy hair, frightening wounds, and bloodstains, she looked as frightening as a malicious ghost. At this moment, she no longer looked like the proud and popular genius girl. Many people in the crowd looked at her with disgust. Chu Xianmin has really lost this round. Hee, didn't you like her a lot before? Why not? I don't dare to like such a bold and unrestrained girl. She has really embarrassed herself today. In the future, whether it's in the academy or the entire imperial city, her days won't be as good as before. If not, how can she win the crown prince's favor? There are too many women in the imperial city who want to get close to the crown prince, but Chu Xianmin is the most successful. It seems like the crown prince's taste is really sharp. Hey, do you think the crown prince will still marry Chu Xianmin after today's incident? I don't know if the crown prince will marry her or not, but I do know that from today onwards, Chu Luiwei will immediately become the most sought-after noble lady in the capital. Now that her engagement with the crown prince has been annulled and she has regained her freedom, her appearance can already be considered peerless, and she's also a dual genius as a martial artist and mystic cultivator. The Chu family's doorstep will probably be trampled to pieces. Whispers could be heard. Rong Jin's body alternated between hot and cold. It was as if there was boiling lava in his chest that would explode the next second. He stared at Chu Xianmin, who was in front of him, with extreme hatred in his heart. Take her away and let her recuperate. Rong Jin clenched his teeth and ordered. Someone immediately came forward and carried Chu Xianmin away. When she passed by Rong Jin, Chu Xianmin reached out her hand to ask for his comfort. Brother Jin. Rong Jin gave her a warning look. During this period of time, you should recuperate well. Don't come out if there's nothing important. Got it? Chu Xianmin had never been looked at like this by Rong Jin before. It was cold and indifferent. He looked at her as if he was looking at a useless piece of trash. Chu Xianmin's entire body trembled. She timidly retracted her hand and suppressed the fear and indignation in her heart. Yes, little Lu Yu, you're really something. I told you that you're a rare genius. Those old fellows didn't believe you. On the other side, Bai Chen had already rushed to Chu Liyue's side and excitedly raised his chin at the group of teachers. Second in the Shen Master class and first in the warrior class. What else do you have to say with such results? The teachers looked at each other and laughed helplessly. Ability was always the most powerful evidence. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not have believed that the good-for-nothing Chu Luiyue, who was once mocked by the entire imperial city, could actually do this. Sun Zhongyan smiled and shook his head. That's enough, Bai Qin. From now on, no one will suspect that you purposely went easy on Lu Yu so that she could get in. On the contrary, I have to commend you for not letting the academy lose a true genius. Bai Chen thought of how perfunctory he had been to Chu Luiyue previously and immediately scratched his head guiltily. Sigh. This has nothing to do with me. It's mainly because little Lu Yu was outstanding. Many students looked at Chu Luiyue with eyes that had changed from disdain to curiosity and admiration. Teacher Bai Qin, can you tell me what happened during the exam? A student suddenly shouted. This sentence attracted the crowd's response. Yeah, tell us. Passing all 3 tests? How did he pass them? Bai Qin jokingly scolded. Do you bastards want to rebel? I'm a teacher, not a storyteller. This matter has already spread outside. You guys can go and find out for yourselves. The crowd roared with laughter. Chu Xianmin listened to the laughter and felt that it was extremely piercing. In the past, she was the center of everyone's attention. She was the target of everyone's envy. But now, Chu Luiyue had completely replaced her and even gained more than her. What about her? Now, she could only be carried out of the competition venue and leave dejectedly. She was miserable and pitiful. She closed her eyes hatefully and gritted her teeth so hard that they almost broke. Chu Luiyue, it's not over between us. Rong Jin was in the same awkward situation as Chu Xianmin. He stood there stiffly and listened to the lively laughter behind him. He felt even worse. I still have some things to settle in the palace. I'll take my leave first. Rong Jin turned around and cupped his fists towards Sun Zhongyan and the other teachers. He then quickly left without looking back. Lu Yu, today is your first day in school. You can choose any subject as your major because you passed all 3 examinations. Now that you've participated in 2 examinations, I'm sure you have a deeper understanding of these subjects. Have you thought about which one to choose? Asked Sun Zhongyan. Once this was said, the crowd suddenly quietened down and looked at Chu Luiyue curiously. Bai Qin nervously swallowed his saliva. Originally, he thought that Chu Luiyue was the most talented as a Xian master. However, after the previous competition, he realized that Chu Luiyue had no problem with her Yuan Meridian. Furthermore, she also had an extremely outstanding cultivation talent as a martial artist. There were no more obstacles in front of her. Whichever path she chose would lead to a bright future. Chu Luiyue smiled. I choose Xian Master, the Chu family residence. There were no empty seats in the hall. All the important people in the Chu family were gathered here. There was a suffocating silence in the spacious hall. Nobody said a word, and they all had different expressions. They all rushed over after receiving the news and knew why they were gathered here today. Finally, Third Elder stroked his beard and said, The news has spread throughout the imperial capital. The news has spread throughout the entire imperial city. Many people have even sent gifts over. According to the rules, we should celebrate Liu Yue's admission into Tianlu Academy. Celebrate what? First Elder's face was ugly as he slammed the table. Chapter 66. Third Elder Chu Yin chuckled and asked with interest, What do you think? First Elder, you must be joking, right? Lu Yu got into Tianlu Academy and brought honor to the Chu family. Why are you punishing her instead? Everyone in the hall fell into an even more awkward silence. If it were any other Chu family disciple who got into Tianlu Academy, they would be overjoyed. However, this person had to be Chu Luiyue. She was the person who had been bullied by the entire Chu family for more than a decade. The more outstanding she was, the more embarrassing it was for the Chu family. It proved how blind they had been all these years. Now that the entire imperial city knew about this, everyone came to congratulate them on the surface, but they were mocking them behind their backs. Many people were waiting to see them make a fool of themselves. The First Elder was furious. It's because of this that we have to punish her. There's nothing wrong with her body, and she's even quite talented, but she pretended to be useless and deceived the entire Chu family. Now that she's in the limelight, what does she think of the Chu family? The First Elder is right. I didn't expect Chu Luiwei to be so scheming. I don't believe that she didn't do this on purpose. Chu Yan suppressed the anger in his heart and spoke in a low voice. He had been handling some matters outside, but he rushed back immediately when he heard the news. At this moment he hated Chu Luiwei to the core. Not only did she get into Tianlu Academy, but she even participated in the midterm assessment and came in second in the Xian Master assessment and first in the Warrior assessment. She had completely suppressed Minmin. How could Chu Yan accept this? If the Chu family disciples follow her example and are all like her, will there still be rules? Everyone in the hall exchanged glances when they heard this, and they all had different expressions. Chu Yan's words seemed to be for the sake of the entire Chu family, but in reality, everyone knew that he was abusing his position to take revenge. He was most proud of having Chu Xianmin, the most outstanding daughter in the family. Now that Chu Luiwei had shone brightly and even defeated Chu Xianmin, how could he be convinced? He might even want to kill Chu Luiwei. The third elder sipped his tea unhurriedly. Others may not know whether Lu Yu's body is healthy or not, but don't you think the Chu family knows best? Back then, His Majesty had invited several doctors to diagnose her, and all of them had said that she had an incomplete Yuan meridian. Even during the family test a few years ago, Lu Yu still didn't have any force in his body. If that's the case, Great Elder said that she was deceiving her superiors and concealing her subordinates. Could it be that you suspect that those people were lying? The Grand Elder's expression froze. I didn't say that. Those few people had venerated statuses, and they were not people he could offend. If word of this got out, his days would not be easy. Chu Yan did not give up and snorted coldly. Of course, those people can't be wrong. The only one at fault is Chu Luiwei. According to what the third elder had said, she had been lacking a Yuan meridian previously. How had she become a genius in the blink of an eye? She had never said anything about what had happened in between. If I hadn't gone to Tianlu Academy today, I don't know when someone would have found out about this. Everyone looked at each other. Actually, this was what they were most confused about. What exactly had happened to Chu Luiwei's body for her to undergo such a drastic change? Could it be the herbs she bought a few days ago? Someone whispered uncertainly. After those herbs were sent over, Chu Luiwei handled them herself. Are you trying to say that Chu Luiwei repaired her Yuan meridian on her own? The Grand Elder was so angry that he laughed, finding it extremely absurd. During that period of time, he had sent people to secretly monitor Chu Luiwei and her father, but he had not seen anyone enter their courtyard. No one in the entire country Yaochen could repair her Yuan meridian. How could she have done it on her own? Either she had obtained some fortuitous opportunity, or someone even more powerful was secretly helping her. No matter what the reason was, he had to dig it out. The family head is still in seclusion, so I will handle all the Chu family matters. When Chu Luiwei returns, immediately bring her here for interrogation. He sternly scanned everyone in the hall, and his gaze finally landed on the third elder. The family head handed the Chu family to me, so I naturally have to be responsible for the entire Chu family. Chu Yin, why have you been so opposed? What are your intentions? The third elder sneered in his heart. This old thing is getting more and more shameless. He's really lawless when the family head isn't around. He relaxed his body, leaned back in his chair, and said indifferently, the Grand Elder misunderstood. Grand Elder, you've misunderstood. I'm not opposing you. I just feel that there aren't many capable people in the younger generation of the Chu family. Now that Chu Luiwei has finally appeared, she's a top-notch martial warrior and Xian master prodigy. She has also gained the favor of Tianlu Academy's teachers. Her future will definitely be limitless. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she's the future face of the Chu family. Even if the first elder wants to interrogate, punish, and interrogate, there should be a limit. Of course, the first elder is so wise and wholeheartedly devoted to the Chu family. You definitely won't do anything overboard, right? The first elder was choked by his words and swung his sleeves fiercely. Of course, at this moment, a manservant suddenly rushed in from outside the door in a flurry. First elder. The first young mistress is back. The first elder rebuked angrily. So what if she's back? Why are you panicking? He raised his eyes and looked outside. Where is she? Tell her to come see me immediately. The page boy knelt on the ground with a plop. He looked flustered and helpless as he stammered, "This. The first young mistress is back, but she's standing outside the door and refuses to come in." What? The first elder frowned. What is she trying to do now? If she doesn't want to come in, does she want us to invite her in? All these years, Chu Luiwei had always been timid in the Chu family. Now that she had just been admitted to Tianlu Academy, she was actually so arrogant. He snorted softly and looked around at everyone. See? Nothing has happened yet, but she's already putting on airs. Everyone in the hall had different expressions. The third elder asked, "What did she say?" The page boy wiped the sweat off his forehead. The first young mistress said, "Tid, she wants the first elder to come out and meet her. She's rebelling." The first elder slammed the table and stood up. "Who does she think she is?" The third elder stroked his beard and laughed. "First elder, Chu Luiwei isn't anyone. She's just a rare genius that only appears once in 100 years. She's the most outstanding person among the younger generation of the Chu family. You just said that the Chu family is the most important thing. You will not go, right? You." The first elder was furious. "Fine, I'll go. I want to see what tricks she's up to." In front of the Chu family's door, Chu Luiwei stood with her hands behind her back. She looked at the two golden words, Chu family, on the plaque with a calm and indifferent gaze. Chapter 67. When the first elder and the others rushed to the main entrance, they immediately saw Chu Luiwei standing in front of the main entrance. At the same time, they also saw the huge crowd not far away. It was currently afternoon. The news of Chu Luiwei getting into Tianlu Academy had already spread throughout the entire imperial city. Thus, many people rushed over to watch the show. Although they did not dare to get close to the Chu family's main entrance, they still formed a group and blocked most of the streets leading in and out of the Chu family. The first elder, who was already filled with anger, became even more furious when he saw this scene. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and come in." He looked at Chu Luiwei and shouted angrily. She stood there without moving. Did she want the entire imperial city to laugh at the Chu family? Chu Luiwei tucked her hair behind her ear and asked with a faint smile, "First elder, I was a loser. Great elder, I used to be a good-for-nothing. I had nothing to say when you ordered me around. However, now that I've been admitted into Tianlu Academy, why are you still treating me like this? Don't tell me you don't like me that much?" The first elder choked and said in a low voice, "You've been admitted into Tianlu Academy. It's a good thing that you got into Tianlu Academy. However, if you use this as your capital to act arrogantly, you can't do that." He raised his voice without batting an eyelid and said righteously, "The Chu family is one of the 4 imperial cities' families. Our Chu clan is one of the 4 great clans of the imperial capital. As a junior, you made me your senior, personally invite you over. Do you know what you've done wrong?" Chu Luiwei burst out laughing. She looked at the first elder as if she had heard a joke. "First elder, you also know that you're a senior? All these years, when I was bullied, have you ever appeared as a senior to protect me, not even once? You." The first elder was at a loss for words and looked away. There are so many things going on in the Chu family. It's normal for us to overlook things occasionally, that's why this oversight lasted for 10 years. Chu Luiwei interrupted him. The smile on his face gradually disappeared and his eyes turned cold. "When I was 5 years old, I was fed poison by the servants and was in a coma for 3 days and 3 nights before I came back to life. When I was 7 years old, I wanted to cultivate like the other children, but I was told that I didn't even have the qualifications to go to the training grounds. When I was 10 years old, I was finally able to leave the manor, but because I had to go shopping for sundries and carry water to wash the clothes of those lazy servants in the middle of winter, my hands were full of frostbite. All of this, first elder should not know, right?" Chu Luiwei said calmly, but it made people feel a deep sense of despair and desolation from the bottom of their hearts. What did a child do wrong to deserve this? The great elder and the others were all speechless. The crowd on the street also fell silent. Everyone in the capital knew that the Chu family had a good-for-nothing. However, almost no one remembered that this trash was also a direct descendant of the Chu clan. No matter what, there was no reason to treat him so harshly. That's all in the past. Besides, it didn't cause you any substantial harm, did it? You even got into Tianlu Academy. What are you trying to do by saying all this now? Do you want the entire Chu clan to apologize to you? The great elder shouted angrily out of humiliation. Chu Luiwei didn't say anything. Her cold, sharp eyes swept across the people in front of her. Countless scenes flashed in her mind. Those were the memories of the original body. Even if she wasn't the real Chu Luiwei, she couldn't help but feel angry and hateful when she recalled those things. Perhaps it was because she had used this body, or perhaps it was because they had both been in a desperate situation. Now that she was Chu Luiwei, she naturally had to settle old and new grudges together. Chu Luiwei, you're too insensible. No matter what, the Chu clan gave birth to you and raised you. Even if they didn't take any credit, they still worked hard. Now, not only are you not grateful, but you're even accusing the Chu clan of being unfair to you in front of so many people. What are you trying to do? Chu Yan finally couldn't hold back and shouted loudly. Chu Luiwei glanced at him. Aren't I speaking the truth? Besides, my parents have always been the ones who gave birth to me. When did it have anything to do with the rest of the Chu clan? Chu Yan, I haven't settled the score of you secretly bullying my father all these years. How dare you say this to me? Although Chu Ning's abilities had weakened after he was injured, he was still outstanding in other aspects. Most of the credit for the shop under Chu Yan's name being able to operate well was due to Chu Ning. However, Chu Ning wasn't valued because of this. He was even oppressed by Chu Yan. The entire Chu clan would flatter the strong and trample on the weak. One could imagine how they treated Chu Ning. As a result, the father and daughter's days became increasingly difficult, and Chu Ning became increasingly gloomy. How dare you? Chu Yan didn't expect Chu Luiwei to scold him in front of his face. He was so angry that his brain went blank for a moment. Then, he pointed a trembling finger at Chu Luiwei and scolded, You. Chu Luiwei, do you really think that you're amazing just because you got into Tianlu Academy? Not only did I get in, but I also passed all 3 assessments. I also came in second place for the Xian Master assessment and first for the Warrior assessment. Chu Luiwei raised his eyebrows. I'm not that amazing. I'm just a little better than Chu Xianmin. You. Chu Yan was so angry that he almost died, but he couldn't win against Chu Luiwei verbally. After all, everything she said was true. Strength was respect. There was no more powerful saying than this. Enough. First Elder suddenly shouted angrily and stared at Chu Luiwei. Go back right now. Reflect on your mistakes. First Elder, you seem to be mistaken about something. I didn't ask you to come here to invite me back. Chu Luiwei didn't move at all and said word by word, I'm here to cut ties with the Chu clan. Chapter 68. Everyone was in an uproar when she said that. What did Chu Luiwei say? She wanted to cut ties with the Chu family? Was she crazy? What did you say? The first elder asked subconsciously because he was too shocked. Chu Luiwei's expression was resolute. Every word was sonorous. It was as if thunder had struck everyone's hearts, causing a huge commotion. I said that from now on, my daughter and I will have nothing to do with the Chu family. Do you understand? Do you know what you're saying? The first elder stared at Chu Luiwei in disbelief. He had never expected her to say something like that. The Chu family's blood flows in your veins. What you said is very unfilial. Very disrespectful. I think you're going to turn the world upside down after getting into Tianlu Academy. Not only the first elder, but everyone in the Chu family was also shocked. They also thought that once Chu Luiwei made a comeback, she might hold a grudge against them for what happened in the past and might even think of ways to take revenge. However, no one had expected her to be so resolute and choose to cut ties with the Chu family. Even if she had become a genius now, it was simply wishful thinking for her to go against the entire Chu family. No matter what, the Chu family was one of the 4 great families in the imperial city. With their status, many people did not even have the chance to climb up to them. How could she make such a choice? I'm not here to discuss with you. I'm here to inform you. Chu Liwei did not seem to care about the commotion her words caused. She was still calm and composed. This sentence was simple and plain, but it carried a hint of authority that could not be disobeyed. The third elder finally frowned. Lu Yu, you can't say such things casually. I know you feel indignant, but this is too impulsive. Third elder, I've made up my mind. Chu Liuyue's tone toward the third elder was considered polite. This was because in the original body's memory, this person was one of the few people who had helped her and her father. He did not have a son and had always thought highly of Chu Ning. He even treated him as half a son. However, too many things happened later on. Although the third elder wanted to help him, he was powerless to do so. The third elder looked at Chu Liwei. He wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he could only sigh. In the end, he was still useless. If he had more power in the Chu clan and helped them a little, the father and daughter would not have fallen to such a state. If Chu Liwei had not been admitted to Tianlu Academy today, he would not have had the confidence to confront the first elder. This girl had clearly given up on the Chu clan. If the Chu clan wanted to keep her, it would be too late. Chu Liwei. Now that Chu Ning isn't here, do your words represent his intentions? Chu Yen, who had been angered half to death, finally came back to his senses. He suddenly asked anxiously. Chu Liwei and Chu Ning's departure might not be a good thing for the Chu clan, but it was beneficial for his family. Chu Ning would no longer be able to compete with him for the position of the next head of the family, and Chu Liwei would no longer be able to occupy the best resources of the Chu clan as a genius. Once the father and daughter left, everything in the Chu clan would be his. Chu Liwei saw his eyes flickering. How could she not guess what he was thinking? She smiled and said slowly, "My words are clear. Of course, I represent my father. Don't worry, after we settle the final score, the father and daughter will naturally leave cleanly and cleanly. We will no longer have anything to do with the Chu clan." She raised her fingers. First, my mother's dowry was 120 dan. If I remember correctly, after my father was injured, you used the excuse that my father did not need to work hard and gave the dowry to Lu Yao to manage. Since you want to sever ties, you should return it to us. Chu Yen and Lu Yao's expressions turned unsightly. Second, my father is the son of the head of the family, and I was once the eldest daughter of the Chu clan. Although the head of the family is no longer around, if he knew that my father and I left without anything, he would definitely feel uneasy. It's not too much for us to take a fifth of the Chu clan's assets, right? Dream on. Chu Yen was the first to object. The Chu clan has many descendants. You and your daughter want to take a fifth of it so easily? How can there be such a good thing? I believe that everyone can see how much my father has done for the Chu clan over the years. If you don't want to give it to me, that's fine too. I will go to His Majesty to seek justice and see if we have a share of the assets. Chu Liwei said straightforwardly. Chu Yen immediately shut his mouth. Who didn't know that Chu Ning was injured to protect the emperor? If this matter really reached His Majesty, even if it was only out of consideration for his benevolence and righteousness, His Majesty would definitely not treat Chu Ning unfairly. And that would only embarrass the Chu clan even more. First Elder was so angry that he laughed. Good. You've actually calculated it so clearly. Since that's the case, from today onwards, the two of you are not allowed to step into the Chu clan's gates. I'd like to see how you'll survive in the capital. Without the Chu clan as their backing, they wouldn't even have a place to stay. Chu Liwei blinked and smiled. Chapter 69. At this point, everyone understood that Chu Liwei had this plan all along. She had secretly bought a house and only turned against the Chu family when she was admitted to Tianlu Academy. That way, she could completely break away from the Chu family. Seeing that Chu Liwei had made all the necessary preparations, the first elder and the rest were instantly aggrieved. If it were in the past, they would definitely not object to Chu Liwei and Chu Ning doing this. They would even be secretly happy to get rid of the stain. However, now that Chu Liu's identity had completely changed, wasn't this equivalent to them being abandoned by Chu Liu? If word got out, where would the Chu family put their face? First Elder, this Chu Liu is really too arrogant. I think there's no need to keep her around. Chu Yen took a deep breath and began to persuade the first elder. What was the point of losing some face now? It was more important to completely eliminate this future threat. However, not everyone agreed with this matter. I think we can't be so careless about this matter. No matter what, Chu Luiwei is a rare genius now. The other families want her but don't have it. If we let her go just like that, wouldn't it be a huge loss? That's right. Moreover, the two of them are direct descendants. Severing ties is a serious matter. Now that the family head is not here, we have to be even more careful. The first elder was not happy to hear this. He coldly glanced at the few people who were speaking. But, do you not trust me? Or do you think I have no right to make this decision? First elder, don't misunderstand. We didn't mean that. Chu Liwei is sinister and vicious. Min Min is her younger sister, but she actually injured her without mercy. Moreover, she hates the Chu family. If such a vicious person stays in the Chu family, she will be a disaster. Chu Yen said disdainfully. The first elder's expression was uncertain, and he did not speak for a long time. After the shock, he thought carefully and really wanted to agree to this matter immediately. Not to mention other things, his relationship with Chu Ning and his daughter was very tense. There was even a grudge between them. He would never believe that they didn't hate him at all. If Chu Luiwei stayed in the Chu clan, he would definitely be highly regarded in the future. Once she truly matured, he was afraid that his bitter days would come. It was just that, it would be difficult to explain to the clan head. First elder, although Chu Luiwei's talent is not bad, he is stubborn and vicious. He cannot be allowed to live. Moreover, if she left the Chu clan, her future would not be so easy. There was no need to be too afraid. As for Chu Ning, he's just a cripple. What's there to care about? Chu Yen whispered. The first elder gritted his teeth. Someone, bring me a pen and paper. In the end, this matter was brought up by Chu Luiwei himself. In the future, even if the patriarch came out of seclusion and pursued the matter, it would still be Chu Luiwei's fault. There's no need. I've already written the declaration of severing ties and the division of assets. As Chu Luiwei spoke, he actually took out 2 pieces of paper from his bosom and handed them over with great sincerity. Great elder, just leave your handprint on it. A few laughs came from the crowd. This Chu Luiwei was really ruthless. He had directly prepared everything. The first elder's face turned red. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He snatched the 2 pieces of paper, suppressed the anger in his heart, and looked through them. When he found that there was nothing wrong with them, he resolutely bit his finger and pressed it directly. Take it. From today onwards, don't say that you're a member of the Chu clan. The first elder angrily threw the 2 pieces of paper back to Chu Luiwei. Chu Luiwei did not mind at all. He carefully looked at the bright red handprint on the paper. His red lips curved slightly, and he raised the 2 pieces of paper in satisfaction. All right, from today onwards, I'll go my way and you'll go your own way. However, please remember to send the things on the paper to me within 3 days. I don't like to leave my things with others. Scram. The first elder finally could not hold back and shouted angrily. Then, he flicked his sleeves and turned around. Close the door. As soon as the first elder finished speaking, a surprised feminine voice suddenly came from not far away. Oh, there are so many people here. What's going on? Everyone looked back and saw a fair-skinned, beardless man in an official's robe. He was obviously someone from the palace. The crowd quickly made a path for him. That person walked forward curiously and finally saw Chu Luiwei, the first elder, and the others standing in front of the door. He was instantly delighted. Oh, isn't this first young Mistress Chu? His Majesty was very happy when he heard that you were admitted to Tian Lu Academy. Chu Luiwei smiled and bowed. Eunuch Min, you're too polite. Lu Yu will definitely personally go to the palace to thank His Majesty another day. Eunuch Min was a favored person by His Majesty's side. He was doing even better than the other courtiers. No one could easily offend him. The first elder coughed and quickly adjusted his expression. He squeezed out a smile. Eunuch Min, what brings you here? Does His Majesty have something important to tell you? Oh, I'm here to announce the good news. Today is a double blessing for your residents. Double blessing? What do you mean, Eunuch Min? Eunuch Min beamed and raised his orchid fingers. Chapter 70. After Eunuch Min finished speaking, the street fell into an eerie silence. The first elder and the others didn't look happy at all. Instead, they looked as if they had swallowed a fly. Eunuch Min immediately sensed that something was wrong. What happened to you? The first elder regained his senses and looked at Eunuch Min. He wanted to say something, but his throat seemed to be blocked. He couldn't utter a single word. How is this possible? He was severely injured back then. Even the celestial physician said that there was almost no chance of him recovering in this lifetime. How did he suddenly recover and even break through to become a stage 5 warrior? Chu Yen shouted in shock. He couldn't believe it. This was definitely not true. Eunuch Min narrowed his eyes and smiled coldly. But, Lord Chu Yen, are you suspecting that we falsified the imperial edict? Chu Yen was shocked. No. That's not what I meant. I'm just too shocked. There's no news about this at all. How could... Eunuch Min waved his horsetail whisk. He was very clear about the Chu family's situation. Chu Ning and his daughter had suffered a lot in the past few years, and their status in the Chu family was very awkward. They had always been ostracized. It was normal that Chu Ning didn't tell them about his recovery and breakthrough to become a stage 5 warrior. After hearing this news, some people in the Chu family would probably be anxious. Wasn't Chu Yen the example? Chu Ning's rise would be his greatest threat. Of course, he wouldn't accept it. However, Eunuch Min couldn't be bothered to expose him. He smiled and said, "Not to mention you, even His Majesty only found out today. All these years, His Majesty has been brooding over Lord Chu Ning's injury. Therefore, when he heard that Lord Chu Ning had broken through to become a stage 5 warrior, he was overjoyed. Coincidentally, the position of the Imperial Guard's commander-in-chief is lacking. Lord Chu Ning is the most suitable candidate. His Majesty even said that Lord Chu Ning would stay in the palace tonight to talk." Chu Yen immediately shut his mouth. Eunuch Min was clearly warning him. Even His Majesty didn't know about it, so what if he didn't know? Because they didn't know about it, it meant that the first person Chu Ning told was His Majesty. Was there a better way to show his loyalty? Perhaps His Majesty trusted Chu Ning even more now. What else could he say? The commander of the Imperial Guards. That was a great power. The only people who could hold this position were those who had outstanding abilities and were favored by His Majesty. Even Chu Ning, who was in the limelight back then, was only a small captain in the Imperial Guards. Now that he had just recovered, he actually jumped a few ranks and directly became a commander. From now on, he would quickly become the most sought-after figure in the imperial capital. Your Majesty's grace is a great thing. First Elder, your residents should be very happy, right? Eunuch Min continued. The great elder opened his mouth and forced a smile, but it was uglier than crying. What you said is reasonable. Eunuch Min, thank you for making this trip. Chu Liwei stepped forward and interrupted the first elder. This is indeed a joyous occasion. When Father returns tomorrow, we will definitely hold a banquet to celebrate. When the time comes, I hope that Eunuch Min will do me the honor of attending. Eunuch Min liked Chu Liwei even more when he saw how tactful Chu Liwei was. First, young Miss Chu, you are treating me as an outsider. Lord Chu Ning and you are both people with real ability. I can't wait to admire you. When the time comes, I will definitely pay you a visit to congratulate you. Look at your threshold. I'm afraid that it will be trampled to pieces from today onwards. Chu Liwei shook her head and looked meaningfully at the first elder and the others. The threshold is too high. I'm afraid that it will tire you out. Let's go somewhere else. Oh, you might not know, but I have already severed my ties with the Chu clan. From today onwards, my father and I will have nothing to do with the Chu clan. Even though Eunuch Min was used to seeing great storms, he was still shocked at this moment. What? Chu Liwei smiled casually. In other words, these two joyous occasions have nothing to do with the Chu clan and these people. You only need to thank me for this joyous occasion. These people had bullied her countless times in the past, but now she wouldn't let them bask in the slightest bit of glory. Digression. Are we eating glutinous rice balls or yuan shao? Hee hee, Today is 5 chapters. Guess what tomorrow will be? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 71. This is such a big matter. I'm afraid that His Majesty is still unaware. Eunuch Min said hesitantly as he glanced at the First Elder and the others. Is this matter settled? The contract has already been written, and there are so many witnesses. Of course, it's settled. Eunuch Min, don't worry. I will personally explain this matter to His Majesty another day. Eunuch Min saw that no one from the Chu clan was willing to explain. He knew that there was no way out of this matter and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He didn't expect that the cowardly, lowly, and easily bullied trash of the Chu clan was actually such a bold and decisive person. Severing ties with the Chu clan was the same as making a powerful enemy for himself. But now that Chu Ning was the commander of the Imperial Guards, and Chu Luiwei was a genius that everyone envied, the Chu clan probably wouldn't dare to do anything openly. Eunuch Min had always been a good person. He quickly put away his thoughts and cupped his hands toward Chu Luiwei with a smile. Then let me congratulate Lord Chu Ning and Miss Lu Yu on your housewarming. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Chu Luiwei knew that Eunuch Min didn't want to get involved, so she went along with his advice. Take care, Eunuch Min. Eunuch Min bade farewell to the First Elder and the others and quickly left. Chu Luiwei didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. She had only taken a step when she suddenly thought of something and turned around. Right, I heard that many people in the capital have already sent congratulatory gifts to the Chu clan. These should all be for me. I'll have to trouble you to send them over as well. She didn't even look at the ugly expressions on those people's faces as she turned around and left. The First Elder stared at Chu Luiwei's back as she left. He wanted nothing more than to go up and teach her a lesson. But in the end, he restrained himself and shouted angrily. Let's go back. Bang! After everyone entered, the Chu clan's gates were tightly shut. However, the gossip that happened in the Chu clan immediately spread throughout the capital. First Elder, Chu Luiwei has gone too far. If we don't get revenge for today's humiliation, how can our Chu clan maintain its standing in the capital? After returning to the residence, the First Elder only left behind a few people with the most authority in the Chu clan to discuss the matter. Chu Yen was the first to speak, his expression furious. The Great Elder's face was gloomy, but he didn't say anything. Yeah. Even if she was admitted to Tianlu Academy, she was too arrogant. If he dares to do this now, who knows what he will do in the future? If we don't do anything this time and just admit defeat, then the entire Imperial City will say that our Chu clan is useless. This is absolutely intolerable. Does that Chu Luiwei think he can live a stable life after leaving the Chu clan? If we don't let her experience it, she will really think that we can't do anything to her. The few people present were discussing animatedly. The crowd was excited, as if they couldn't wait to teach Chu Luiwei a lesson. The Third Elder shook his head and said indifferently, "Don't forget, she still has Chu Ning." Everyone was speechless. The commander of the Imperial Guards. The current Chu Ning is indeed troublesome to deal with. So what? Could it be that Chu Ning alone can contend against the entire Chu clan? Chu Yen smiled sinisterly, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. A few powers in the Imperial City are intertwined. Chu Ning and Chu Luiwei seem to have turned the tables this time, but how can things be so simple? Since they dared to break ties with us, they must have the guts to bear the consequences. These words made the First Elder's eyes light up. He paced back and forth and finally made up his mind. That's right. Didn't Chu Luiwei say that they want to hold a banquet to celebrate? I want to see how many people in the Imperial City will go. Chu Luiwei went to the new residence alone. After settling a few things today, she was in a good mood. It was already evening and a gentle breeze blew, causing her hair to flutter. The afterglow of the setting sun elongated her shadow. She walked step by step like this, and it was rare for her to be so relaxed. In the month since her rebirth, she had been nervously planning everything. Today, she could finally relax a little. The surrounding noise gradually disappeared, and it became quiet. She looked up and could already see the green eaves of the new residence. Previously, she had sold the deed to the hunting ground for 300,000 taels of silver, and 100,000 of it was used to buy this residence. This place was the western street of the imperial city, and it was very remote and quiet. Most officials and nobles wouldn't like this place, but Chu Luiyue liked it at first glance. She had lived in beautiful but cold palaces in her previous life. Now that she had been reborn, she really had no interest in those things at all. On the contrary, she liked this quiet place even more. Thinking that she and Chu Ning would be able to live their own lives far away from those people in the Chu clan, she couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, something fell on her face. It was slightly cold. Chu Luiyue was stunned and she looked up. The water droplets fell quickly and soon formed a line. It was actually raining. Chu Luiyue quickened her steps. She turned a corner and walked onto a bluestone road, and at the end of it was her new residence. But after turning the corner, Chu Luiyue was stunned. At the end of the simple bluestone road, there was a person standing in front of the gate of the residence. He was tall, wearing a snow-white brocade robe and a black cloak. The sky quickly turned a gray-blue color, and the rain poured down, as if there was a transparent curtain of rain hanging between the sky and the earth. The rain fell on the bluestone road, creating a faint layer of white mist, and the scene in front of her became a bit blurry. But his noble and peerless figure was still clearly distinguishable. The black and white colors set off his jade-like cold and clear face, like a flower on a high mountain that could only be looked up at. It was actually Rong Xiu? Chu Luiyue's heart had just flashed with a trace of doubt when she saw that person suddenly walk towards her. The sky was dark, and under the flowing curtain of rain, he seemed to come from the darkness. For some reason, Chu Luiyue felt that this Rong Xiu seemed a bit different from usual. She couldn't help but watch as he approached step by step. Finally, he walked in front of Chu Luiyue and stood still. "You," Chu Luiyue said with some hesitation. Rong Xiu suddenly raised his hand, and a black shadow flashed, and the rain above Chu Luiyue's head was suddenly separated. It was he who held up a black umbrella for her. Chu Luiyue looked up at him and met his gaze. That pair of deep eyes was like a bottomless dark night. His voice was cold and ethereal, with a trace of imperceptible affection. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." A better reading experience came from the Love Network. Chapter 72. His voice was low and deep, like the wind messing up the strings of a zither. Every syllable fell gently in the rain, splashing waves on the ground. Chu Luiyue was dazed for a moment. It seemed that he had been waiting for her for too long. The cold rain fell on her face. She shivered and finally came back to her senses. "Why are you here?" She bought this house privately and almost no one knew about it. How did Rong Xiu know and even wait for her here? Rong Xiu's eyes turned slightly and fell on the drop of rain on her face. Then, he bent down slightly and reached out his hand. "Hey, don't move." Chu Luiyue instinctively tried to stop him, but when she heard this low voice, she unconsciously withdrew her hand. His hand was slender and white, with distinct joints. His fingers were very soft and he gently wiped the rain off her face. He was very close to her. Chu Luiyue could even clearly see his long black eyelashes trembling slightly. His expression was very serious, as if this was a very important matter. Chu Luiyue did not know why, but she also held her breath. At this moment, time seemed to be extraordinarily long. After a long time, Rong Xiu suddenly chuckled. "Breathe." Chu Luiyue responded with an "oh," subconsciously, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. His warm breath fell on her cheeks, as if a spark had fallen and burned quickly. Rong Xiu paused and his eyes darkened. "Are you done?" Chu Luiyue asked. "Wasn't it just a little rain? Did he need to wipe it for so long?" Rong Xiu quietly withdrew his hand. His fingers seemed to unintentionally curl slightly and brushed past her lips. It flashed by. Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat and suddenly felt a little awkward. She looked up at Rong Xiu, but saw that he had completely withdrawn his hand, as if he did not notice anything wrong. He looked calm. Probably not on purpose, but why did he have to wipe her face every time they met? Muttered Chu Luiyue in her heart. She suppressed the ripples in her heart and asked again, "What's the matter? Why are you here?" Rong Xiu smiled. He held Chu Liyue's hand and walked back. We'll talk about it when we get home. Chu Liyue lowered his head to take a look, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Go home? That was her home, not his. What the hell was with that matter-of-fact tone? Your Highness, what are you doing? Although there was no one around, it wasn't appropriate for them to do so, right? I'm cold. Rong Xiu said calmly. He was so confident that Chu Liyue couldn't think of anything to refute him. Rong Xiu pulled her closer. Chu Liyue raised his eyebrows. Your Highness, you won't feel warm like this. Rong Xiu nodded. Yes. But I won't get wet like this. Chu Liyue was stunned. She turned her eyes and saw that his cloak was slightly wet. She suddenly remembered that when Rong Xiu held the umbrella for her, the umbrella was leaning towards her. For the sake of the umbrella, Chu Liyue didn't intend to pursue the matter. The two of them walked silently to the door together. Chu Liyue struggled for a while, and Rong Xiu naturally let go of her hand. Chu Liyue opened the door and walked in. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly recalled something and turned around to take a look. Rong Xiu was still standing outside the door, and he didn't have the slightest intention to leave. Chu Liyue secretly gritted her teeth. Your Highness, do you want to sit in my humble house for a while? Rong Xiu's thin lips curved slightly. Since you is so kind, it would be impolite for me to refuse. As he spoke, he walked straight in. Chu Liyue, why didn't she see before that Rong Xiu was so shameless? Chu Liyue had only been to this house once when she bought it. At that time, this place was still relatively dirty and messy. Now that it had been renovated, it looked much more elegant and clean. Chu Liyue invited Rong Xiu to sit while she brewed a pot of ginger tea. My humble house is simple and crude, and I don't have anything to entertain your Highness. After serving the tea, Chu Liyue stopped busying herself and sat opposite Rong Xiu. This cup of ginger tea is enough. Rong Xiu didn't seem to mind. He poured 2 cups of tea, handed one to Chu Liyue, and kept the other for himself. He took a sip. The white steam lingered around him, and his eyebrows relaxed. His words and actions didn't have the air of a prince at all. Instead, he seemed to be quite satisfied. Chu Liyue found it strange. This ginger tea was very common and its smell was a little pungent. Most aristocratic families despised it, but he drank it so leisurely. Could it be that he had been living a poor life on Mingyue Tianshan for the past few years? It seems that your Highness didn't have a good life in the past, Chu Liyue said deliberately. Are you used to drinking ginger tea? I'm not used to drinking ginger tea. Rong Xiu smiled. But this is brewed by you. It's very rare. I'm used to it even if I'm not used to it. I'm used to it even if I'm not used to it. Rong Xiu's tone was as calm as usual, but his words were a little ambiguous. Chu Liyue didn't know what to say for a moment and pursed her lips. If she still couldn't guess Rong Xiu's feelings for her, then she was really stupid. It was a coincidence that he helped her once, but what about twice? Or 3 times? However, she didn't understand what Rong Xiu saw in her. Appearance? When they first met, she was sallow and emaciated. She definitely wasn't good-looking. Talent? She had only been admitted to Tianlu Academy today. Identity? She was the ex-fiancée abandoned by the crown prince and the first young mistress despised by the Chu family. Ordinary people couldn't wait to avoid her, let alone the respected Prince Li. Your Highness, let's get straight to the point. Just say what you want to say. Chu Liyue took a deep breath and straightened her back. She looked at Rong Xiu seriously. Why are you here today? Or rather, what do you want from me? Although I've made a comeback, I'm alone and weak. There's nothing I can do to help you. You're just wasting your time and energy on me. Rong Xiu turned the teacup in his hand. He lowered his eyes and muttered to himself for a moment before looking up at her. The two of them looked at each other. Countless lights flickered in Rong Xiu's eyes. In the end, it reflected the young girl's face. I'm here today to celebrate your birthday. Chu Liyue was stunned. Rong Xiu suddenly took out a wooden box. A faint fragrance spread out. It was actually an extremely exquisite agarwood box. This is a gift for you. Chu Liyue took it hesitantly. She moved her fingers and opened the box. A peach blossom hairpin lay there quietly. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 73. The hairpin was carved from black wood. There were a few lifelike peach blossoms on it, and even the stamens were very delicate. The most eye-catching thing was that there were a few crystal-clear snowflakes falling from the peach blossoms. It was midsummer now, so there was no snow. Chu Luiyue took a closer look and was surprised to find that the snowflakes were carved from an extremely precious moonstone. The moonstone was an extremely rare type of jade. It was clear and bright under the sun, and in the dark night, it would flow with a gentle light like moonlight. Chu Luiyue was extremely surprised. Although Rong Xiu was the 7th prince of Country Yaochen was nothing in the entire Black Tortoise mainland. If it was her previous life, it would not be difficult for her to obtain the moonstone as the destined princess of the Tianling dynasty. However, to the people of Country Yaochen, this was definitely a rare treasure. How did Rong Xiu get this? Moreover, he gave her such an expensive gift. Chu Luiyue closed the box and handed it over. Your Highness, this gift is too expensive. I can't accept it. Rong Xiu looked at her steadily. Today is the day of your hairpin ceremony. According to the rules, the elders of the family should hold the ceremony and add a hairpin to your hairpin. Chu Luiyue was silent. Rong Xiu was right. For the women of Black Tortoise mainland, the hairpin ceremony was a very important day. This was because it meant that the woman had become an adult and could get married. Even an ordinary family would specially hire someone to add a hairpin to their daughter's hairpin. As for the daughters of aristocratic families, it was naturally even more grand. During her hairpin ceremony in her previous life, all the subordinate countries specially went to congratulate her. The banquet lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. At that time, it was extremely honorable. After her rebirth, she had been planning how to get out of her predicament and take revenge. She did not take these things to heart at all. Today was her hairpin ceremony, but she had severed ties with the Chu family. Her only relative, Chu Ning, was also in the palace and had yet to return. If Rong Xiu didn't come, she would have just spent the day like this. Yet, he had come, and had even brought such a great gift. Your Highness, Lu Yu appreciates your kindness, but I really can't accept this. If you don't accept it today, I'll come back tomorrow. Rong Xiu did not seem to care about her rejection, thin lips slightly. As long as you don't accept it, I'll come another day. Chu Luiyue. Looking at Rong Xiu's nonchalant expression, Chu Luiyue was sure that he would definitely do what he said. She gritted her teeth. Your Highness, have I ever told you that you are very thick-skinned? Rong Xiu leaned against the chair and smiled faintly. I've just returned to the imperial capital and have been recuperating in my residence. I've never heard of such words. Crack. Chu Luiyue opened the box again and pointed at the peach blossom hairpin. Your Highness, peach blossoms bloom in spring. Why is there snow on the peach blossom hairpin that you gave me? Peach blossoms can bloom in winter. How is that possible? Have you seen it before? Chu Luiyue sneered in her heart. Rong Xiu really could say anything. However, Rong Xiu suddenly raised his eyes and looked at her deeply. This gaze reminded Chu Luiyue of the first time she saw him standing in the rain. He also looked at her with such a gaze. She couldn't guess what he was thinking. She even felt that he was looking at someone else through her. I've seen it before. He closed his eyes and hid the ripples in his eyes. He sighed softly and said in a low voice. I've seen it before. The sky is filled with snow, and the peach blossoms are dazzling. Digression. So, how long has Master Xiu been waiting? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 74. Chu Luiyue didn't know how to describe Rong Xiu at this moment. He seemed to be reminiscing about the scenery he described, but it was more like he was thinking about someone. Where could one see peach blossoms in winter? And who was the person that he couldn't forget? No matter what, it was obviously very important to him. Chu Luiyue hesitated for a moment, but finally accepted the peach blossom hairpin. Then, thank you very much, Your Highness. Rong Xiu rested his chin on one hand, looking leisurely. The warm light shone on his face, making his already noble appearance even more outstanding. Chu Luiyue glanced outside the door. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, with no signs of stopping. She asked, Your Highness, do the people in your residence know that you're here? Now that it's raining so heavily, they should come to pick you up later, right? Although he had an umbrella, it was a bit too much to let the dignified Prince Li go back in the rain. Especially when the other party had just given her a big gift. Rong Xiu glanced at her with a faint smile. You don't want to see me so much that you're in a hurry to drive me back? Chu Liwei said sternly, how is that possible? It's my honor to have you here. But this place is really shabby, it can't be compared to Prince Li's residence. I think this place is not bad. Rong Xiu knocked on the table. Besides, I've been weak recently and can't stand the cold. If the rain continues, I'm afraid I'll have to stay here for the night. Chu Liwei picked up the teacup, intending to take a sip of tea, and almost dropped the cup in her hand. Her eyes widened in shock. You want to stay here for the night? How can that be? It was also her first day staying here. Rong Xiu is not related to me in any way, so why is he sleeping here? Your courtyard looks quite big, don't tell me you don't even have a guest room? Rong Xiu seemed a little surprised. Chu Liwei was speechless. There were many rooms in this house, but she had bought this house for peace and quiet, so she only had 2 bedrooms prepared. One belonged to Chu Ning, and the other belonged to her. There was no place for him. Chu Liwei immediately informed Rong Xiu of the situation. Your Highness, it's not that I want to chase you away, but I really can't make room for you. My father will be back later today. Didn't your father enter the palace to meet the emperor? I heard that imperial fathers seemed to be very happy and said that he would talk to Lord Chu Ning all night. Chu Liwei glanced at Rong Xiu warily. It wasn't strange for him to know about this. Eunuch Min had already said at the Chu clan's entrance that anyone who wanted to know could find out by asking around. Moreover, as a prince, he was very clear about what was going on in the palace. This Prince Li was not as gentle and harmless as he looked on the surface. Father will be back when we're done talking tonight. As his daughter, I can't not even leave a place for my father. Rong Xiu nodded in agreement. That's right. As a junior, I shouldn't disturb my elders. Before Chu Liwei could heave a sigh of relief, he continued. Since that's the case, then I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you. Chu Liwei was about to slam the table and stand up when she saw Rong Xiu coughing so hard that it seemed as though he would faint at any moment. This guy had made up his mind to stay here. Chu Liwei clenched and unclenched her fists, then clenched them again. Finally, she stood up abruptly. This humble house is simple and crude. The windows are broken and the roof is old. If the wind or rain gets in, and it hurts your body, please bear with it. Rong Xiu finally stopped coughing. Thank you. His skin was as thick as the city walls. What gentle as jade. What modest gentleman. It was all a facade. He was clearly an extremely shameless lecher. Chu Liwei cursed in her heart as she tidied up the bed. Swoosh. She shook the quilt fiercely. Bang. She slammed the window shut. Bang bang bang. She threw the pillow heavily with both hands. Although the pillow is made of wood, it can't withstand such tossing. Rong Xiu couldn't help but remind her as his eyelids twitched. Chu Liwei grinned. Don't worry, this thing is very sturdy. I'm just worried that you won't be able to sleep well. Rong Xiu tactfully shut his mouth. However, looking at her arrogant and indignant expression, the corners of his lips curled up again. All right, I've tidied up everything. You can rest here by yourself. Chu Liwei finished tidying up and was about to leave. Rong Xiu stepped forward and stopped her. Where are you going? Chu Liwei looked at him strangely. I'll leave this place to you. Naturally, I'll go somewhere else. Rong Xiu shook his head. I have nightmares easily at night. I can't be without people. Chu Liwei slowly widened her eyes. So, plop. A white figure suddenly broke through the window and entered. It fell to the ground. The two of them looked over at the same time. Chu Liwei was pleasantly surprised. Shue Shue. Why are you here? Shue Shue lay on the ground. Its originally fluffy and soft fur was now wet from the rain. It looked thinner than before. When it heard Chu Liue's voice, it wanted to turn around and get up, but a cold gaze nailed it to the ground. It didn't dare to move and pretended that it had accidentally fallen in. Chu Liwei looked back at Rong Xiu gloatingly. Since Shue Shue is here, Why don't you just let it accompany you? Shui is so smart. It can definitely take good care of His Highness, don't you think so? Rong Xiu looked at Shui and said in a cold voice. Yes. Shui shuddered. The next moment, it shook off the rain on its body. At the same time, an icy blue flame quickly burned its body, evaporating the remaining rain. In the blink of an eye, it returned to its usual tall and clean appearance. Then, it quickly rushed to Rong Xiu with an obedient look. Chu Liuyue's gloominess was swept away. She turned around and left with light footsteps. In the room, the man and beast fell into an awkward silence again. You came at the right time this time, huh? You can get a better reading experience from the Love Network. Chapter 75. Chu Liyue was not really angry when she gave the bedroom to Rong Xiu. Rong Xiu had helped her a few times, so she owed him a favor. She did not mind letting him stay for a day. After walking out of the bedroom, she thought for a while and walked toward the study room. There was actually a bed in the study room, but Chu Liyue did not plan to sleep. Today, she wanted to break through that layer of window paper that hadn't been broken yet and become a true martial artist. Chu Liyue closed the door and windows, sat cross-legged on the bed, and slowly closed her eyes. This body had the Daijing Yuan meridian, so her cultivation speed was many times faster than ordinary cultivators. Therefore, although Chu Liyue had just recovered her Yuan meridian, the heaven and earth force that she had absorbed was already very abundant. Now that she had been admitted to Tianlu Academy, she naturally did not need to hide the fact that her Yuan meridian had recovered. The room was very quiet. Soon, the heaven and earth force started to surge toward Chu Liyue's body. She would break through to become a martial artist tonight. This rainy night was destined to not be peaceful. At the Lu family, did Chu Liyue really defeat Min Min in the assessment? After the midterm assessment, the academy had a 3-day break. Lu Fian had just returned to the Lu family when she was pulled into the study room to ask about what had happened in the academy. Lu Fian pursed her lips. It's true. The Lu family members looked at each other. Chu Liyue really turned from a good-for-nothing to a genius? When they first heard the news, they did not believe it. Even the celestial physician could not cure that damaged Yuan meridian. How could Chu Liyue be cured? However, now it seemed that they had to believe it even if they did not want to. I think that Chu Liyue is very strange. She must have used some tricks to defeat Min Min. This person is ruthless. Not only did she defeat Min Min, but she also disfigured her. Min Min hates her to death now. The adults were all taken aback. When they asked about the ins and outs of the matter, they all shook their heads. This Chu Liyue has completely offended the Chu family. She is different from before. In addition, Chu Ning is the commander of the Imperial Guards, so she is even more arrogant now. However, it will not be easy for them to establish themselves in the Imperial City. The Chu family has sent a letter. Second Elder, what do you think? Although we are not on good terms with the Chu family, Min Min still has the blood of the Lu family in her. Besides, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. There is no need to offend the Chu family at this time. Sir, at the Gu family, although it was the holiday as usual, no one in the Gu clan cared about this matter. They were also discussing how to treat the Chu clan. Chu Ning's current status is different after all. If we don't give him face, wouldn't it be the same as not giving His Majesty face? Now that the Chu clan is gradually declining, there is no need to be so afraid. But they are Chus very strong. I. Them. He. In that case we are on the Chu family's side. At the Si family, not long after Si Ting and Si Yang returned, they were summoned by Si Yi. There was no one else in the room except for the three of them. What do you think of Chu Liyue? Si Yi asked straightforwardly. Si Yang said excitedly. Master, Chu Liyue is really powerful. She is only slightly less talented than elder brother. The Chu family must have been blind all these years. Si Yi put his hands behind his back. Chu Liyue has cut ties with the Chu family today. What? Si Yang was shocked. But when he thought of how the Chu family treated her, he felt that she did not do anything wrong. The Chu family treated her so badly, so it is understandable that she cut ties with them. She is really bold. Si Ting, who had been silent, finally looked at Si Yi. Master, what is your choice? Si Yi looked at him approvingly. Such a sharp and intelligent mind was truly a person who could take on great responsibilities. The Chu family. In fact, I am not the only one. Everyone in the capital will make the same choice. The Chu family. I am afraid they will not give her the time and opportunity to grow. Si Ting shook his head. I want you to choose Chu Luiyue. Si Yi was very surprised. But Si Ting was silent for a moment. She is much more talented than I am. Also, she will not give the Chu family any chance. Digression. Today at 5:00 p.m. La 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 la. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 76. The rain was still falling. In the study, Chu Luiyue held her breath and focused, quickly absorbing the heaven and earth force around her. Time passed by slowly. Chu Luiyue gradually realized that something was wrong. The earth force entered her body and flowed along her Yuan meridian to her dantian. It did not form a core of essence but was absorbed into the small lake instead. To become a true martial artist, one must condense a core of essence. To Chu Luiyue, the earth force in her body was abundant, and forming a core of essence was a simple matter. But after such a long time, the earth force was absorbed into her body but could not be condensed. After entering the lake, the earth force seemed to have been swallowed and disappeared without a trace. There was not even a trace of a ripple. Gradually, Chu Luiyue realized that the situation was serious. If this continued, wouldn't she never be able to condense a core of essence and become a martial artist? But the core of essence was very important to a martial artist. Especially after breaking through to rank 4, the core of essence was even more important to a cultivator. If she did not have a core of essence, she would not be a true martial artist, and her strength would be greatly limited. Chu Luiyue tried to keep the earth force and condense it, but she could not do it at all. The power of this lake directly covered my power. Chu Luiyue opened her eyes and muttered softly. With her current strength, it was impossible for her to fight against the lake in her body. It was too troublesome. What exactly was that lake? Chu Luiyue was sure that this lake would not cause any fatal harm to her. If she was in danger, this lake would even release its power to save her. But if she did not figure out what it was, wouldn't she be stuck here forever? Chu Luiyue looked at her hand. She clearly remembered that when she was reborn and woke up, a strange pattern had appeared on her palm. After that, the pattern disappeared, and a transparent broken page appeared in her dantian. Finally, the page turned into a lake and floated quietly. The last time this lake moved was when she healed her Yuan meridian. Chu Luiyue did not pay much attention to it at first, but she did not expect this thing to stop her from condensing a core of essence. After that, Chu Luiyue unwillingly tried a few more times, but it all ended in failure. The sound of rain outside the window made her feel irritated. What exactly is this broken thing? The moment she said that, Chu Luiyue immediately felt her dantian vibrate. A terrifying force burst out from the lake. Chu Luiyue's body trembled, and the blood in her chest and abdomen. She immediately stabilized her body and looked at her danan. She was immediately stunned by what she saw. The lake, which was originally floating in the air, rapidly changed its shape and finally turned back into a transparent book page. It was the page that Chu Luiyue had seen before. But this time, red flowing, red flowing, red. Chu Luiyue's heart was in her throat. What does this sudden change mean? On the transparent page, the red stream of light actually gradually condensed into a word? Chu Luiyue hurriedly focused and took a closer look. And the second word also appeared at this time. This time, Chu Luiyue finally saw the words clearly. Stupid! Chu Luiyue. She did not expect that the first word that appeared on this mysterious transparent page would be, "Are you scolding me?" Chu Luiyue asked in disbelief. The page trembled slightly, and the words on it quickly disappeared. But the shock in Chu Luiyue's heart did not dissipate. After the previous incident, she had secretly guessed that this transparent page should be a broken treasure. As for what it was, she was not sure. But now, It seemed that it had its own consciousness. Who are you? Chu Liwei suppressed the shock in her heart and asked coldly. With such a thing in her dantian, it was really unsettling. Soon, another line of words appeared on the page. The core of essence condenses the force of heaven and earth, overflowing with a ladle. Chu Liwei was stunned. Did this mean that the core of essence could condense too little force of heaven and earth? But wasn't this normal? There were countless cultivators in the world. If the core of essence could condense the force of heaven and earth, wouldn't it be a mess? Moreover, as the cultivator's level increased, the core of essence would also gradually become stronger. It could also contain more force of heaven and earth. This was not something that could be done overnight. As if guessing her thoughts, the line of words disappeared and a new line appeared. Stupid beyond belief. Chu Liwei. This was the first time she had been scolded like this in both her previous and current life. Before she could say anything, the line of words had completely disappeared. Even the pages scattered and formed a lake. It seemed that the other party would ignore her. Chu Liwei stared at the floating lake and fell into deep thought. What was the meaning of that sentence? The core of essence overflowed with a ladle. Could it be that it was saying that it could contain more force of heaven and earth? Thinking of this, Chu Liwei's heart suddenly moved. She began to try to feel the power contained in the lake. Vast and ethereal. Chu Liwei held her breath and carefully tried to guide the power within. A ripple appeared on the surface of the lake. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying power flew out from the lake and surged towards Chu Liwei's limbs and bones. Chu Liwei suddenly opened her eyes and pointed forward. Bang! The door suddenly shattered. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 77. Chu Liwei stared blankly at the broken door and didn't regain her senses for a while. Just now, didn't she just cause a ripple on the lake? How could she release such a tyrannical force? At this moment, a figure rushed in from outside the door. Hearing this, Chu Liwei instinctively looked up and saw that it was Rong Xiu. He obviously rushed over after hearing the sound of the broken door. Chu Liwei suddenly had a thought. The place where he was resting was actually quite a distance away from here. How did he rush over so quickly? Rong Xiu's gaze quickly swept across the door, and he walked in with big strides. How are you? What happened just now? Actually, the moment he came in, he realized that Chu Liwei was fine and heaved a sigh of relief, but he still wasn't completely at ease. Chu Liwei's heart skipped a beat. His usually lazy voice actually had a trace of nervousness in it. Upon closer inspection, there was also an imperceptible trace of worry between his brows. This was extremely rare for Rong Xiu, who didn't show his emotions on his face. Chu Liwei shook her head. I'm fine. I was just trying to condense a pearl of essence just now and there was an accident, so I didn't control my strength well. Really? Rong Xiu looked at her suspiciously. How could condensing a pearl of essence cause such a huge commotion? Chu Liwei also felt that this statement was ridiculous. Even a rank 3 warrior might not be able to release that kind of power. But this was the truth. She rubbed her brows helplessly. I'm really fine. Your Highness, don't worry. At this moment, Shui rushed in from outside and jumped in front of Chu Liwei. It sniffed left and right as though it was afraid that something was wrong with Chu Liwei. Chu Liwei's chin was tickled by the fur on its head and couldn't help but laugh. All right. Shui, I'm fine. I'm not injured. Shui blinked and seeing that she was indeed fine, it rubbed against her neck as though it was acting coquettishly. Rong Xiu glanced at Shui. Shui, who was originally very happy, immediately became well-behaved. It growled and obediently took a step back and lay on the ground. Chu Liwei rubbed its head and looked at Rong Xiu and asked curiously, Your Highness, why are you here so fast? Shui's was a high-level magical beast and was a lion species. It should have heard the commotion and it was still lagged behind Xiu. Could it be that you were nearby? Rong Xiu noticed that her gaze toward him gradually became a little strange. He could not help but laugh out of anger as he pinched her face. Shui you this? I just couldn't sleep, so I went for a walk and came over when I heard the noise. Chu Liwei pulled his hand away, but she didn't really believe him. Such a coincidence? Moreover, even if he was just taking a walk nearby, she could still clearly remember how fast he was when he came over. This, frail, princely really hid his strength well. Chu Liyue didn't continue asking. Your Highness, it was just a false alarm. You should go back and rest. Rong Xiu looked meaningfully at the broken door. If I leave, are you sure you won't tear this place down? Chu Liyue, there was really no way to explain this. You can continue to condense the core of essence. I won't disturb you here. With that, Rong Xiu sat down on a chair in the corner of the room. He even took out a book and started reading, as though he didn't intend to leave. Chu Liyue was speechless for a while. It was obvious that she couldn't win against this person in terms of shamelessness. So be it. That lake was in her dantian and outsiders wouldn't be able to detect it. At most, they would only be able to feel the power that erupted from it. And that could be explained by the core of essence. Wait a minute. Chu Liyue had a flash of inspiration and finally understood the meaning of that sentence. It meant, using it as the core of essence? Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 78. After figuring this out, Chu Liyue was suddenly enlightened. Earlier on, she had already proven that she was able to manipulate the energy within the lake. That was actually the same effect as the Pearl of Essence. Furthermore, the force that this lake could contain was clearly many times stronger than the Pearl of Essence. She had only stirred up a small ripple and it had already exploded such a strong force. If she were to use all her strength, then she would definitely be able to produce an even stronger attack. With this thing in her dantian, it seemed that it was impossible for her to condense the Pearl of Essence. Then, the only way was to use it as her Pearl of Essence. However, there was a problem in doing so. This thing had its own consciousness and obviously would not completely obey her orders. If she did not control it well, she might even bring disaster upon herself. Right at this moment, Chu Liyue suddenly felt a strange movement within her body. She hurriedly held her breath and looked towards her dantian. She saw that the lake had gradually transformed into a huge water droplet, and on top of that water droplet, a strange picture slowly emerged. It was the picture that had first appeared on Chu Liyue's palm. At this moment, Chu Liyue suddenly felt as if she had formed a subtle connection with that water droplet. It was as if this water droplet had become a part of her body. Chu Liyue's heart skipped a beat as she tried to manipulate a trace of energy within the water droplet. A ripple that was much weaker than before appeared, and at the same time, the force quickly spread to every part of her body. She could clearly feel that because of that subtle connection, she was able to do it much more smoothly this time. She could move it as if it was her own arm. She repeatedly tested it a few times and finally confirmed that this water droplet had now formed a certain connection with her. Right at this moment, a vast and boundless voice, as if it had come from ancient times, reverberated in Chu Liyue's mind. 3,000 worlds, chaotic heavens, my master shall rise and fall. When Chu Liyue heard this voice, she was unable to regain her senses for a long time. This sentence was extremely arrogant and conceited. In her previous life, she had met many top experts who had dominated the mainland, but none of them had dared to say such words. The Black Tortoise mainland was vast and boundless with thousands of races. Who could truly stand at the peak? Furthermore, the key point was that he was talking about my lord. Wasn't he talking about her? Isn't this a little too absurd? The sound gradually dissipated, leaving only the huge transparent water droplet floating quietly in Chu Liyue's dantian. It was as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. Chu Liyue wanted to ignore that sentence, but he found that the voice was deeply engraved in his mind and could not be erased. She waited for a while and decided not to think about it anymore. Anyway, since this thing had already recognized her as its master, it probably wouldn't harm her. For the time being, she would just treat it as the pill of essence. Previously, it was in the form of a lake. Now that it had recognized her as its master, it had turned into a water droplet. Chu Liyue could still clearly remember that when he was repairing his Yuan meridian, an extremely small droplet of water had flown out from the lake and scattered throughout his body with a vast amount of power. The reason why she was able to possess the Daijing Yuan Meridian seemed to be due to the effect of the water droplet. And that water droplet only took up less than 1/1000th of the water droplet. Right at this moment, a red ripple suddenly appeared on the water droplet. The entire water droplet seemed to be wrapped in a layer of transparent and smooth water film, and the red ripple was engraved on it. No matter how the water droplet flowed slowly, it did not move at all. This looked rather similar to the pill of essence. Generally, as a cultivator's strength increased, the pill of essence in their body would also undergo a corresponding change. For a rank 1 warrior, a pattern would appear on the pill of essence. For a rank 2 warrior, there would be 2, and so on. Chu Luiyue looked at the water droplet and pondered seriously. Actually, other than the shape of this thing being different from the pill of essence, everything else was very similar. Oh, right, it even had its own consciousness. But this was a lot more convenient for her. But why was there only one? Now that she had the pill of essence, according to her current strength, she should be a rank 3 warrior. But why was there only one pattern? Chu Luiyue unwillingly tried to add another one, but the water droplet did not move at all. After looking at the pattern for a while, Chu Luiyue realized that the water droplet felt that her current strength was not enough to add a second pattern. Are you looking down on my current strength? Chu Luiyue asked in disbelief. I should have at least 2, right? What was 1? She was just a rank 1 warrior after all this time? The water droplet did not move. Chu Luiyue felt that she was being despised. She stared at the water droplet for a while, but to no avail. In the end, she could only open her eyes in anger. Your pill of essence is condensed? Rong Xiu noticed the commotion and immediately looked over. With one look, he sensed the aura on Chu Luiyue's body. She was actually a rank 1 warrior. His expression became a little strange as he looked at Chu Luiyue for a while and asked with uncertainty. Are you sure you don't want to continue breaking through? Her strength was definitely not at this level. Chu Luiyue gritted her teeth. How could she admit that she could not add a second line to her pill of essence? A rank 1 warrior is pretty good. Keep a low profile. Rong Xiu smiled faintly. You turned Tianlu Academy and the entire imperial city upside down, and now you want to keep a low profile? Didn't you say that you wanted to hold a banquet to celebrate? Chu Luiyue snorted. Of course, not only did she want to cut ties with the Chu family, but she also wanted to return the mockery and humiliation 1,000 times over. Rong Xiu looked at her fuming and could not help but laugh. Looks like you is going to treat me to a good show. Translator's note, you is going to treat me to a show. Chapter 79. After a series of twists and turns, she finally broke through and became a true martial artist. Chu Luiyue heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. It was already late at night, and the rain outside had finally stopped. Chu Luiyue looked at the door that she had accidentally broken and began to wonder if it was still necessary to sleep here. Suddenly, Rong Xiu's expression changed slightly, and he looked out the door. The night was dark, and all the undercurrents were hidden. After a moment, he said, Since the rain has stopped, I'll take my leave first. Chu Luiyue was very surprised. Didn't your highness say that you want to stay here for the night? Although the rain has stopped, if you go out now, you'll be easily exposed to the wind, right? Hearing her deliberately teasing him, Rong Xiu couldn't help but smile. This study room is no longer habitable. Does you want to sleep in the same room as me? Chu Luiyue snorted softly. She basically pretended not to hear Rong Xiu's teasing. Your highness is free to come and go, please. I'll come to see you another day. Rong Xiu said and left. Shui looked at Chu Luiyue reluctantly and quickly followed. Your highness, there's water outside you. Chu Luiyue was about to remind him, but her pupils suddenly shrank. Rong Xiu's feet landed on the water like a feather, and there wasn't the slightest bit of dirt on them. If one looked carefully, they could vaguely see that there was a narrow gap between the bottom of his feet and the water surface. He was actually walking in the air. This was something that only a stage 5 warrior could do. Chu Luiyue looked at this scene and was shocked. Rong Xiu seemed to be only 16 or 17 years old now, but his strength had already reached such an astonishing level. Everyone had probably underestimated this mysterious Prince Li. Chu Luiwei had never underestimated him, but she really didn't expect that he was already a stage 5 warrior. Such talent was considered outstanding even in the Tianling dynasty. While Chu Luiwei was shocked speechless, the figures of the man and the beast had already disappeared into the night. After midnight, Chu Luiwei returned to his bedroom. When she saw the black cloak by the bed, she suddenly came back to her senses. Rong Xiu had actually forgotten to take it away. Chu Luiwei curled his lips in disgust. In the end, he put away the cloak and planned to find time to send it back. Probably because she had experienced too many things today, she quickly fell into a deep sleep after lying down. Rong Xiu left the house and walked along the bluestone path before turning the corner. One person quickly went forward. "Greetings, master." It was Yan Qing. "What happened?" Rong Xiu asked calmly. "Master, Chuan Qiong just sent a message saying that there are strange movements in Jiuyou Tower." Yan Qing wiped the sweat off his forehead and panted. If it wasn't for the urgency of the matter, he wouldn't have dared to contact Master at this time. However, this matter couldn't be delayed. Chuan Qiong was a teacher at Tianlu Academy. Although he had a lot of experience, he usually kept a low profile. Nobody knew that he was actually Rong Xiu's man. Tianlu Academy's status was extraordinary. Even the royal family didn't dare to do anything. Nobody would have thought that Rong Xiu, who was always away, had actually planted a spy in Tianlu Academy. Chuan Qiong had been in the academy for many years, but he had never contacted them. This was the first time. How could Yan Qing dare to delay? He rushed over anxiously. Now, he could only secretly pray that he didn't disturb Master. Rong Xiu nodded, not surprised at all. Just let him continue to monitor. Yan Qing was shocked. "Master, you already guessed it?" Jiuyou Tower was extremely important to Tianlu Academy. How could Master have predicted that it would have strange movements today? He even arranged for Chuan Qiong? Shui yawned loudly at the side as if it was a little impatient. Rong Xiu glanced at it and suddenly asked, "What's the fourth princess doing here?" "What has the fourth princess been up to recently?" Yan Qing hurriedly said, "The fourth princess has been asking to go to the hunting grounds. She didn't even hesitate to spend a lot of money. I heard that she even invited many disciples from the aristocratic families in the imperial city, saying that she wants to hunt high-level fiend beasts. The time is set for tomorrow." Rong Xiu nodded lightly and glanced at Shui. "We must let the fourth princess have a good time." Shui licked its paws, and a cold glint flashed in its icy blue eyes. "Master, your cloak." Master always wears a cloak when he goes out. Why is it gone now? Rong Xiu turned around to take a look. The blackish-green roof blurred the outline of the house in the dark night. "You can come and get it tomorrow." A better reading experience came from the Love Network. Chapter 80. The next morning, when Chu Luiwei woke up, she discovered that Chu Ning had already returned and was waiting for her in the main hall with breakfast prepared. She had already told Chu Ning about the change of residence, so Chu Ning knew about this place. "Daddy, why are you back so early? Didn't His Majesty say that he wanted you to stay the night to talk? Did you come back directly after finishing?" Chu Ning looked at her lovingly. "Come and eat. Daddy actually came back in the middle of the night, but I didn't wake you up when I saw that you were already asleep." Chu Luiwei sat down beside him, looked at the piping hot breakfast, and couldn't help but tease him. "Daddy is now the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Guards, so this meal is extremely precious." Chu Ning raised his hand as if to pat her head, but he paused and retracted his hand with a long sigh. "To Father, you are the most precious thing. Yesterday was your hairpin ceremony, so I planned to come back immediately after finishing my talk with His Majesty. I didn't expect that I would talk with His Majesty until night, and it rained heavily, so I came back late." Chu Luiwei's heart warmed up. "Daddy already made longevity noodles for you, yesterday. This is already enough." Chu Ning shook his head regretfully. "It's a pity that I couldn't give you a grand hairpin ceremony. Daddy becoming the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Guards is already the best gift. Also, you is already satisfied that Daddy agreed to sever ties with the Chu family." Chu Ning was different from her. He had deep feelings for the Chu family. But when he heard her say this, he only fell silent for a moment before agreeing. In the past, we were in a difficult situation and leaving the Chu family would only make things worse. But everything is different now, so there's naturally no need to continue staying there. Chu Ning smiled proudly. But Daddy didn't expect that not only has our Yuan meridian recovered, but you also have the talent to become a mystic cultivator. Don't worry, Daddy already had the subordinates send out the invitations. At noon, we will celebrate for you, at the guest house. His identity was different now, and his connections had been restored, so it was naturally easy for him to do these things. How many tables do you think we should set up? I had Zhao Ming reserve 10 tables, is that enough? Chu Liwei held up a bowl of porridge. Daddy, you can decide. Then 10 tables first. If it's not enough, we'll add more. At this moment, a person wearing the armor of the Imperial Guards walked in. Greetings, Commander. Zhao Ming, have you finished the discussion at the guest house? Chu Ning asked with a smile. Zhao Ming looked hesitant. Commander, the guest house said that they are full today. There is no way to host a banquet? Chu Ning's smile. You can change. Zhao Ming's head hung even lower. Commander, this subordinate has already gone to Spring Prosperity Brothel to ask. They also said that they have no free time today. The most famous restaurants in the capital are all full. Chu Ning had already realized something. Zhao Ming did not dare to speak. In fact, it wasn't just these famous shops that he asked. He had even asked some ordinary restaurants. Initially, they were very polite when they heard that Chu Liwei wanted to host a banquet. However, when they heard that it was Chu Ning and Chu Liwei who wanted to host it, they rejected it like they were avoiding snakes and scorpions. Everyone's reaction was similar as if they had discussed it beforehand. Chu Ning's face turned cold as he clenched his fists. It was obvious that the Chu family was behind this. They were trying to embarrass them on purpose. The Chu family. My poor Minmin. That Chu Liwei is really vicious. She actually injured you to this extent. Chu Xianmin had been sent back to the Chu family yesterday. Lu Yao almost fainted when she saw her. Even though a night had passed, she was still trembling with anger when she brought up this matter. Chu Xianmin lay on the bed in despair. Her face was as pale as a ghost, and she looked much more haggard. Beside her bed, there were broken mirrors scattered all over the place. Her eyes were unfocused, and she kept mumbling, "My face, my face." As she spoke, she began to cry again. Mother, my face is ruined. The crown prince won't want me anymore. It's all Chu Liu's fault. It's all that B'T's fault. She deserves to die. Lu Yao went forward and hugged her, her heart aching as she gritted her teeth. Minmin, your face will recover. I'll help you. I won't let that Chu Liu wear off. Chu Yen, who had a gloomy face, finally shouted impatiently. Enough. What's the point of crying? Your face doesn't matter. Your talent was crushed by her. That's the main point. Chu Xianmin shivered, and her tears flowed even harder. She was his daughter after all. Chu Yen felt sorry for her and suppressed the anger in his heart. Don't worry. I'll avenge you. Whether it's Chu Liuwe or Chu Ning, they won't be able to cause any trouble this time. Weren't they very smug yesterday? They even said they wanted to hold a banquet to celebrate. I want to see which family dares to go against the Chu family. I'll support them. It's not that easy to establish a foothold in the imperial city alone. Chu Xianmin twisted the corner of her shirt unwillingly. But Chu Ning is now the Imperial Guard's commander-in-chief, and Chu Liuwe is a genius. Even if we can't hold a banquet in the future, Lu Yao sneered. It's hard to say if they will have a future. Father, there's no need to ask. These shops in the imperial city have obviously received some kind of hint. Even if they didn't, they wouldn't go against the Chu family if they knew what was good for them. Chu Liuwe finished his porridge calmly and wiped the corner of his mouth. Chu Ning frowned. They said they wanted to celebrate, but it seemed like they couldn't hold it now. If word got out, they would be laughed at by the people in the imperial city. What should we do now? Chu Ning didn't want his daughter to suffer any more grievances. If there's no other way, I'll go personally. He was the Imperial Guard's commander-in-chief after all. They could not give him any face. Chu Luiyue pressed on his arm and shook his head. Father, you don't have to show up. Everyone is watching us now. If we do this, they'll think we've lost. Are we just going to let it go like this? No, we have to wait. The banquet isn't important. What's important is the people attending the banquet. Chu Luiyue looked at the sky. There's still 3 hours before the time you set. Let's see who will come this time. Digression, who's coming? Today, mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 81. Knock knock knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Zhao Ming went to open the door and saw an unfamiliar face. The person who came was dressed like a servant. He had shifty eyes and was unpleasant to look at. You are? That person did not expect Zhao Ming to open the door. Seeing that he was wearing the uniform of the Imperial Guard, he reacted and said in a strange tone, I was wondering who it was. So it's the Imperial Guard. Zhao Ming frowned and felt that this person did not come with good intentions. He pulled a long face and said in a deep voice, if you have something to say, then say it. If not, hurry up and leave. As he spoke, he was about to close the door. Hey, don't be in such a hurry. Of course I have something to say here. That person quickly stepped forward and stopped Zhao Ming. He took the opportunity to look inside the door, as if looking for something. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being rude. As Zhao Ming spoke, he grabbed the servant's wrist and pushed him out fiercely. The manservant staggered and fell to the ground. He grimaced in pain and his anger immediately flared up. Do you know who I am? How can you push me like this? I'm from the Chu clan. When Zhao Ming heard this, he was so angry that he laughed. Wasn't the Chu clan looking for a beating by coming here? This is where Chu Luiyue lives, right? Look at how poor and pedantic you are. But the servant got up and became more arrogant. Didn't you say that you were going to hold a celebration today? TSK, why hasn't anyone come after so long? Don't you think it's deserted? A dog barking, it's not deserted at all. A cold female voice sounded. Chu Luiyue and Chu Ning heard the commotion and came over. Zhao Ming hurriedly said, Commander, miss, this person is here to cause trouble. This subordinate will drive him away. Chu Luiyue raised her hand and looked at the servant with interest. What? Is the Chu clan so useless that you don't even dare to come personally? The servant's face turned red. Who are you calling a dog? Chu Luiyue shrugged. Whoever is calling a dog. The manservant was choked. He rolled his eyes and sneered. Humph, didn't you say yesterday that you were going to hold a banquet to celebrate? Why are the two of you still at home at this hour? Don't tell me, they don't even have a place to hold their banquet? Don't tell me you intend to cook and entertain your guests in this shabby little house? That's not right. I'm afraid no one will come, right? Ha! Chu Ning's face darkened. Looks like you don't want your mouth anymore. The servant shuddered and took a few steps back in fear. It was said that Chu Ning had regained the strength of a rank 5 warrior, and his aura was indeed different. But so what? In this huge imperial city, wasn't there still no one who paid attention to the father and daughter? There wasn't even a restaurant that was willing to host them. He shrugged his shoulders and teased, Oh, Lord Chu Ning is now the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Guards. You won't hold a grudge against a servant like me, right? Besides, I'm here to help you. The first elder asked me to pass a message to you. He said that if you really lack a place to hold your banquet, there's a way. The Chu family has several restaurants. If you're willing, the first elder is willing to let bygones be bygones and let you use the place. As for the money, I'll even give you a discount. What do you think? This was a blatant humiliation. Lord Chu Ning, don't be unhappy. The first elder is also trying to help you. Look, you said yesterday that you were going to hold a banquet. If there's no place today, he patted his face, where will you put your face as the commander-in-chief? Chu Ning was furious. He gathered force in his palm and was about to teach him a lesson. Right at this moment, another person walked over from not far away. May I ask if this is Miss Chu Luiyue's residence? The few of them looked over together. The person who came was a slightly plump middle-aged man. He was smiling and looked very amiable. Chu Luiwe nodded. This is indeed my home. May I know who you are? The man was a little surprised, then he smiled even more eagerly. Sorry. So you're Miss Lu? I'm the shopkeeper of Phoenix Restaurant, Su Hui. As soon as these words were spoken, the people present were all taken aback. Phoenix Restaurant was an old restaurant that had been in the imperial capital for 100 years and was very famous. It was rumored that Phoenix Restaurant had 3 absolutes: the taste, the price, and the scenery. The taste was needless to say. Everyone who had tried it was full of praise. Correspondingly, the price was not something that ordinary people could afford. Even some of the children of aristocratic families might not be able to afford the food here. As for the scenery, it was said that Phoenix Restaurant, from top to bottom, from inside to outside, was very elegant. It could be said to be a sight in the imperial capital. Because of this, Phoenix Restaurant was definitely the #1 restaurant in the imperial capital. Ingbin Restaurant could not compare at all. But why was the shopkeeper of Phoenix Restaurant here? You're here for, I heard that Miss Lu Yu wants to hold a banquet. Does Phoenix Restaurant have the qualifications to host it for you? The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Chu Luiwe blinked. You mean you're willing to host this banquet? Su Hui bowed slightly. We're honored. Chu Luiwe really did not expect that after being rejected by all the other restaurants in the imperial capital, Phoenix Restaurant would actually offer to help them. This time, even Chu Ning was a little uneasy. Shopkeeper Su, is what you said true? But aren't Phoenix Restaurant's banquets usually booked a month in advance? If we go now, there shouldn't be any space, right? Phoenix Restaurant would definitely be filled to the brim. Su Hui smiled. Lord Su Ning, you don't have to worry about this. Phoenix Restaurant has already been cleared today and will only serve Miss Lu Yu. Su Hui's words were like thunder exploding in everyone's ears. They could not calm down for a long time. Chu Luiwe was the first to react. The restaurant was saved by someone? More importantly, who saved it? She did not have any friends or backers in the imperial capital and had offended a lot of people. Who was it that was willing to risk offending the Chu family to help her? To be able to make Phoenix Restaurant act like this, that person must have an extremely strong background and ability. How could they be afraid of the Chu family? Shopkeeper Su, are you sure you want to help them? I heard that a cup of tea costs at least 500 taels of silver. I'm afraid these two won't be able to afford this banquet. Are you sure you want to do this in profitable business? The page boy did not expect the people from Phoenix Restaurant to come. He was shocked, but he refused to admit defeat and forced himself to speak. Upon hearing this, Su Hui didn't even look at him as he smiled at Chu Luiwe. Don't worry, Miss Lu Yu. Someone has already paid for all the expenses today. Second Master Yen. Second Master Yen? Could it be Yen Gu from Zhen Bao Pavilion? You still don't know? A high-level magical beast appeared in the hunting ground you sold to them a few days ago. To express his gratitude, Second Master Yen specially booked Phoenix Restaurant for you to express his gratitude. Today, he will also come to congratulate you. Lord Chu Ning, Miss Lu Yu, please. Digression, today, Mu Yu Yu added more. I'll add more in a few days. Today, let's go to the hot pot. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from AI Network. Chapter 82. Phoenix Restaurant was located on the busiest East Street in the capital. Chu Luiwe and the rest followed Su Hui here. The streets were bustling with people. Su Hui smiled and pointed forward. It's right in front. Chu Luiwe looked in the direction he pointed and saw an antique 2-story restaurant. She could vaguely make out the words, Phoenix Restaurant, on the signboard. She was surprised. Every inch of land here was worth gold. Even a small shop's rent was ridiculously expensive. Phoenix Restaurant was the #1 restaurant in the capital, but it only had 2 stories? Chu Luiwe casually looked around. Even the clothing store next to it had 3 stories. In comparison, Phoenix Restaurant was much more low-key. At this moment, the doors of Phoenix Restaurant were tightly shut. There were only 2 servants in front of the door. A few people were standing in front of the door, talking to the servant. Closed? Doesn't Phoenix Restaurant close at the end of the month? Why so suddenly today? The servant said politely. Dear guests, I'm really sorry. This is the manager's order. We can only obey. Please forgive us. You think an apology is enough? I've already told a few of my brothers that we're going to gather here today. You're telling me this now? Where am I supposed to put my face? These people were all dressed like rich young masters. They looked wealthy and respectable. The leader was even more arrogant and looked very angry. Chu Luiwei took a look and realized that the person who spoke looked familiar. Ask your manager to come out. Phoenix Restaurant is not going to give face to my Lu family? Oh, it's him. The Lu family's fourth young master, Lu Jitao. The servant said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. We are indeed not receiving guests today. Please come back another day. Moreover, there are many restaurants in the capital. It's the same if you change places. How is that the same? Lu Jitao raised his voice. Is this how you do business? You're chasing away guests. Do you believe that Su Hui stepped forward? Young master, I'm really sorry. Lu Jitao turned his head to take a look and frowned. Who are you? The two servants immediately bowed. Manager. Su Hui nodded. Lu Jitao and the rest looked at each other in shock. They did not expect that this amiable-looking fatty was actually the shopkeeper of the Phoenix Restaurant. Phoenix Loft was very famous, but very few people had seen their manager. Therefore, even though they had come here many times, they still did not recognize Su Hui. So you're the shopkeeper of Phoenix Restaurant? You came at the right time. Did you see what happened just now? No matter what, we are considered regulars of the Phoenix Palace. Is this how you treat us? Lu Jitao's tone was still very aggressive. Someone tugged at him from behind and whispered, Fourth young master, this Phoenix Restaurant is not ordinary. Let's be polite. Lu Jitao sneered. Isn't it just a restaurant? Could he really ascend to the heavens? My Lu family is also a businessman, but I've never seen anyone chase a customer away so directly. What? Does the #1 restaurant in the imperial capital not care about its customers? His voice was very loud and soon attracted the attention of many people around him. Some people had already started to gather around. There were those who were here to watch the show, and there were also those who were here to watch the show. Lu Jitao became even more confident. Su Hui cupped his fists. The #1 restaurant in the imperial capital, Phoenix Restaurant, really does not deserve the title. But today, someone has already booked the entire Phoenix Restaurant. It is really inconvenient. Please forgive us. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression changed in unison. Booked the entire restaurant. Booked the entire Phoenix Restaurant. How much money would that cost? Who would be so generous? Lu Jitao's anger dissipated. He knew very well that it was not easy for even his Lu family to book the entire Phoenix Restaurant. That was practically burning money. The person who could do such a thing was not to be trifled with. I see. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lu Jitao and the people behind him exchanged glances. Then we'll come again tomorrow. Su Hui smiled. Sorry, that person has booked the entire restaurant for 3 days. If you really want to come, please wait for 3 days. Digression, mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 83. The entire street fell into an eerie silence once again. Almost everyone suspected that they had heard wrongly and stared at Su Hui in disbelief. 3 days? Booked the entire Phoenix Restaurant for 3 days? Is that person crazy? This? Because he was too shocked, Lu Jitao couldn't even speak for a moment. Today is a joyous day for our esteemed guest, so Phoenix Restaurant will not be too calculative about anything. Please make yourselves at home. Su Hui had already turned around after he finished speaking, clearly not intending to continue arguing with them. Usually, even if the head of the Lu family came, he might not be willing to meet them. Today, it was already very rare for him to have the patience to say such things to Lu Jitao. Fourth young master, Phoenix Restaurant is not to be trifled with. Let's leave. Lu Jitao was furious, but with this reminder he sobered up a little. Just as he was about to retreat and leave, he turned his gaze and saw a beautiful young girl standing not far away. She was just standing there quietly, but it was as if everything around her had lost its color. Lu Jitao's eyes lit up. Since when did the imperial city have such a stunning beauty? Sensing Lu Jitao's gaze, Chu Liyue's eyes flickered. Lu Jitao did not attend the crown prince's birthday banquet. During the previous argument, she had concealed her appearance, so it was normal for him not to recognize her now. Oh, which family is this girl from? How come I've never seen her before? As he spoke, he was about to step forward. Su Hui's figure moved and blocked in front of him. The polite smile on his face had disappeared, and his tone carried a hint of warning. This lady is Phoenix Restaurant's esteemed guest today, Miss Lu Yu. What? They want to hold a banquet at Phoenix Restaurant. How is that possible? They can't afford it. Hearing the news from the page boy, the entire Chu family was shocked. They said that Zhenbao Pavilion's second master Yen booked the entire place for her. They said they wanted to thank her for selling the title deed. Chu Yen gnashed his teeth in hatred. Initially, everything was going well. Who knew that Yen Gu would appear out of nowhere? I also heard that high-level fiends have appeared in the hunting ground recently, and the price has increased greatly. The fourth princess brought many people over today. This Chu Liyue is really lucky. Although he lost his engagement with the crown prince by selling a hunting ground, he won the favor of Zhenbao Pavilion. What kind of place is Zhenbao Pavilion? Why would they look at Chu Liyue differently for such a small hunting ground? I think something is fishy. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's think about what to do next. Zhenbao Pavilion is supporting Chu Liyue. The great elder's face was gloomy as he suddenly sneered. This matter isn't that simple. Zhenbao Pavilion had snatched the crown prince's things, and now that a high-level magical beast had appeared in the hunting ground, the crown prince probably viewed Zhenbao Pavilion as a thorn in his side. Going there today is not only going against the Chu family, but also provoking the crown prince. I want to see who will get involved in this mess. When Chu Liyue entered Phoenix Restaurant, she realized that although there were only 2 floors, the interior was very spacious. Walking in, she realized that other than the main hall in front, there was a ring-shaped building at the back. In the middle of the building was a clear lake. The 9 winding corridors on the lake were all carved from agarwood. The entire Phoenix Restaurant was filled with a faint fragrance that refreshed the mind. Lord Chuning, Miss Lu Yu, please don't worry. I have already sent someone to change the location of the banquet to Phoenix Restaurant. Both of you just have to wait here. At this point, even Chu Liyue sighed in her heart. The other party clearly came prepared and arranged everything properly. Chuning couldn't help but say, we have to thank Second Master Yen properly this time. Chu Liyue nodded. In fact, she also had some things to ask Second Master Yen. At this moment, a voice came from outside. Second Master Yen is here. Speak of the devil. Chu Liyue and the rest turned around and saw Yen Gu walking over. They did not expect Yen Gu to be the first to arrive. With his status, it was already very rare for him to come personally. Yet he came so early. Chu Liyue suppressed the surprise in her heart. Smiling, she went forward to greet him and was about to bow. Second Master Yen. When Yen Gu saw this, his heart skipped a beat. He quickly took a step back. You can't. Chu Liyue looked at him suspiciously. However, she saw that he looked a little nervous and reserved for some reason. He seemed very different from the high-spirited and calm Second Master Yen she had seen before. Second Master Yen, what's wrong? Yen Gu tried hard to pretend to be calm. His lips curled up unnaturally. No, nothing. Miss Lu Yu getting into Tianlu Academy is a joyous occasion. I'm here specially to congratulate you. Chu Liyue's eyes curved into crescents. Your congratulatory gift is really too big. Yen Gu waved his hand. It's nothing. I even brought some gifts. They're already outside the door. Chu Liyue unintentionally glanced around and saw that there seemed to be quite a number of boxes outside. The corners of her eyes twitched. Was he giving gifts based on boxes? Second Master Yen, you're too polite. Yen Gu forced a smile. He bought the title deed of his master's wife for only 300,000 taels of silver. If he had known, he would not have courted death. Digression. Today's second watch period, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 84. This is a small gift to show my respect. Please accept it, Miss Lu Yu. Chu Luiwei glanced at the boxes of gifts that were piled up at the entrance and fell silent. A small gift. Did Yen Gu have some misunderstanding about this term? Or did he think that Zhenbao Pavilion had too much money? However, Chu Luiwei had no choice but to accept it when she saw how Yen Gu insisted that she accept it or look down on him. Since it's second Master Yan's kind intentions, Lu Yu will accept it. Yen Gu heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that she finally agreed to accept it. God knew that when he heard that his master had chosen a gift for Chu Luiwei, his soul was almost scared out of his wits. He could never have imagined that his master's rumored wife was actually the eldest daughter of the Chu family, Chu Luiwei, who had just made a deal with them. That's great. That's great. I really didn't expect Miss Lu Yu to be so talented. You really gave us a fright. This was the truth. Who would have known that Chu Luiwei, who had always been regarded as a good-for-nothing, could actually get into Tianlu Academy and even achieve excellent results? With this talent and this forbearance, it was no wonder that his master, who had never been close to women, would be tempted. Yen Gu had interacted with Chu Luiwei during the deal at the hunting ground, so he admired her a lot. Now that he knew that his master liked her, his attitude was naturally better. He looked at Chu Ning and sighed. I heard that Lord Chu Ning has recovered from his old injuries and is now the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Guards. I haven't congratulated you yet. Second Master Yen, you're too polite. Chu Ning went forward and looked at Chu Luiwei lovingly. If it weren't for our he paused and didn't continue speaking. Although Yu had passed all 3 examinations in Tianlu Academy, the most popular result was that she was second in the Xian Master examination, followed by first in the Warrior examination. As for the Celestial Physician examination, almost no one mentioned it. She didn't take the Celestial Physician examination. Even during the examination, her performance didn't seem to be ideal. She barely passed. Chu Ning originally thought that she would pass the Celestial Physician examination, but now it seemed that she had deliberately concealed this. Although he didn't know the reason, she must have her reasons for doing so. At least, she had kept a trump card. Chu Luiwei smiled and continued. Father, what are you saying? Us father and daughter have depended on each other for so many years. Now we have finally made it. You or has you? Who knows how much good fortune she has? Chu Ning's eyes welled up with tears. Is right. We must have a good celebration. Second Master Yen, please. Inside was naturally referring to the most central area of the place. Yen was that support for Yayu, and their father's support? With Zhenbao Pavilion's status in the Imperial City, it was rare for them to receive such treatment. Yen Gu smiled in response, but his gaze subconsciously drifted to Chu Luiwei. Lord Chu Ning, Miss Lu Yu is the host today. Please go ahead. What a joke. How would he dare to walk in front of his master's wife? Chu Luiwei realized that Second Master Yen was a little strange today. However, this wasn't the time to ask. Seeing Yen Ji's insistence, Chu Luiwei didn't force him. Second Master Yen, please go ahead. You can do whatever you want. Yen Gu immediately agreed happily. Chu Luiwei's heart tingled, and she asked in a seemingly casual manner. He asked casually, Second Master Yen, I heard that a high-level fiend appeared in the hunting ground? What level is it? When Yen Gu heard this, he felt a little guilty and coughed. Actually, we only found traces of a high-level fiend in the hunting ground, but we haven't seen what it is exactly. However, its level shouldn't be low. Chu Luiwei nodded. High-level fiends were rare, and this was a serious matter. It was normal that Yen Gu didn't want to talk about it in detail. Chu Ning glanced outside the door. Apart from Yen Ji's men, no one else had come. He couldn't help but say, Second Master Yen, thank you for booking the entire Phoenix restaurant today. I really don't know how to repay you. However, there shouldn't be many people here today. I'm afraid it's a little wasteful. Yen Gu chuckled but didn't say anything. Wasteful? Even that wouldn't be enough. Young Master Si Ting has arrived. The second announcement shocked the few people waiting in Phoenix Restaurant. Chu Luiwei looked up and saw a young man in a blue brocade robe walk in. This young man had sharp brows and bright eyes. He was handsome like a sharp sword, and his aura was cold and noble. It was Si Ting. Why is he here? Chu Ning was surprised. As the undisputed #1 family in the capital, the Si family rarely interfered with other families' disputes. Why would they send someone here this time? Furthermore, it was Si Ting, who was the most famous and had the highest status among the younger generation of the Si family. Today's banquet was a battle between the father and daughter and the Chu family. Everyone knew that if they came, it meant that they were on the opposite side of the Chu family. Logically speaking, there was no need for the Si family to get involved in this mess. Even if they had to choose, they would choose the Chu family. But in the blink of an eye, Si Ting had already walked over. He first greeted Chu Ning. Si Ting greets Uncle Chu. Chu Ning hurriedly said, Si Ting, you don't have to be so polite. Si Ting had a faint noble and distant aura, but his expression was calm and his actions were appropriate. It didn't make people feel uncomfortable at all. Master Si asked you to come? Chu Ning asked hesitantly. Si Ting nodded. Master has been busy with work recently and can't come personally, so he asked Si Ting to represent him. Master was very happy when he heard that you had broken through to the 5th stage. He said that he would like to spar with you when he has time. Actually, Si was only a few years older than Chu Ning, and the two of them used to be friends. However, after Chu Ning was injured and Si became the master of the Si family, the two of them rarely interacted with each other. Based on Si Ye's current status, there was really no need for him to come personally. However, the fact that he sent Si Ting, who was the eldest young master, was already very important. This was enough to show the Si family's attitude. Chu Ning sighed in his heart. But, however, I'm here today to represent Master and also to represent myself. As Si Ting spoke, he looked at Chu Luiwei. Miss Chu and I are now under the same Xian Master. It's only right for me to come and congratulate you. The academy was divided into 3 major factions: Warrior, Xian Master, and Celestial Physician. There weren't many Xian Masters, so they were more united and had a better relationship with each other. It was normal for Si Ting to do this. Chu Luiwei smiled. Thank you. Si Ting felt that the girl's smile was as bright as the sun, making it hard for him to look straight at her. His heart skipped a beat, and that strange feeling from before surfaced again. He nodded slightly and instinctively turned his head away. The academy is on holiday, so many people are not in. Si Yang has already gone to call the others. They will be here later. Si Yang, 5th young master of the Si family, O Zhen, 2nd young master of the O family, 4th young mistress of the Sun family, Sun Xiaoxiang, and the daughter of General Zhenan, Wu Yingying. Chu Luiwei looked up and saw a group of young men and women rushing over. The person in front was Si Yang, who looked very excited. Phoenix Restaurant. We must eat until Chu Luiwei is broke this time. But the group cheered loudly. I really didn't expect this. She's actually so powerful. I can't even eat at Phoenix Restaurant once in 3 months. That's right. I came out late last time for the assessment and didn't even see what she was like. Today, I must see what kind of person she is. Our 2nd place Xian Master went to take 1st place Warrior. Don't you think those people are about to die from anger? Ha! Don't fight with me. I'm going to have a drink with her later. The loud laughter immediately livened up the entire Phoenix Restaurant. Si Yang looked up and saw Si Ting. He blinked at him. Big brother, I've called everyone here. There's still more. Si Ting replied with a faint but his hands in his sleeves gradually clenched into fists. Chu Luiwei blinked. Si Ting, did you call them here? Si Ting clenched his jaw. Not really. We're all from the same sect, so it's more lively if we come together. At the side, Yen Gu raised his eyebrows. Good lad, is he trying to compete with Master? Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 85. That's right. We're all Xian Masters, so we're on the same side. How can we not support you when you're holding a banquet? Si Yang did not realize that he had sold Si Ting out with one sentence. He jumped in front of Chu Luiwei and clicked his tongue in wonder at Chu Luiwei. But speaking of which, you're really generous. You booked the entire Phoenix restaurant? That must be a lot of money. Even though he was the fifth young master of the Si family, he could not just come and go as he pleased. Chu Luiwei glanced at Yen Gu. Actually, we have to thank second master Yen from Zhenbao Pavilion for helping us with this. Si Yang and the rest were stunned when they heard Zhenbao Pavilion. They then noticed Yen Gu standing at the side. The few of them quickly greeted Yen Gu. Second master Yen. Yen Gu waved his hand and laughed. Don't stand on ceremony, everyone. Miss Lu Yu is the star today. I'm just here to congratulate you on behalf of Zhenbao Pavilion. Everyone was speechless when they heard this. Who was Zhenbao Pavilion? There were only a handful of people in the entire imperial city who dared to offend them. They heard that they stood all the aristocratic families up last time, but they did not get into any trouble. Congratulating them on behalf of Zhenbao Pavilion? That was easy to say. If word got out, everyone would know that Zhenbao Pavilion wanted to support Chu Luiwei. Si Yang and the rest could not help but steal a few more glances at Chu Luiwei. Everyone used to say that Chu Luiwei was a good-for-nothing, but she got into Tianlu Academy with excellent results. Although she had fallen out with the Chu family, she had Zhenbao Pavilion backing her up in the blink of an eye. Most of the rumors about Chu Luiwei were probably not true. This person? How many trump cards did she have? Si Yang, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and introduce them to us. A youth at the side nudged Si Yang and gave him a look. Only you and Si Ting saw her that day. We were behind and did not make it in time. Come. I'll introduce them one by one. This is Ozhen. Si Yang immediately reacted and introduced them to Chu Luiwei one by one. Just as he finished speaking, a few more young boys and girls came in. Without a doubt, they were all brought here by Si Yang. No, it should be said that Si Ting had invited him. Although these people were Xian masters from the same batch at Tianlu Academy, their identities were not simple. Most of them were descendants of aristocratic families. Although some of them came from outside the imperial capital, they were still people with strong backgrounds. After all, to become a mystic cultivator, one needed a lot of resources and support. Normal families couldn't raise a mystic cultivator. Their presence here more or less represented the wishes of their families. Of course, Chu Luiwei wasn't so naive as to think that they would come to support him just because he was a mystic cultivator. These people were most likely doing it for Si Ting and Si Yang's sake. Especially Si Ting. His attitude was undoubtedly the Si family's attitude. Si Yang had always been a person who liked to go crazy when people were around. He was used to liveliness. Chu Luiwei didn't know these people at first, but with Si Yang around, the atmosphere was good, and everyone quickly became familiar with each other. While Chu Luiwei was surprised by these people's arrival, these people were also very shocked by Yan Ji's arrival. They had come because of Si Ting and the Si family, but who knew that someone would come even earlier? It was the second in charge of Zhenbao Pavilion. No wonder Chu Luiwei had the guts to completely fall out with the Chu family. With Zhenbao Pavilion around, the Chu family had to be wary. The private rooms on the second floor have been arranged. Everyone, please. Su Hui's smile was especially friendly. Si Yang and the rest were a little surprised. The private rooms on the second floor? Aren't they usually closed? Normal people could only stay on the first floor when they came to Phoenix Restaurant. It was rumored that the private rooms on the second floor were extremely expensive, and it was difficult to book one even if one had the money. Usually there is such a rule. However, Miss Lu Yu has booked the entire place today, so everything is naturally not a problem. Everyone is Miss Lu Yu's classmate, so naturally, you should be seated. Su Hui bent over and said with a smile. Si Yang and the rest looked at each other, feeling shocked once again. A private room on the second floor of Phoenix Restaurant. And the manager was leading the way personally. What kind of treatment was this? The group of young boys and girls were after all still young, and most of them had never encountered such a situation before. They could not help but feel excited and followed Su Hui upstairs. Soon, only Si Ting was left on the first floor. Seeing that everyone else had left, Si Ting felt that it was not appropriate for him to stay any longer. He moved his feet and planned to follow them upstairs. Si Ting, thank you so much for today. Chu Luiwe looked at him and said seriously. If Si Ting had not done anything in secret, these people would not have come today. Although she was not worried about this problem, she still had to thank him for his good intentions. Si Ting glanced at her quickly. There seemed to be a glint in her bright black eyes. She seemed to have seen through everything. Si Ting's heart suddenly started to beat faster. He instinctively turned around and hurried up to the second floor. It's nothing. You don't have to thank me. Chu Luiwe looked at his back view and blinked in confusion. Then she could not help but burst out laughing. Who would have thought that the cold and sharp young master of the Si family would be shy? Hearing the laughter behind him, Si Ting paused in his steps and felt his face burning up. At this moment, he suddenly felt that everything about him had been seen clearly by someone. He felt guilty for some reason. Miss Lu Yu, are you satisfied with this arrangement? Yen Gu suddenly asked. Chu Luiwe smiled and held her forehead helplessly. Second Master Yen, your thank you gift is indeed a little expensive. Even if a high-level fiend appeared in the hunting ground, it would not be able to cover the cost of booking the entire Phoenix restaurant. It's already too expensive for you to book the entire place for 3 days. I didn't expect that you would even persuade Manager Su to open up the private room on the second floor. Even if Lu Yu sold you another hunting ground, it would not be enough. Won't the master of Zhenbao Pavilion have any objections to this? Yen Ji's heart thumped as he heard this. My dear mistress, the entire Zhenbao Pavilion is yours. Why are you still saying all this? It seems that master is really slow. This person in front of me clearly has many things that she does not know. He rolled his eyes and grinned. You're treating me like an outsider. Actually, to tell you the truth, all of these arrangements were ordered by the first master. That person? Chu Luiwe was stunned. She had only wanted to test him. She did not expect Yen Gu to admit it directly. But she did not know that mysterious master. Why would he help her so much? She did not believe that it was just because of the hunting ground. I have never met the master of Zhenbao Pavilion. Why, O Xiangtian, the head of the O family, Sun Xia, the head of the Sun family, Jiang Yuan, the Xiangnan governor, Mo Qing. At this moment, the announcement was heard again. Hearing this name, everyone was shocked and looked at the door. Yen Gu glanced from the corner of his eye and indeed saw Si Ting, who was going up the stairs, stop in his tracks. He laughed and said loudly, the master of Zhenbao Pavilion has ordered you to attend. The first master has ordered that your banquet must be lively. Digression, what time is it tomorrow? Please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 86. Ha! Brother Chuning, congratulations. The men had just entered the Phoenix restaurant, and their laughter had already spread. Chu Ning suppressed the shock in his heart and went forward to welcome them. Brother Xiangtian, why are you here? These people were all people of status. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be here. Brother Chu Ning, you've made a comeback after so many years. Now, you're the Imperial Guard's commander-in-chief. Your beloved daughter just happened to be admitted to Tian Lu Academy. Her talent is amazing. Of course, we're here to celebrate. O Xiangtian said as he patted Chu Ning's shoulder. The others nodded as well. Clearly, they had the same reason for coming. The doubt in Chu Ning's heart grew. These people were indeed acquainted with him, but they weren't very close to each other. After all, they were all outstanding people in their respective families. How could they be so close to each other? During his down-and-out years, his family was deserted, and very few people cared about him. Even if he and you were no longer the same as before, these people didn't need to lower their status like this. He couldn't help but glance at Yen Gu. He had also heard the conversation clearly from the side. That Zhenbao Pavilion shopkeeper said that he wanted Er's banquet to be lively. Other than booking the entire Phoenix restaurant, could it be that he had even invited guests for them? Brother Chu Ning, is this your daughter? O Xiangtian and the others looked at Chu Luiwe. Chu Luiwe greeted them one by one. Like father, like daughter. Brother Chu Ning, you have such an outstanding daughter. I'm so envious of you. Oh Xiangtian exclaimed. He meant what he said. Who in the imperial city didn't know that Chu Luiyue was a rare martial warrior and mystic genius? Most importantly, she was extremely talented in both areas. On the first day of school, she took first place in the martial warrior exam and second place in the mystic exam. Who wouldn't be envious? A few years ago, it was rumored that Chu Luiyue was a good-for-nothing, and Chu Ning was in dire straits because of his injuries. Who would have thought that the father and daughter would soar so high? We're not late today, right? Sun Xiao asked. Chu Ning smiled and shook his head. You're just in time. Please. At this moment, hearing the commotion downstairs, the young boys and girls who had already gone upstairs became restless. Why do I seem to have heard my father's name? Oh Zhen asked blankly. Could it be that I was beaten silly by my father this morning? It's possible. However, I also heard my father's name. Sun Xiaoxiang got up and walked out of the door. She looked down from the corridor. What he saw shocked him. My father is really here. Oh Zhen, your father is here too. You heard it right. Oh Zhen's face stiffened. He held his head in pain. No way? Did he chase me all the way here? When I said that I wanted to come this morning, he wouldn't agree no matter what. I had to run out with great difficulty. It's over, it's over. This time, I'm definitely going to be taught a lesson. No. I need to hide first. Oh Zhen got up like a carp and was about to jump out of the window on the other side. Why are you panicking? Wu Yingying grabbed Oh Zhen's collar with a look of disdain. Look at how useless you are. Isn't it just your father? If he wants to find trouble with you, can you hide? Oh Zhen pulled a long face. He really couldn't win against his father. Your father isn't here to find trouble with you. Si Ting, who had just gone upstairs, said calmly. Oh Zhen seemed to have seen a life-saving straw and hurriedly rushed over. Si Ting, you have to help me. If anything happens to me, they're here to congratulate you too. Si Ting's words successfully silenced them. Their faces were filled with disbelief. How is that possible? When I said that this morning, my father said that I was stupid. Oh Zhen mumbled. Sun Xiaoxiang exclaimed softly. They really came upstairs. They even have smiles on their faces. The few of them rushed forward and looked over. The few people downstairs were walking upstairs, chatting happily with Chu Ning and his daughter. At this moment, Oh Xiangtian looked up and saw Oh Zhen. The father and son looked at each other. Oh Zhen slipped and was about to slip away. Brothers, I'll go first. Ha Zhen. So you're already here. Oh Zhen knew that he couldn't hide, so he could only smile stiffly. Father. Seriously, child. Don't you know to wait for me? Did you come empty-handed without even preparing a gift? Oh Zhen, who was waiting to be scolded, was speechless. But I've already brought the gift. Next time, you can't be so careless, okay? Oh Zhen widened his eyes. Who said this morning that it was not appropriate to offend the Chu family now? Who stopped him? Who said that he was stupid? Sun Xia tried to persuade him. Brother Xiangtian, don't be angry. The children only want to join in the fun. Why would they think about this? Our Xiaoxiang didn't bring anything either, right? As elders, we have to worry so much. Sun Xiaoxiang, who was innocently implicated, was speechless. Your private room is just next door, please. Su Hui was smart. He arranged for Sun Xiangtian and the others' private room to be further away from Oh Zhen and the others. Si Yang secretly gave Su Hui a thumbs up. After those people left, the group of young people still couldn't react for a long time. They're here for Master Chu Ning, right? Si Ting stood behind them and quietly looked down at the young girl downstairs. She was slender and had a head of black hair. She was quiet and calm. He knew that Oh Xiangtian and the others weren't here for Chu Ning. They were here for her. It was as if an invisible hand had shielded the entire capital from the wind and rain, holding up the sky for her. Who was that person? Digression. Today's update will be updated from time to time. Please check your mobile phone users. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 87. Time trickled by, and there was an endless stream of people coming to Phoenix Restaurant. Many of the noble families in the capital city had sent people. The originally quiet Phoenix restaurant quickly became lively. Everyone exchanged pleasantries with Chu Ning, but their gazes could not help but turn to Chu Luiyue. Some were curious, some were puzzled, and some were slightly fearful. To be able to make Second Master Yen of Zhenbao Pavilion so attentive, this girl's identity was definitely not ordinary. At least, with Zhenbao Pavilion backing her up, almost no one in the capital city would dare to provoke her openly. No wonder she dared to offend the crown prince and the Chu family so brazenly. With such a backing, it was not surprising. Of course, Chu Luiyue also noticed their gazes. She looked calm on the surface, but in fact, she was even more puzzled. Who exactly was the head shopkeeper of Zhenbao Pavilion? Why did he help her, and what did he have that made these people so fearful? These people coming to Phoenix Restaurant today would inevitably offend the crown prince and the Chu family, but they still came. After all this was over, she would have to investigate properly. Chu Luiyue suppressed these thoughts and followed Chu Ning to greet everyone. Yen Gu was also at the side, greeting everyone one by one. He looked even more attentive than the father and daughter. Although Chu Ning had been in the limelight for a while, he had been quiet for many years. Now that he had suddenly recovered, he still felt a little awkward. As the second in charge of Zhenbao Pavilion, Yen Gu was best at interpersonal relationships. With him around, Chu Luiyue and Chu Ning felt much more relaxed. Seeing this scene, some people could not help but whisper. Second Master Yen has always been a respectable person. Even the princes and princesses have to give him some face. When have I ever seen him treat someone like this? Exactly. I heard that Zhenbao Pavilion was coming this morning, but I did not think much of it. I just thought that Chu Ning had spent a lot of effort to invite them. Who would have thought that it was obviously Second Master Yen who rushed over? Sigh, don't you think that Second Master Yen seems to value Chu Luiyue a lot? Even a little cautious? Chu Luiyue would occasionally say a few words, and he would treat them especially seriously. Could it be that Second Master Yen has taken a liking to this person? Shoo, be careful of what you say. You guys are late so you don't know. Just now, Second Master Yen said it himself. This is their big master's order. Strange, doesn't he already have a wife? Who knows what methods Chu Luiyue used? Anyway, with Zhenbao Pavilion, the crown prince and the Chu family wouldn't dare to do anything to her for the time being. In the future, I'm afraid there will be more good shows. Are you telling the truth? Oh, Xiangtian and the others are there? In the Lu family, everyone was shocked after hearing Lu Jitao's words. It can't be any more real. I originally thought that since Chu Luiyue had offended the crown prince and the Chu family, even if he booked the entire Phoenix restaurant, no one would go. Who knew that not long after, more and more people would arrive? Especially since there were many people with high statuses among them. Didn't I come back immediately? Lu Jitao's heart trembled as he recalled those famous names. Even if it was a banquet for the princes and princesses, there might not be so many people attending. Everyone in the Lu family was silent. Lu Fian listened by the side and was disdainful. So what? No matter how powerful the O family is, they are still far from us. Apart from the royal family, aren't the four aristocratic families the most powerful in the capital? Other than Si Ting and Si Yang who went, the other three families didn't do anything. It's a waste for those people to go. The head of the Lu family, Lu Ming, pulled a long face. Stupid. Individually, they can't compare to the four aristocratic families. But together, they can't be ignored. On account of Chu Ning's promotion to the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Guards, it's not enough for so many of them to go personally. There must be something fishy going on. Lu Fian was unhappy to be reprimanded. But seeing Lu Ming's ugly expression, she didn't dare to rebut. I don't care if others go or not. Anyway, I'm not going. That Chu Luiyue ruined Minmin's face out of jealousy. If I go, she might ruin my face too. Lu Jitao, who was listening by the side, couldn't help but snort. Sister, I don't agree with this. Minmin is pretty, but Chu Luiyue is much prettier than her. How can she be jealous? I think Minmin must have done something to offend her. That's why she got herself into trouble. Fourth brother, what do you mean? Don't tell me you like that slut? Lu Fian widened her eyes and scolded angrily. Lu Jitao sneered secretly. Lu Fian often acted like a tyrant at home because she had been admitted to Tianlu Academy. She acted as if she couldn't offend anyone. He couldn't stand it. Am I not telling the truth? Besides, Chu Luiwei is now a genius that everyone envies. She has a commander-in-chief of the Imperial Guards as her father. I'm afraid there are many people who want to marry her. Minmin's reputation and face have been ruined. The crown prince won't be nice to her in the future. Sister, I advise you to stay away from her. Enough. Shut up. Lu Ming shouted sternly. Today, all of you stay at home obediently. You're not allowed to go anywhere. I'm going to the crown prince's mansion. It wasn't easy for them to build a good relationship with the crown prince. At such a time, they had to show their loyalty to the crown prince. No matter how powerful Zhenbao Pavilion was, they couldn't interfere with the imperial court. In country Yaoqin, the person who could sit on the throne had the final say. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 88. Unlike the liveliness at Phoenix Restaurant, the atmosphere in Crown Prince Mansion today was exceptionally cold. Everyone in Crown Prince Mansion knew that the Crown Prince had been in a bad mood ever since Tianlu Academy's midterm examination ended. Everyone in the mansion was on tenterhooks, afraid that they would do something wrong and incur the Crown Prince's wrath. As usual, Rong Jin sat in the study and read the booklets. However, he was in a bad mood and could not read a single word. A beautiful girl's face kept appearing in his mind, and he could not get it out of his mind. 5 minutes passed, and he read the booklets but did not approve a single word. In the end, he could only put the booklets down in frustration and rub his brows. Song Yuan, how's the Chu family doing? Song Yuan, who was carefully serving outside, heard the voice and bowed respectfully. Your Highness, Third Missy Chu is recuperating in bed. She doesn't seem to be doing well. Rong Jin looked up and glanced at him. But he threw the booklets in his hands on the table, and his voice became colder. You know what I'm asking. Song Yuan's body trembled, and he hurriedly knelt on the floor. Your Highness, the Chu family sent news overnight. There are almost no restaurants in the imperial city that are willing to accept their banquet. Rong Jin closed his eyes, and he finally felt better. So what if Chu Luiwei was a double genius? Without the support of her family background, she was isolated and helpless. She would know the consequences of going against him. When she was at her wit's end, she would definitely regret breaking off the engagement with him. I have a restaurant under my name. Send someone to tell her that if she's willing to beg for mercy, I can give her a way out and help her this once. Song Yuan did not move, but his expression became awkward. Your Highness, this Chu Luiwei's banquet has already been booked by a restaurant. Rong Jin froze. Zhenbao Pavilion booked the entire Phoenix restaurant to celebrate Chu Luiwei's. Voila! Rong Jin swept everything on the table to the floor, and his face was terrifyingly cold. Song Yuan did not dare to raise his head. He was also shocked when he received the news, but that was not the most shocking thing. Besides, Your Highness, rumors are spreading in the imperial city because of this incident. They say that Chu Luiwei has already found Zhenbao Pavilion to back her up, and many people have already gone to Phoenix Restaurant on account of Zhenbao Pavilion. A wave of pressure suddenly descended. Song Yuan did not dare to resist. His chest trembled as he was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, but he immediately got up and knelt. Your Highness, please calm down. Rong Jin clenched his fists tightly, and the anger in his heart almost burned him to ashes. Appease my anger? How could he not be angry? He had finally broken off his engagement with Chu Luiwei with great difficulty and had even endured the scolding of his imperial father. But what about Chu Luiwei? He had become a genius in the blink of an eye. They even celebrated. It was as if she was afraid that others would not know that she had been admitted to Tianlu Academy. She was clearly provoking him and the Chu family. The more glamorous she was now, the more he and the Chu family would be mocked. I was wondering where she got her guts from. It turned out that she had already hooked up with Zhenbao Pavilion. Rong Jin's brows were tightly knitted as he paced back and forth. Finally, he coldly said, immediately send someone to investigate Zhenbao Pavilion's background. Your Highness. Song Yuan looked up in shock and hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Your Highness, please reconsider. Zhenbao Pavilion has a mysterious background and shocking wealth. It's not easy to provoke them. You also know that there were people who secretly investigated Zhenbao Pavilion before, but they all returned empty-handed. There's really no need for you to cause trouble for yourself over this matter. How could Rong Jin not know that even his imperial father was secretive about Zhenbao Pavilion? Otherwise, he would never have given up on the hunting ground incident so easily. However, if he tolerated it once or twice, it would only happen more often in the future. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 89. The people in the imperial capital knew how to read the situation. When Ou Xiangtian and the others found out that Zhenbao Pavilion had booked Phoenix Restaurant for Chu Luiyue, they immediately changed their attitude and rushed over. When news of their arrival spread, many people who were originally neutral changed sides and came one after another. The Crown Prince and the Chu family were not to be trifled with, but Zhenbao Pavilion was even more so. Previously, the Crown Prince had suffered at Zhenbao Pavilion's hands but didn't do anything about it. As such, groups of people began to rush over from all over the imperial capital. By noon, the huge Phoenix restaurant was already full. Manager, the private rooms on the second floor are all full. The main hall on the first floor is also full. However, there are still a dozen guests outside who haven't taken their seats. The servants of Phoenix Restaurant were all so busy that their feet barely touched the ground. Although business was usually good, the second floor was rarely open to the public, so it wasn't this exaggerated. However, now that Chu Luiyue had booked the entire restaurant, the first and second floors were all full. It still wasn't enough. Su Hui also had a headache. He looked apologetically at Chu Ning and the others. Lord Chu Ning, Miss Lu Yu, Second Master Yen, what do you think we should do? Phoenix Restaurant was an extremely high-end and elegant place. When had so many people ever come? Chu Ning was also worried. Everyone who comes is a guest. Moreover, their status is not ordinary. It won't be good if we neglect them. Manager Su, are there really no more seats? Su Hui sighed helplessly and smiled. Lord Chu Ning, there really are no more seats. We can't let the guests sit in the corridor in the middle of the lake, right? For a moment, everyone fell silent. Chu Luiyue looked at Yengu. Second Master Yen, you've invited too many people. Miss Lu Yu, don't misunderstand. Zhenbao Pavilion didn't invite those who came later. Yengu hurriedly waved his hands. Those who could be invited by him were all people of status. Among the people who came later, there were many whom he didn't think highly of. However, they came and they even had invitations. Lord Chu Ning, you've sent out too many invitations. Chu Ning coughed and clenched his fists. At first, I thought that no one would come, so I sent out more. At that time, he thought that everyone would come, but who would have thought that almost everyone would come? This time, the venue was actually not enough. Chu Luiyue naturally knew what he was thinking. For a moment, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She pondered for a moment and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Lord Zhao, may I trouble you to make a trip? Zhao Ming, who was standing at the side, immediately said, Miss Lu Yu, what are your orders? Chu Luiyue took out an invitation card and handed it to him. Lord Zhao, please deliver this invitation card to the Chu clan. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present changed slightly. What are you planning to do? Chu Ning frowned. Today was a great day, so he didn't want to have anything to do with the Chu family. Zhao Ming hesitantly took the invitation. Miss Lu Yu, are you sure you want to do this? Chu Luiyue nodded. Miss Lu Yu, the space in Phoenix Restaurant is already insufficient. Why are you still sending out invitations? And to the Chu clan? Yengu couldn't understand her thoughts and couldn't help but ask. Chu Luiyue looked at the disapproving Chu Ning and smiled. Father, do you still remember the servant sent by the Chu clan this morning? Of course I remember. But why mention him? When they returned to Phoenix Restaurant with Su, they had already sent that servant away. Have you forgotten? He said that if we don't have a place to hold the banquet, we can ask them for help. Doesn't the Chu clan have a few restaurants? Chu Ning slowly widened his eyes. You mean? Chu Luwe tapped on the invitation card and curved her red lips. Their restaurant is not good enough. Naturally, we can't let our distinguished guests suffer there. However, we can let their people bring tables and chairs over. On the street outside the Phoenix restaurant, there are still quite a few tables. As for the tea, wine, and food, Phoenix restaurant will still provide them. At the same time, their people can also stay behind to help out, so that we don't have a shortage of people. Isn't it killing many birds with one stone? Zhao Ming asked in a daze. Is this okay? Why can't it be okay? Didn't they say that they can give us a discount on account of our past relationship? Chu Liwei smiled. Chu Liwei, can still afford this amount of money. His words left them dumbfounded, and it took them a while to react. Yan Ge couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Miss Lu Yu, you're really amazing. This was no longer a slap to the face. This was simply tearing down the Chu clan's face and trampling it on the ground. If this invitation card was sent to the Chu clan, they would probably vomit blood from anger. As expected of the person favored by the master, her methods were truly admirable. Chu Liwei urged, Lord Zhao, I'll have to trouble you. Alright. This subordinate will go right away. Zhao Ming grinned and immediately headed to the Chu clan with the invitation card. Su Hui came back to his senses and cupped his hands. Ms. Liwei, you're really smart. Shopkeeper Su is too kind. I hope you won't find us troublesome. How could I? Su Hui shook his head and sighed in his heart. The Chu clan must have had the misfortune of 8 lifetimes to have offended such a person. They originally thought that they could use the Chu clan's power to teach her a lesson, but who knew that they would kick an iron plate? The Chu clan was afraid that they would become the capital's laughingstock again. Chu Liwei glanced outside the door. She rested her chin on her hand and tapped her chin. I remember that the Crown Prince also has a restaurant under his name, right? You can find a better reading experience from the Love Network. Chapter 90. Tell him to get lost. First Elder tore the invitation to shreds, his body trembling in anger. Tell him to tell Chu Liwei that since they have cut ties with the Chu family, they have nothing to do with us in the future. Yes. The page boy saw that First Elder was unusually angry and did not dare to stay. He hurriedly retreated. The other people in the hall also looked very upset. Who sent that person this morning? First Elder asked angrily. No one spoke. But First Elder slammed the table hard, and the corner of the table immediately broke into pieces. Speak. Chu Yen shrank back, but he still took a step forward and said softly, I only wanted to humiliate them. Who knew? Who knew? Humiliate? Why don't you open your eyes and take a look? Who is humiliating who now? If this gets out, the Chu family will lose all face. It's all your fault for acting on your own. Chu Yen felt very aggrieved. At that time, it wasn't as if the First Elder didn't know about this. Wasn't he very supportive of it at that time? Now that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, he turned hostile as if it was all his fault? No one knew that she would do such a thing. First Elder's face was terrifyingly gloomy. This was not the most important thing. The most troublesome thing now was that half of the Imperial City's reputable people had already gone to Phoenix Restaurant. No matter what the reason was, the outcome was already set. From now on, Chu Ning and Chu Liwei would definitely gain a foothold in the Imperial City. First Elder, I heard that the Lu family head has already gone to Crown Prince Mansion. What do you think should we do now? Someone asked. First Elder took a deep breath. Because of Chu Liwei and Chu Xianmin, the Crown Prince was currently in a fit of anger. He would definitely not be nice to the Chu family. They originally thought that they could use Chu Xianmin to build a relationship with the Crown Prince. Who knew that things would turn out like this? However, they could not lose the Crown Prince Mansion's support now. I'll go there personally. The Chu family's rejection was within Chu Liyue's expectations. She calmly asked Su Hui to send people to ask for help from other restaurants. At the same time, she didn't forget to send an invitation to the Crown Prince's residence. Chu Liwei didn't care if Rong Jin came or not. However, she was more than happy to cause trouble for the other party. Unlike the previous repeated rejections, this time, many restaurants immediately expressed their agreement. Their attitude was poles apart from that of the morning. On the street outside the Phoenix restaurant, tables after tables of banquets were set up, taking up almost half of the street. Heads were moving, and the aroma of wine assailed their nostrils. It was truly bustling. The focus of everyone's discussion was naturally related to Chu Ning and Chu Luiyue. Who would have thought that the father and daughter who had once been bullied and humiliated would actually be able to enjoy such glory today? 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. As Chu Ning listened to the countless congratulatory words, he felt rather emotional. Only he knew that all of this was because of you. Brother Chu Ning, if I remember correctly, Lu Yu is already of marriageable age. Now that she's free and you've just been promoted, have you considered which family's talents? Yeah. Your daughter is so outstanding. Many people in the imperial city have their eyes on her. Brother Chu Ning, what do you think of my son? And my nephew? My nephew is also a student of Tianlu Academy. They definitely have a lot to talk about when they're together. Chu Ning broke out in a cold sweat. After experiencing the Crown Prince's incident, he was more guarded in his heart. For the time being, he didn't want to get engaged so early. Everyone my is still young. Now, Prince Li has arrived. This voice interrupted Chu Ning's words and attracted everyone's attention. Countless pairs of eyes looked over simultaneously. Prince Li. After that person returned to the imperial city, he didn't see many guests. As a result, most people didn't know what he looked like. Why did he come to such an occasion today? Digression, today at 5 p.m. tomorrow at what time? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 91. A man wearing a white brocade robe with golden embroideries slowly walked over. He was tall, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. As he walked, there seemed to be a dark light flowing on his clothes. At this time, the sun was just right, but his body seemed to be surrounded by a cold aura, like the top of a snowy mountain that could not be climbed. A pair of sword-like eyebrows slanted to his temples, a straight nose, and bright and deep starry eyes. Even the most beautiful night sky could not compare to them. As long as one look, it could easily make people fall into them. His thin crimson lips curved slightly, which was just right. His lips, which were originally a little fickle, were warmed up by the lip bead in the middle. His eyes were the most quiet and brilliant starry night in the world, but his lips were the most ambiguous and seductive spring in the world. Gentle as jade, but cold and noble, with a faint alienation between his eyebrows, it made people unconsciously look up to him. Everyone was quiet for a moment. Since this person came back, very few people had seen him, and most of the rest were actually seeing him for the first time. But no one would have thought that the rumored mysterious and weak Prince Li was actually born with such an appearance. Some women had already quietly blushed. Rong Xiu turned a blind eye to those gazes and walked straight to the innermost part. Chu Ning was the first to react, and came forward in surprise. Your Highness Prince Li, how come you have time to come today? In Chu Ning's view, Prince Li had saved his daughter from difficulties several times, and was really a great benefactor of him and his daughter. When everyone looked down on him and his daughter, only His Highness, Prince Li, gave them a helping hand, so he naturally treated Prince Li differently in his heart. He heard that during this time, Prince Li had been sick and refused all the visiting invitations. He did not have much hope, but he still sent an invitation out of courtesy. Who knew that he actually came in person? Chu Ning was naturally surprised and happy. Rong Xiu gently nodded and said with a smile, Lord Chu Ning's promotion is a happy thing. Recently, this prince's body has been a lot better, so I wanted to join in the fun and enjoy the joy. But today I am delayed because of some things. Lord Chu Ning won't mind, right? Chu Ning hurriedly said, I don't mind. And I are overjoyed that your highness can come. Rong Xiu raised his eyebrows slightly. His gaze finally landed on Chu Luiyue, who was standing at the side. His gaze seemed to sweep past him. Oh, does Miss Lu Yu think so too? His tone sounded very polite. Who would have thought that this guy would stay in her room the night before? Chu Luiyue cursed inwardly. Since you want to put on an act, then I'll play along. She curtsied. Father's thoughts are Lu Yu's thoughts. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. Rong Xiu looked at her perfunctory manner, and his smile deepened. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. When did Prince Li get to know Chu Ning and his daughter? And it seemed like their relationship wasn't shallow. Otherwise, why would His Highness Prince Li turn down so many invitations and show up here today? This seventh prince was of noble status and represented the royal family. Although he was rarely in the capital in the past few years, he was conferred the title of Prince Li as soon as he returned. It was clear that His Majesty liked him. When did Chu Ning get to know him? Your Highness, please come in. Although there were many people here today, no one had a higher status than Prince Li. Thus, he naturally sat at the head of the table. In other words, he sat at the same table as Chu Ning and Chu Luiyue. Yan Gu was also seated at the same table. Your Highness, please take a seat. Lord Chu Ning, you don't have to be so polite. I'll do as you say. Chu Ning respected Rong Xiu very much, but Rong Xiu didn't put on airs. This made Chu Ning admire him even more. Chu Luiyue couldn't help but purse her lips when she saw him and Chu Ning chatting happily. Her father was completely deceived by Rong Xiu's appearance. Why aren't you pouring tea for His Highness? His Highness has helped us a few times and we haven't thanked him properly yet. Chu Ning said. Chu Luiyue had an idea. She reached out her hand and avoided the teapot. Instead, she picked up the wine jug beside it. The clear wine drew a line in the air and flowed into the wine cup. The clear bamboo leaf fragrance wafted into her nose. This is the best green bamboo leaf. Your Highness can try it. I'm sure you'll like it. Chu Ning was stunned. She stopped her in disapproval. His Highness has just recovered. How can he drink wine? Chu Luiyue blinked and looked at Rong Xiu. Your Highness, I saw that you were wearing thin clothes today. I was afraid that you would catch a cold, so I specially poured wine for you to warm your body. You don't like it? Rong Xiu looked at her bright eyes. Obviously, she did it on purpose. I really can't drink too much wine. Chu Luiyue raised her eyebrows and was about to take the wine jug away. Rong Xiu suddenly raised his hand and gently pressed down on her wrist. It was cold to the touch, but there seemed to be a fire burning there. However, since Miss Lu Yu personally poured the wine, how can I refuse? It was only for a moment, but he calmly withdrew his hand, as if he had really just stopped her. Chu Ning didn't see anything wrong. She smiled helplessly. My daughter is willful. Please don't blame her, Your Highness. Rong Xiu's thin lips parted slightly. It's fine. I'm already used to it. Chu Luiyue snorted in her heart. She turned her gaze and found that Yan Gu was still standing. Second Master Yan, why aren't you sitting? Yan Gu smiled awkwardly. No, my waist is a little uncomfortable. I'll just stand. Even if he ate a bear's heart and leopard's gall, he wouldn't dare to sit with his master. Digression. It's updated irregularly during the day. You can read it together later. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from AI Network. Chapter 92. Rong Xiu glanced at him with a half-smile. Second Master Yan, have a seat. Yan Ji's legs turned to jelly and he almost couldn't stand. Cold sweat broke out on his back. It was fine if others called him that, but this person also called him that. He was going to die. This is not appropriate. Yan Gu forced a smile. Your Highness is of noble status. I should. Miss Lu Yu asked you to sit? Don't stand on ceremony. Rong Xiu retracted his gaze. Yan Gu knew that it would be unreasonable to refuse again. He could only agree as he sat down with trepidation. Hey. Chu Luiyue looked at him strangely. Yan Ji's behavior today was really strange. Even if Rong Xiu was of noble status, he really didn't need to behave like this given Zhenbao Pavilion status in the imperial capital. A vague thought flashed across her mind. But when she wanted to think about it carefully, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and took away the wine cup in front of her. Young lady, just drink tea. As Rong Xiu spoke, he had already changed a new cup and poured her a cup of tea. His actions were so natural that no one present felt that there was anything wrong. Even Chu Ning's gaze towards him became more appreciative. Chu Luiyue looked down at the hot tea in front of her and raised her eyebrows. This was an eye for an eye? Hey, why do you think Prince Li is here today? So many people sent invitations to Prince Li's residence, but they were all rejected. What kind of ability does Chu Ning have to be able to invite this person? Who knows? Chu Ning's position as the commander of the Imperial Guards is not low, but it shouldn't be enough for Prince Li to lower his status. I heard that when Fourth Princess made things difficult for Chu Luiyue at the Crown Prince's birthday banquet, it was Prince Li who helped her out. Could it be that Prince Li has taken a liking to Chu Luiyue? How is that possible? He just returned to the imperial capital. How else do you explain why he stood up for Chu Luiyue? Does he not know that this is equivalent to offending the Crown Prince and the Chu clan? That's the point. In my opinion, Prince Li is taking advantage of this opportunity to provoke the Crown Prince. How could the Crown Prince not have any objections? He's just a sickly person. What's there to fight over? You don't know. I heard that His Highness Prince Li's birth mother was. At this point, that person suddenly felt fear in his heart and stopped, not daring to say anything more. The surroundings fell silent for a moment. Everyone looked at each other and changed the topic with tacit understanding. No matter what, after today, Chu Ning and Chu Luiyue can be considered to have a firm foothold in the imperial city. The Chu clan has lost all their face this time. I'm afraid they won't let it go so easily. The Chu clan hasn't had a decent genius for many years. Without Chu Ning and Chu Luiyue, I'm afraid their days will be difficult. The Chu clan has occupied the position of the four great clans for far too many years. Chu Luiyue had just taken a sip of tea when she suddenly heard a commotion outside. She got up and walked to the window to look down. Their room was the best location on the second floor. The window on one side was open, allowing them to see the lake in Phoenix Restaurant and the street outside. Chu Luiyue saw a group of people hurriedly leaving not far away. Many of the stalls on the street had been knocked over, causing a huge commotion. However, the people who had their business disrupted did not dare to say anything. They could only hurriedly pack up their things. Chu Luiyue narrowed her eyes. Only then did she see that the departing group of people were wearing armor. They were the Imperial Guards. But what had happened to make them so anxious? At this moment, a person separated from the group and rode a horse toward Phoenix Restaurant. May I ask if Commander Chu Ning is here? Su Hui was downstairs. When he saw this, he knew that something had happened and did not dare to delay. Lord Chu Ning is indeed here. This one is the captain of the 7th Imperial Guard team, Ji Qingfeng. I request an audience with the commander. That person looked to be in his late 20s. His handsome face carried obvious anxiety. Lord Ji, please wait a moment. This one will report this. Lord Ji, please come up. Chu Luiyue said. Ji Qingfeng looked up, only to see a slender figure by the window on the second floor. He did not care about anything else and immediately dismounted and rushed up. Although Chu Ning had never seen this person before, after he took office, he had a rough understanding of the situation in the Imperial Guards. Naturally, he knew the name Ji Qingfeng. Greetings, Commander. Ji Qingfeng's expression was somewhat tense. He was about to bow when Chu Ning stopped him. What happened? Chu Ning frowned and asked. Commander, the 4th princess went to the hunting ground this morning. We just received news that the 4th princess accidentally fell off a cliff. Chapter 93. What? Chu Ning was shocked. The 4th princess always has someone protecting her. How did this happen? Ji Qingfeng shook his head. I'm not sure. It's just that there's a rapid river below the cliff. It's been an hour since the 4th princess fell, but we haven't found her yet. When His Majesty heard about this, he was furious. He has already sent the Imperial Guards to search for the 4th princess. I'm here to invite you to come along. Chu Ning nodded quickly. Let's go. He was the commander-in-chief. He definitely had to go at this time. He had just taken a step when he suddenly thought of Chu Luiyue. He looked back at her apologetically. The 4th princess's matter is more important. Father, go quickly. But, Chu Ning hesitated. I'll take care of things here. Lord Chu Ning, you don't have to worry. Father has always doted on the 4th princess. Please do your best. Rong Xiu's words put Chu Ning at ease. Since that's the case, I'll have to trouble your highness. With that, Chu Ning and Ji Qingfeng left quickly. The moment they stepped out of the room, Yen Gu stood up abruptly as if there were nails on the chair. Your Highness, Miss Lu Yu, the fourth princess got into trouble at the hunting ground of Zhenbao Pavilion. I'm afraid I have to go back immediately. Chu Luiyue understood and nodded. This is a serious matter. Second Master Yen has to go back and deal with it as soon as possible. No matter what, something happened in their territory, so they couldn't get away with it. Yen Gu quickly glanced at Rong Xiu and cupped his fists. Please excuse me today. Miss Lu Yu, please forgive me. Second Master Yen is a busy man. Lu Yu is already very grateful that you came personally today. Chu Luiyue shook her head. I'll send you off. No need. There are many guests today and Lord Chuning just left. You still have many things to do. I won't trouble you. I'll take my leave now. With that, Yen Gu left like the wind, without even looking back. Yen Qing, who was standing at the door, looked sympathetically at Yen Ji's back as he left in a hurry. So what if something happened to fourth princess? That sitting down just now must have left this guy with a shadow. If he stayed any longer, his heart might not be able to take it. Only Rong Xiu and Chu Luiyue were left in the bustling room. Rong Xiu rubbed his wineglass. There seemed to be worry between his eyebrows. His voice was slightly cold. I heard that the hunting ground is very dangerous. The fourth princess is in danger. Chu Luiyue glanced at him. Your Highness, something happened to the fourth princess. Aren't you going to take a look? Rong Xiu unhurriedly drank a cup of wine, and the mellow aroma of the wine spread out. He said indifferently, Imperial Father has already sent the Imperial Guards to search for him. If I go, I will only add to the trouble. It's better to wait here. Chu Luiyue raised her eyebrows. Rong Xiu tapped his finger on the rim of the cup and looked at Chu Luiyue. I seem to have left something at your place. When this is over, I will go and get it when I have time. Chu Luiyue instinctively wanted to refuse. Why go through so much trouble? Why don't I go back and get it for you now? Rong Xiu paused and looked at her playfully. Do you want everyone to know that my clothes are at your place? Chu Luiyue said. But it seems even more inappropriate for your highness to go to my place. Rong Xiu lowered his eyes and seemed to smile. He didn't seem to care. If I go at night, no one will see. Chu Luiyue, how shameless. After the Imperial Guards left, Chu Ning also left. Many people felt that something was wrong and sent people to investigate in private. Many people knew that the fourth princess brought people to the hunting ground today. Moreover, the matter was so big that it was impossible to suppress it. The news spread quickly. Everyone was shocked. Many hunting grounds were more dangerous, but the fourth princess always had someone to protect her. How could such a serious situation happen? Moreover, if they weren't mistaken, the hunting ground that the fourth princess went to was the one that Zhenbao Pavilion bought from Chu Luiyue some time ago. If something happened to the fourth princess, many people would be implicated. Some people's thoughts became active, and some even stood up to leave. Chu Luiyue obviously knew what these people were thinking. They were just fence-sitters swaying with the wind. She didn't mind it at all and generously sent him off. When she passed by Si Yang and the others' private room, she saw them standing at the door. Are you leaving too? Chu Lu asked. What do you mean by leaving? Do you still have time to care about this now? Si Yang went forward anxiously. Do you know that the hunting ground where the fourth princess met with an accident is? I know. Why are you so calm when you know? Aren't you afraid that His Majesty will punish you? Not only Si Yang, but the others also looked nervous. They clearly felt that this matter was troublesome. That hunting ground has nothing to do with me anymore. Besides, the fourth princess insisted on going in to hunt high-level fiends. This matter can't be blamed on anyone else, right? Si Yang and the others were dazed. That's right, but something seems wrong. But that's the fourth princess, Chu Luiyue smiled. Rong Jin was tricked and didn't do anything, let alone Rong Zhen. The fourth princess is lucky and has the emperor's protection. Nothing will happen to her. Let's just wait patiently. Si Yang and the others looked at each other and could only nod. News came in the evening. Fourth Princess Rongzhen accidentally fell off a cliff and broke both her legs. As she was attacked by the mysterious high-level fiend, she couldn't be treated in time. Her pearl of essence was broken, and she was completely useless. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 94. That night, in the palace, Jiao Lan Hall. The moon hung high in the sky, and the moonlight tonight was especially cold. The atmosphere inside and outside Jiao Lan Hall was heavy. The servants were even careful with their breathing, afraid that they would accidentally cause trouble for themselves. Their eyes were filled with panic and fear as they looked into the palace. The fourth princess had woken up 5 minutes ago. In this short period of time, she had already ordered the deaths of 5 servants. If things went wrong, it might be her turn to suffer. But an ear-piercing sound was heard, and it was obvious that something had been smashed. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. No one would be able to accept becoming a useless person overnight, let alone the fourth princess, who had always been pampered and proud. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. After such a long time, Rongzhen's voice was hoarse, but her voice sounded even more pitiful. You must be lying. I'm very talented. How can I become a useless person? In the hall, Rongzhen leaned against the bed. Her hair was messy, and her expression was sinister and crazy. She looked like a lunatic. A few people knelt in front of her bed. The person in front had his head smashed by something, and blood was dripping down. He looked very pathetic. Even though he was afraid, he could only bite the bullet and persuade her. Fourth princess, your pearl of essence has been shattered, and even your yuan meridian has been damaged. It will be difficult for you to cultivate in the future, you bunch of useless things. So what if my pearl of essence is shattered? I can just condense it again. Rongzhen suddenly interrupted him with a shrill voice. The few of them lowered their heads and kept quiet. Her pearl of essence had been shattered, and her body had suffered great damage. It was impossible for her to condense another pearl of essence. Celestial physician. Celestial physician. If you can't do it, a celestial physician can. Rongzhen refused to give up and accept this outcome no matter what. Looking at the few of them who kept quiet, Rongzhen gradually lost hope. Actually, how could she not know what was waiting for her? But how could she accept it? Zhenzhen, your body is still very weak. Why aren't you recuperating? Someone hurried in from outside. It was the Empress. Upon seeing her, Rongzhen's tears immediately fell. Mother, you must help your daughter. The Empress quickly walked over. Seeing her most beloved daughter like this, she was so distressed that she wanted to die. She carefully held her in her arms. Zhenzhen, don't worry. Mother has already gone to invite those people. No matter what, Mother will definitely think of a way to help you. It's just that, you were too careless this time. Rongzhen wanted to get up, but there was a sharp pain in her leg. Only then did she remember that her leg was also broken, and she couldn't help but feel even more frustrated. She said angrily, Imperial Mother. It was all that bastard's fault. If it wasn't for it, her daughter wouldn't have ended up like this. And that hunting ground. Imperial Mother, didn't you just go to find Imperial Father? Did he agree to close down the hunting grounds immediately? This hunting ground was sold to Zhenbao Pavilion by Chu Luiwei, so it definitely had something to do with them. This time, we must make them pay with their lives. The Empress's expression became a little stiff. She hesitated for a moment before she spoke with difficulty. Zhenzhen, this matter happened because you insisted on going to the hunting ground. I'm afraid it won't be easy to hold you accountable. Why? Rongzhen pushed her away, but when she saw the Empress's hesitant expression, she instantly understood something. This is Imperial Father's intention? All of you can leave first. After the Empress dismissed everyone in the room, she sighed deeply and shook her head helplessly. You know your Imperial Father's character, Imperial Mother. Rongzhen looked at her in disbelief. Imperial Father has always liked me the most. Now that everything is ruined, does Imperial Father not intend to pursue the matter? Then, how is she going to take revenge? The Empress closed her eyes. Who allowed you to go? It was Zhenbao Pavilion's hunting ground. I can only make you suffer for this matter. Chapter 95. Rongjun couldn't recover her senses for a long time. What was so taboo about a mere Zhenbao pavilion? She was country Yao Chen's fourth princess. Now that she was in such a state, she didn't even have the right to pursue the matter? Mother, what's Zhenbao pavilion's background? Why is father so protective of them? Does he not even care about his daughter's life? Rongjun couldn't understand. It was the same for brother Crown Prince previously. Zhenbao Pavilion snatched the hunting ground that he meticulously maintained, but nothing happened in the end. You also know that even the Crown Prince can't do anything to Zhenbao Pavilion. The Empress interrupted her. One was her son, and the other was her daughter. How could she not hate them? Thus, even if she knew that His Majesty treated Zhenbao Pavilion differently, she still went to beg them. But the outcome was as expected. His Majesty had no intention of punishing Zhenbao Pavilion at all. Besides, Zhenbao Pavilion rejected you multiple times when you wanted to go to the hunting ground. In the end, they made an exception and agreed because of your insistence. Many people know about this matter. Now that you're injured, who can you blame? So many people at the hunting ground saw it clearly. You insisted on chasing that bastard and ended up falling off the cliff. Even if they want to pursue the matter, what reason do they have? The Empress was also exasperated. Rongjun wasn't in the right at all. Now that she was in such a state, she could only admit defeat. Rongjun was speechless. But she had always been proud and conceited. How could she admit her mistake and regret it? Even so, aren't they in the wrong at all? What will happen to me in the future? Will I really become a good-for-nothing from now on? How can I bear with it? The Empress suppressed the surging emotions in her heart. Zhen, don't worry. I won't leave you in the lurch. If those people can't do anything, we'll think of another way. Soon, the Tianling dynasty's envoy will be here. Perhaps they'll have a way. Rongjun's eyes lit up. Really? The Empress forced a smile. You know a thing or two about how powerful the Tianling dynasty is. Perhaps they really have a way. When the time comes, I'll definitely help you. That night, Chu Luiwei returned home and waited for a long time before Chu Ning returned. Chu Ning briefly explained the situation to her, then shook her head and sighed. It's a pity that the fourth princess was indeed quite talented in the past. Otherwise, His Majesty wouldn't have been so arrogant. From now on, I'm afraid. She recalled how Rongjun had made things difficult for you, at the Crown Prince's birthday banquet and mocked you, for being a good-for-nothing. Who would have thought that in a blink of an eye, would become a genius envied by everyone, and she would become a cripple henceforth? Back then, the father and daughter pair had been bullied so much. Who would have thought that things would turn out this way? Chu Luiwei smiled. Life is unpredictable. You have to pay back what you owe. No matter how she looked at it, Rongjun was the one who caused this. She couldn't blame anyone else, especially not her. However, she inexplicably felt that this matter was a little strange. It was as if there was an invisible hand controlling everything. But she didn't know who it was. Oh right, father, have you found the magical beast that injured the fourth princess? Not yet. It's an extremely powerful high-level magical beast. Even the people protecting the fourth princess weren't its match. They don't even seem to know what it is. Although His Majesty ordered a thorough investigation, it's probably going to be difficult. I'll be busy during this period, so you have to be careful. Chu Ning was a little hesitant as he spoke. We're in the limelight these 2 days, so those people won't do anything. But after this period, I'm afraid. I'll send people to protect you secretly. Those people were naturally referring to the Chu family and the Crown Prince's people. He didn't believe that they would let this matter rest. Chu Luiwei smiled until his eyes turned into crescents. Don't worry, father. After the banquet ends in 2 days, the academy will start classes again. You've just taken office and you're caught up with all these things. You'll be very busy, so I plan to stay at the academy during this period. What do you think? Chu Ning heaved a sigh of relief. He had actually almost forgotten about this. Compared to the outside world, Tianlu Academy was much safer. You can make the decision. Of course, father agrees. You're going to stay at the academy? Chu Liwei had just returned to his room when he smelled a familiar cold fragrance. He looked up and saw that it was indeed Rong Xiu. His deep gaze landed on her body. It was gentle but contained some kind of power. Chu Liwei wasn't surprised by his arrival. This lord hid very well, and she couldn't do anything to him now. However, if he wanted to come, couldn't she just leave? Chu Liwei nodded, took out his black cloak from the cupboard, and handed it to him with a smile. She smiled and said, "So, Your Highness shouldn't come in the future. It's more important for you to recuperate in your residence." Rong Xiu glanced at the cloak and took it with a slight smile. "I didn't expect you to be so concerned about my health." Chu Liwei shrugged. "Now that you've offended the Crown Prince, I'm afraid your days won't be easy." The Crown Prince clearly saw him as a thorn in his side. She could tell that during the birthday banquet in the palace. Now that he was on her side, the Crown Prince would only be angrier. When Rong Xiu heard this, he suddenly bent down and moved closer to her. The distance between the two of them suddenly shortened, and they could smell each other's breaths. Chu Liwei was about to step back when she saw two small versions of herself reflected in his eyes. His gaze was deep as if there was a surging undercurrent. His deep voice was like the wind plucking the strings of a zither. "He gave up on you. I can't thank him enough." Digression. Today at 5 p.m. tomorrow, mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 96. A thought flashed through Chu Liu's mind. That day at the Crown Prince's birthday banquet, he did it on purpose. "For what?" "Your Highness, you," Chu Liwei was about to ask clearly, but Rong Xiu had already stood up. "You have been busy all day, so this king will not disturb you." He stiffly put on his cloak and turned to leave. The tall black figure quickly disappeared into the ink-like night. Chu Liwei looked in the direction he disappeared for a while, then gently exhaled, her fingers curling. Just now when Rong Xiu was so close to her, her heart suddenly beat faster. Logically speaking, she would never allow a person to offend her again and again, but she did not seem to be annoyed by Rong Xiu's proximity. Faintly, she seemed to firmly believe that Rong Xiu would not harm her. However, she herself did not know where this inexplicable trust came from. After experiencing the heart-wrenching betrayal in her previous life, she thought that she would never get close to anyone again. But whether it was Chu Ning or Rong Xiu, they seemed to be able to make her gradually dispel the wariness in her heart. Chu Liwei thought for a while, but could not think of any reason, so she simply gave up. As usual, she sat cross-legged on the bed, continuing to cultivate and absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth. After completing a cycle, she lay down to rest. For the next 2 days, the celebration at Phoenix Restaurant continued, but Rong Xiu did not go again. This made those who wanted to use this opportunity to establish a relationship with Prince Li very disappointed. But his status was high, and it was already very rare for him to come, so it was normal for him not to come again. Many people wanted to ask Chu Liwei for some information, but they were all dismissed by Chu Liwei with a few words. Everyone could only vaguely guess that perhaps Chu Ning and Prince Li had some relationship, but they could not find out the specifics. From their conversation, Chu Liwei and Prince Li did not seem to be familiar with each other. This could also be guessed. With Prince Li's status, how could he have any relationship with Chu Liwei? Even if she was admitted to Tianlu Academy and was a martial artist and mystic master double genius, there was still a huge gap between her and Prince Li without the support of an aristocratic family. On the other hand, Chu Ning, the new Imperial Guard's commander, was the Emperor's trusted aide, so he was worth interacting with. But these 2 days, Chu Ning had been busy with the fourth princess's matter and did not appear at Phoenix Restaurant, which made many people feel regretful. With these few things stacked together, the crowd's attention on Chu Liwei lessened significantly. Xiu 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 xiu, xiu xiu you xiu xiu. It's xiu 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 you no matter what. Chu Liwei had Zhenbao Pavilion's support, so she was not to be trifled with. Xiu xiu xiu's xiu you xiu 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 was school, xiu xiu day. Many people had already arrived at the entrance of the academy, making it much livelier. Chu Liwei alighted from the carriage and immediately attracted many people's attention. The originally noisy entrance immediately quieted down. Countless pairs of eyes looked over with different expressions. Little Lu Yu, you're finally here. Following this excited voice, a person walked quickly toward Chu Luiwei. It was Bai Chen. Teacher Bai Chen. Chu Luiwei greeted him. Bai Chen looked at her happily. I've been waiting for you for a while. Why are you only here now? I'm staying in the academy and have many things to pack, so I'm a little late, Chu Luiwei explained. Bai Chen chuckled. Your residence has already been arranged. Just follow me. Chu Luiwei nodded. Thank you for your trouble, Teacher Bai Chen. No trouble at all. You're now a popular figure in the academy. Many people want to snatch this opportunity. But they can't beat me, hee hee. Chu Luiwei's talent was obvious to everyone. After she chose to cultivate as a mystic cultivator, she had yet to choose a teacher. The mystic cultivator teachers were all very excited. Who wouldn't want such a talented disciple? Today was Chu Luiwei's first day of school. They naturally couldn't miss such a great opportunity to get close to her. Although Bai Chen didn't have much hope for himself, he liked Chu Luiwei from the bottom of his heart, so he was happy to come. Is this your luggage in the carriage? It's all daily necessities. Then I'll find someone to help you. Before Bai Chen could finish speaking, a mocking female voice suddenly sounded from the side. Where did this lousy carriage come from? It actually dares to stop at the academy's entrance? This voice was somewhat familiar. Chu Luiwei's eyes turned and saw a familiar face. Lu Fian. She stood in the distance and covered her nose as she looked at Chu Luiwei's carriage in disgust. She didn't hide her disdain at all. Is this carriage made of rotten wood? Why does it have a moldy smell? Her gaze swept over Chu Luiwei and she sneered. She deliberately raised her voice and said to the people around her, Look, that horse's fur is of a mixed color. It's obvious that it's an inferior breed. Why would any respectable daughter of an aristocratic family use this kind of carriage? The other women behind her also echoed her words. She's no longer a daughter of an aristocratic family. Of course, she can't compare to us. That's right. So what if she's a genius? Isn't she still poor? What a joke. Bai Chen's face darkened. He was about to flare up when Chu Luiwei stopped him. Teacher Bai Chen, I know that carriages can't enter the academy, but I brought a little too many things. Can you call a few people to help? Bai Chen was stunned. Of course. Chu Luiwei looked at Lu Fian and the others, who were laughing together, and smiled. Then I'll leave it to you guys. A better reading experience came from the Love Network. Chapter 97. Lu Fian's smile froze on her face. Who do you think you are? How dare you order me around? Chu Luiwei had already left the Chu family and was nothing. Even if she was still the first miss of the Chu family, she did not have the right to do so. Lu Fian, this is the academy, not the Lu family. Why are you throwing a tantrum? Bai Chen was used to such situations, so he was not affected at all. He spoke harshly. If you want to throw your weight around, go back to the Lu family now. Lu Fian was reprimanded, so she restrained herself. However, it was impossible for her to be Chu Luiwei's assistant. Mr. Bai Chen, Chu Luiwei just enrolled today. Although she's in the same batch as us, it's not up to us to do these things, right? Bai Chen sneered. Although it's her first day here, she's much stronger and more talented than all of you. In Tian Lu Academy, the strong are respected. Besides, I'm just asking you to help me carry something. Why are you so unwilling? Or is it that the words of a teacher don't work here? Lu Fian and the rest did not dare to go against Bai Chen. Seeing that they could not avoid it, they could only walk over unwillingly. Lu Fian glanced at the carriage. What good things could a poor family with no one to rely on have? She was worried that she would dirty her hands. Chu Luiwei walked over and took out a black carved wooden box. A faint fragrance filled the air. Bai Chen took a deep breath and felt the fragrance instantly fill his internal organs, making him feel comfortable all over. His eyes lit up. This is a green plum tree? Mr. Bai Chen, you have good eyesight. Lu Fian frowned when she heard green plum tree. Actually, when Chu Luiwei took out the wooden box, she had smelled the faint plum blossom fragrance. She guessed that it might be a green plum tree, but she did not want to believe it. This tree was extremely precious and only grew in extremely cold places. It grew an inch every 3 years, and it would only bloom after 100 years. Ordinary people might not even see it once in their lifetime, let alone own it. Yen, your bracelet seems to be carved from green plum tree, right? A woman beside him couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Lu Fian's face turned pale. When she had been admitted to Tianlu Academy, her mother had specially bought her a bracelet made of plum wood as a reward. She liked it very much and often wore it on her hand, so everyone who was close to her knew about it. This bracelet had attracted the envy of many people. But now, Chu Luiyue actually took out a wooden box carved from green plum wood? Just the material alone was several times more expensive than the bracelet. Her wooden box must have cost a lot, right? Another woman murmured. What do you know? There were also good and bad plum trees. Don't be fooled by the size of this wooden box. It might just be made from some cheap leftover materials. Lu Fian said snappily. Chu Luiyue raised his eyebrows. So Miss Lu has seen the green plum wood before. Then I'm relieved. You can take this thing. Lu Fian was stunned. She felt something heavy in her hand. Chu Luiyue had already placed the item in her hand. It was warm and delicate to the touch. She could even vaguely feel the veins on it. The fragrance was also stronger than before. She could not help but look down and see the exquisite carvings of plum blossoms on the wooden box. They were very lifelike. She burst out laughing and could not hide her disdain. You were indeed born poor and have not seen much of the world. This plum wood grows very slowly and is always in a place of ice and snow, so it is cool and heavy. It has the effect of calming one's mind. However, once the veins are destroyed and something is randomly carved on it, the spirit within will quickly dissipate. In the end, it will become a piece of rotten wood. This plum wood of yours is completely ruined. Chu Luiyue was criticized by her, but he did not look upset at all. Instead, he laughed. Everyone says that the Lu family is as rich as a country. Miss Lu, you really know a lot. It is indeed easy to damage this plum wood if you carve it rashly. However, if you squeeze the plum blossoms into juice and soak them for a month, there won't be such a problem. Lu Fian stuttered. What? Green plum, juice, soak? Plum wood was already so rare, let alone plum blossoms. Even she had not seen it before. If Miss Lu doesn't believe me, you can take a closer look at the plum blossoms. It is because of the juice that the stamen is green. Lu Fian hurriedly looked down and saw that the plum blossoms were suffused with a faint green color. The fragrance was also exceptionally strong and refreshing. Lu Fian widened her eyes in disbelief. This thing could be considered extremely precious. Just this plum wood box alone was worth 1,000,000 taels of silver. If the plum juice was added, Lu Fian was shocked, but she refused to admit defeat. She could only stubbornly say, I say, you treasure this thing so much. I'm afraid this is your entire fortune. You even brought it with you to the academy. This is the box I used to store the tea. Naturally, I have to bring it. Chu Luiyue smiled faintly. Lu Fian choked and then sneered. What good tea do you have? Chu Luiyue did not have any tea that could match this plum wood box. Chu Luiyue nodded lightly. I really don't have any good tea. I just casually put some flower tea and soak my feet when I have nothing to do. Lu Fian was stunned. It took her a while to react. Her face turned green and white. How interesting. Chu Luiyue actually asked her to bring something to soak her feet? Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 98. What was worse was that Chu Luiyue actually used the precious green plum wood box to hold the flower tea. This was simply a waste of God's gift. Lu Fian really wanted to ask Chu Luiyue what he was thinking. But when the words were about to come out of her mouth, she saw Chu Luiyue's calm expression and indifferent tone, as if this was an ordinary matter that was not worth mentioning. In this way, it would seem that she was making a fuss over nothing and had not seen the world. Lu Fian's heart was filled with resentment and her chest felt as if it was blocked by something. She was extremely sullen. She was the dignified eldest daughter of the Lu family. When did she have to serve people like this? Once she thought that the thing in her hand was used by Chu Luiyue to soak her feet, she was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Who wants to give you this lousy thing? Lu Fian scolded and was about to throw the wooden box away. Eldest Miss Lu, please be careful. Although this thing is not very expensive, if it is broken, I may have to trouble eldest Miss Lu to compensate. Chu Liyue's expression was gentle and polite as he gently pressed his hand on the wooden box. Lu Fian only felt a heavy pressure coming over her and instantly suppressed her, making her unable to move. She was shocked. When did Chu Liyue become so powerful? Moreover, if he really wanted to compensate, she would definitely not be able to take out so much money herself. After a long struggle in her heart, Lu Fian finally released her strength and said with gritted teeth, I know. Isn't it just a green plumwood box? What is there to be proud of? Boos came from the crowd. Lu Fian's words were really too sour. When she wore the green plumwood bracelet, her chin was raised to the sky. Moreover, this Chu Liyue was only used to hold flower tea. How could this be compared? Chu Liyue curved his eyes in satisfaction. Eldest Miss Lu is really a tactful person. After saying that, Chu Liyue took out something from the carriage. Rainbow glass cup. This thing is very brittle. If the temperature is too high or too low, it will explode. Please hold it carefully. Purple jade fan. It's the middle of summer now, and the weather is very hot. It's good for fanning. Oh, this inkstone is made of gold thread. You can't touch it directly with your hands. You have to use a silver thread pad to hold it. Chu Liyue explained the details to them as he took them. The originally arrogant Lu Fian and the others were gradually dumbfounded. These things could be said to be priceless. There were even some that they had only heard of but had never seen before. Looking at those things, Lu Fian, who was originally filled with resentment and unwillingness, became even more unsightly. She had originally thought that the green plumwood box was the only thing Chu Liyue could bring out, but now it seemed that this was clearly not the case. Lu Fian recalled how she had mocked Chu Liyue, saying that she came from a poor family. She felt suffocated and her face was burning. How he wished he could find a hole to crawl into right now. Even a fool could tell who was the one who hadn't seen the world. If Lu Fian was like this, there was no need to mention the others. The few women were already stunned. They held the things in their hands stiffly and didn't dare to move for fear that they would accidentally damage the things. They couldn't afford to pay for it. The surrounding crowd, who had been waiting to watch a show, was also stunned. This Chu Liyue, wasn't she too generous? Didn't they say that she and Chu Ning had completely severed ties with the Chu family? Logically speaking, their lives should be quite tense, but now, it seemed that they were better off than most of the aristocratic family's descendants. Even Bai Chen couldn't help but take a few glances at those things. He smacked his lips. I really couldn't tell that little Lu Yu had so many good things. These weren't things that could be obtained with money. Some treasures were things that even he didn't have the means to obtain. Chu Liyue smiled but didn't say anything. How could the original Chu Liyue have these things? Even the Chu family might not be able to afford such things. These were actually things that she had picked out from the boxes that Second Master Yen had sent over. Just these alone had already attracted the attention of many people. If they knew that she had even more at home and these weren't even 1/10 of what she had brought over, what would their expressions be? At first, she was already very surprised when she saw that Second Master Yen had sent over so many boxes of gifts. She didn't expect an even bigger surprise to await her after she opened them. Every single item inside was an extremely precious treasure. The so-called treasures in Zhenbao Pavilion couldn't compare to these at all. Chu Liyue couldn't help but re-evaluate Zhenbao Pavilion's wealth and background. It had been a few days since the incident with the fourth princess, but there had been no news of His Majesty punishing Zhenbao Pavilion. She could already guess many things from these incidents. Zhenbao Pavilion was even more mysterious than she had imagined. In her previous life as the Heavenly Princess, she had seen and used the best things. The value of these things wasn't enough to shock her. But these things, from the teacup to the writing brush and ink, even the flower tea in the green plumwood box, she liked them all. Everything was just right. She liked them all. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 99. Without a doubt, These were the handiwork of the mysterious head of Treasure Pavilion. Chu Luiwei became increasingly curious. She wondered who this person was and why he did so many things for her. This was definitely not something that could be exchanged for a hunting grounds title deed. She had previously probed Yen Gu to meet the head of Treasure Pavilion, but Yen Gu tactfully declined. He said that the head of Treasure Pavilion was rarely in the imperial capital, and it was difficult even for him to meet him. If Chu Luiwei really wanted to meet him, she would have to wait. Chu Luiwei was rather open-minded. Since the other party had sent these treasures over, she would just take them. When the other party wanted to meet her, she would naturally meet him. At that time, they could talk about other things. Moreover, she liked these things a lot. It would be a waste not to take them. Bai Chen glanced at the deflated Lu Fian and the others and laughed loudly. "Let's go. I'll take you to see your residence now." Chu Luiwei followed Bai Chen into the academy. Lu Fian and the others followed behind with the items, looking like her servants. Their group attracted a lot of attention along the way. Although many people had seen Chu Luiwei when she participated in the midterm examination, most of them were from the same batch. The students from the two batches before her were also very familiar with Chu Luiwei's name. Now that she had finally arrived, they naturally wanted to take a closer look and see what kind of person she was. However, with Bai Chen around, no one tactfully came up to find trouble. After entering the academy, Chu Luiwei quickly saw many houses. These houses were all standalone courtyards, and they were separated by a certain distance from each other. The academy occupies a large area, and there aren't many students, so every student has their own house. This way, even if they don't attend classes on weekdays, they can cultivate in peace in their own place. Bai Chen explained to Chu Luiwei as he walked. Although the arena and library are shared in the academy, the territories of martial artists, Xian cultivators, and celestial physician are separated due to different cultivation methods. The area we just passed is the territory of martial artists. After crossing this Shuangqing River, it will be the territory of us mystic cultivators. Chu Luiwei looked ahead and saw a clear river meandering past with a 7-hole stone bridge over it. On the other side of the river, there were also some individual courtyards, but they were obviously much larger than the ones he had seen earlier. "Looks like the students' residences are different," Chu Luiwei muttered. Of course, the conditions of us Xian masters are much better than those of martial artists. Bai Chen smiled proudly. "This courtyard is at least twice as big as the one over there." Chu Luiwei nodded in understanding. On the one hand, there were very few mystic cultivators, and on the other hand, mystic cultivators had a higher status than martial artists, so it was normal for there to be such a difference. "Yes, that courtyard is your residence." Bai Chen pointed at a courtyard by the river in the distance. "That location is very close to Jiuyou Tower and the library. It's very convenient." Chu Luiwei felt warmth in his heart. "Thank you, Teacher Bai Chen." "You don't have to thank me. Elder Sun specially instructed me to do this. It's rare for you to be so talented as a martial artist and a mystic cultivator, so it's normal for you to receive such treatment. After all, the teachers also hope that you can become truly powerful." Bai Chen's expression became much more serious. Chu Luiwei could tell that he meant what he said. Although Bai Chen had a bad temper, he didn't have any bad intentions. As a teacher, he also did his job well. After arriving at the courtyard, Chu Luiwei could tell at a glance that this place had been meticulously cleaned, so he was naturally even more satisfied. Lu Fian and the others felt even more uncomfortable when they saw this. They put down their things and left angrily. Chu Luiwei didn't mind. She didn't need to worry about these people. Bai Chen then told her some things to take note of, and Chu Luiwei noted them down one by one. "This is your nameplate and uniform. When you're done tidying up here, make a trip to Peach Garden when you're free. That's where the teachers usually handle their daily affairs. Although you've already chosen to cultivate as a mystic cultivator, you haven't chosen a teacher yet. Once you've made your choice, go to Peach Garden to become a disciple and register. Then, you can officially start cultivating." Chu Luiwei thought for a moment and still asked, "Teacher Bai Chen, do I have to choose this teacher?" Digression. Actually, I don't know when it will be published in February. ******. Mobile users, Please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from LoveNet. Chapter 100. Bai Chen looked at her strangely. Of course. Since you've entered the academy to cultivate, how can you not have a teacher? Especially Xian masters, you need a teacher's careful guidance. Otherwise, you will definitely take many detours. Why? You don't want to choose a teacher. Chu Luiwei wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing his surprised expression, she shook her head with a smile. That's not it. Luyu was just asking casually. There are many teachers in the academy, but I just came and don't know much about them, so I haven't thought about it yet. Bai Chen didn't suspect anything and laughed. I see. Actually, you don't have to be so conflicted. It won't be too late to make a choice after you reach Peach Garden and meet all the teachers. Chu Luiwei heaved a sigh of relief. Then Lu, you can be at ease. Bai Chen winked. Actually, when you enter the academy, most students are like you and don't know much about the teachers. However, they don't have as much choice as you do. Your midterm assessment results were first in the Warrior Assessment and second in the Xian Master Assessment. Now, all the teachers want to take you in as a disciple. It's all up to you. This kind of treatment isn't something that everyone can get. Only a rare genius like Chu Luiwei could make those fellows restless. Then I'll pack up and go later. Chu Luiwei's courtyard was a small 2-story building. It was clean and tidy. She looked around and realized that everything she needed was already prepared. There was no need for her to bring anything. However, she still put away the things she brought and changed into the academy uniform. She pinned a nameplate on her left chest before leaving for Peach Garden. Bai Chen had already told her how to get to Peach Garden, so Chu Luiwei had a smooth journey. From afar, Chu Luiwei saw a simple and spacious courtyard. Just as she stood in front of the door, Chu Luiwei felt a heavy pressure coming at her. She narrowed her eyes, but she didn't move. She just stood there. Just as that biting cold aura was about to reach her, it suddenly dissipated. The wind ruffled the hair on her forehead. Chu Luiwei's expression did not change. He cupped his fists and saluted. Student Chu Luiwei greets teachers. A moment later, a warm laugh was heard. I already said that this girl is really capable, yet you still insist on personally trying. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by this girl? It was Sun Zhongyan's voice. Girl, come in. As soon as she finished speaking, the invisible force in front of Chu Luiwei completely dissipated with the wind, and she stepped in. Contrary to its name, there were no trees or flowers in the Peach Garden. There were only some rough stones that were placed messily. However, Chu Luiwei could tell at a glance that these stones were arranged into a special Xian formation. With this place as the center, the power of the Xian formation spread out in all directions. Once activated, the power of this Xian formation could not be underestimated. Chu Luiwei quickly retracted his gaze. Sun Zhongyan was sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard, playing chess. When he saw her, he put down the chess piece in his hand. Chu Luiwei noticed that the chessboard was exactly the same as the one she used to take the Tianlu Academy exam. However, the chessboard today was filled with scattered chess pieces. It was obviously many times more complicated than the one she used to play that day. Girl, have you chosen your teacher? Chu Luiwei hesitated for a moment and shook her head. Teacher Bai Chen asked me to visit all the teachers first. As she spoke, she looked around and realized that there was no one else in the courtyard other than Elder Sunday. There were a few rather obscure auras in the room. Elder Sun, the other teachers? Chu Luiwei did not understand. Sun Zhongyan pointed at the chessboard. Everyone wanted to be your teacher, so we had a competition. Now they have all lost. I'm the only one left. He smiled at Chu Luiwei. What do you think of me being your teacher? Chu Luiwei was stunned. If she remembered correctly, Elder Sun seemed to be Si Ting's teacher too. Just as she was hesitating, a gray figure suddenly rushed over from afar. A deep voice exploded in the sky above the Peach Garden like thunder. I don't agree. Digression? Elder Yi expressed his disapproval. Today at 5:00 p.m., please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 101. This voice sounded a little familiar. Chu Luiwei was thinking when she saw that figure rushing in front of Sun Zhongyan. His figure was a little stooped, and he was wearing a tattered cotton shirt. Who else could it be but Elder Yi? But why was he here? Sun Zhongyan was even more shocked than Chu Luiwei. Uncle Master? Why are you here? Uncle Master? Chu Luiwei was a little surprised. She had long guessed that Elder Ye's identity was not ordinary, but she did not expect him to be Sun Zhongyan's Uncle Master. Wasn't his seniority a little too high? Elder Yi panted and stared at Sun Zhongyan with wide eyes. Sun Zhongyan felt a little guilty under his gaze. Uncle Master, what's wrong? What's wrong? You still dare to ask me what's wrong? As Elder Yi spoke, he actually slapped him. You brat, how dare you snatch someone from your Uncle Master? You've grown bold. Sun Zhongyan did not dare to retaliate and could only cover his head. Uncle Master, why are you hitting me? Even if I ate a bear's heart and leopard's gall, I wouldn't dare to snatch someone from you. Seeing Sun Zhongyan, who was highly respected in the academy, being chased and beaten up, Chu Luiwei's mood suddenly became a little strange. She coughed and looked away. Uncle Master, if you want to hit me, you have to tell me clearly. Who exactly did I snatch from you? Sun Zhongyan shouted aggrievedly. Uncle Master did not show up all year round. Why did he hit people the moment he came? Elder Yi finally stopped and pointed at Chu Luiwei with a huff. The courtyard fell silent for a moment. Chu Luiwei keenly sensed that the concealed auras that were previously hidden fluctuated at almost the same time. Clearly, everyone was a little shocked by Elder Ye's words. Sun Zhongyan was stunned for a while. This Uncle Master, you want to take Chu Luiwei in as your disciple? But, you're a celestial physician. Chu Luiwei's talent as a warrior and a Xian master was indeed indisputable, but as a celestial physician, she did not seem to be satisfactory. Sun Zhongyan glanced at Chu Luiwei and could not help but persuade her. Uncle Master, did you hear that this girl entered the academy because she passed all 3 examinations? You may not be aware, but she is much more than a celestial physician, and you. For this reason, why hadn't Martial Uncle accepted a single disciple for so many years? There. What do you know? Mr. Yi interrupted him impatiently. Chu Luiwei sighed in her heart. She had wanted to choose a teacher in a low-key manner and begin her cultivation in the academy. Now, it seemed impossible. She did not expect Elder Yi to have such a relationship with Tianlu Academy. Moreover, he had rushed out at this time. This girl has been my disciple for a long time. You want to snatch her away now? Dream on. Elder Yi was still brooding. He looked at Sun Zhongyan as if he was looking at a thief. He walked to Chu Luiwei. Girl, these old fogies are all very bad. You can't be fooled by them. Chu Luiwei was speechless. Is it okay for you to be so direct? Elder Yi looked aggrieved as he spoke. Girl, why didn't you tell me you were coming to the academy? Do you really want to find someone else to be your master? Chu Luiwei smiled helplessly. Master, you misunderstood. I was in seclusion for a few days. I went to the Chu family to look for you as soon as I came out. Who knew that I could not find you? I asked around and found out that such a big thing had happened. If I had been a little later, wouldn't you have become this bastard's disciple? Sun Zhongyan, who was being scolded, did not care about being aggrieved or defending himself. The conversation between Elder Yi and Chu Luiwei contained too much information, and he could not react in time. Chu Luiwei paused and did not say anything. If she had known that Elder Yi was from Tianlu Academy, she would not have gone through so much trouble. However, when she thought about how Elder Yi had hurriedly looked for her, she was not completely unaffected. Elder Yi looked at the girl in front of him. Actually, he did not have enough time to dote on her. How could he bear to scold her? His voice softened as he patted Chu Luiwei's arm. Luckily I came quickly. You can't do this in the future. Chu Luiwei responded with a bright smile. Yes, master. While the master and disciple were overjoyed, Sun Zhongyan and the other teachers in the room were all dumbfounded. Seeing that Elder Yi was about to take her away, Sun Zhongyan finally could not help but step forward and ask, Elder Yi, you really accepted this girl as your disciple? Elder Yi glanced at him. Didn't you hear her call me master? Sun Zhongyan choked. But her talent, As Elder Yi spoke, Chu Liwei gently tugged at the corner of his shirt. Elder Ye's heart skipped a beat. He glanced at Chu Liwei and guessed what she was thinking. It seemed like this girl did not want to expose herself. That's right. If she really exposed everything, it would be too eye-catching. Elder Yi coughed. Anyway, she passed the Celestial Physician exam, and we hit it off very well. We have already gone through the ceremony. Whatever you say is useless. He looked like he had made up his mind. Sun Zhongyan felt that it was a pity. Chu Liwei did not have any potential as a celestial physician. Even if she became his disciple, her future was bleak. Master, I'm actually very interested in Xian formations. I came to the academy this time to learn a thing or two. Chu Liu's words worried Elder Yi. You really want to be this brat's disciple? Chu Liwei held back her laughter and shook her head. Since I already have a master, it's naturally not good for me to take someone else as my master. This disciple wants to cultivate as a Xian master on her own. Can you agree? On your own. Sun Zhongyan felt that this was unacceptable. Girl, you have to think carefully. If you don't have a teacher to guide you seriously, the path of a Xian master won't be easy. Chu Liwei nodded insistently. Thank you, elder son, but I've already made up my mind. Master, you don't have any objections, right? Elder Yi wanted to say something but stopped. Actually, he had already vaguely guessed that perhaps Chu Liwei really did not need a Xian master teacher. Just like her cultivation as a celestial physician, her realm was unfathomable, and she was more than qualified to be his teacher. Why would Master stop you from doing whatever you want to do? This matter is settled. Elder Yi waved his hand. Bring me the registration list. Very quickly, someone walked out of the room and brought a thick booklet. A few words were written in gold on the cover. Tianlu Academy. Elder Yi placed his hand on the booklet and released it. The pages actually flipped by themselves. Chu Liwei stood at the side and could clearly see the names written on the pages. The students' names were all black, and the teachers' names were all red. The booklet flipped to the latest blank page and finally stopped. Elder Ye's expression froze. He stretched out his finger and wrote down a name on the page. Yi Zhiding. A dazzling golden glow shone brightly. His name was actually golden. Very quickly, Chu Liwei saw a line of words appear below his name. Tianlu Academy's 65th Director. Digression. Today, Mujiaging mobile phone users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 102. Elder Yi is the Dean of Tianlu Academy? Chu Liwei looked at him in shock. This old man always wore torn cotton clothes and did not care about his appearance. If she did not see him with her own eyes, she would not have believed his true identity. Chu Liwei could not help but recall the previous few times they met. Elder Yi had shamelessly chased after her to watch her refine demons. Her feelings became even more complicated. After all this time, the person with the most authority in Tianlu Academy was right in front of her. Elder Ye's expression was serious, which was rare for him. His fingers continued moving. Another name appeared on the page of the book. Chu Liwei. Chu Liwei realized that her name was actually red. It was the same color as the teachers in the academy. Then, a small line of words appeared below her name. Cultivation, Celestial Physician, Xian Master, Martial Artist. Due to the limitations of their talents, normal students would only cultivate one skill. However, Chu Liwei was different. Elder Yi knew that her talents might be stronger than he had imagined. Thus, he simply wrote down all 3 skills for her. This would be much more convenient in the future. When he wrote down the last word, a golden ray of light flew out from Elder Ye's name and entered Chu Liu's nameplate on her left chest. Every student's nameplate has a trace of their teacher's power. Not only can it be used to identify one's identity, but it can also be used as a trump card in times of danger. Elder Yi explained as he let go of his hand. The page slowly closed on its own and returned to the teacher who had sent the book over. All right, your name has been registered. From now on, you will be my true disciple. Elder Yi looked at Chu Liwei emotionally. He could not hide the excitement in his heart. Even though Chu Liwei had already served him tea previously, only the 2 of them knew about it at that time. Now that both of their names were written on the academy's nameplate, it would be very different. In the future, everyone would know that Chu Luiwei was his disciple. Thinking of this, Elder Yi was elated. He had lived for most of his life. Many people had advised him to take in disciples, but he had rejected them all because he found it troublesome. Now, there was finally someone who caught his eye, and he was even a genius that was hard to come by in 100 years. All of a sudden, he had surpassed everyone else. How could he not be happy? Let's go. We haven't seen each other for such a long time. I have many things to say to you. After finishing his business, Mr. Yi left with Chu Luiwei, leaving Sun Zhongyan and the others looking at each other. The peach garden was silent for a long time before a helpless laugh could be heard. To think that we've been fighting for so long. In the end, he's already the dean's student. Yi Lao originally wanted to bring Chu Luiwei to his place, but he suddenly remembered that he had been away for a long time and that his place might not have been cleaned yet. In the end, he followed Chu Luiwei back. Fortunately, at this time, most of the students in the academy had already started their classes or cultivation. On their way back, they didn't meet anyone. As soon as they entered the room, Mr. Yi immediately asked, "Little girl, why didn't you tell me earlier that you wanted to come to the academy? She even had to go through so much trouble to take 3 exams. I heard that you also participated in the midterm assessment a few days ago. Did someone make things difficult for you? Don't hesitate to tell me. I'll definitely help you vent your anger." Chu Luiwei poured him a cup of tea leisurely as she poured him a cup of tea. "Speak slowly. There's no need to rush." Mr. Yi stopped drinking tea and finally had some time to rest. Chu Luiwei briefly told him what happened during this period of time. Mr. Yi had heard some rumors before, but after listening to Chu Luiwei, he finally understood what happened. So many things happened during this period of time. "Little girl, didn't you say that if you ran into any trouble, you could just come to me? As your master, I couldn't help you at all." Mr. Yi was filled with guilt. In his view, Chu Luiwei was still a child. Who knew how many difficulties she had to go against the Chu clan and the crown prince? However, Chu Luiwei smiled nonchalantly and teased him. "At that time, I didn't know your true identity. If I knew, how could I not come to you?" This sentence made Mr. Yi even more embarrassed. "It was my negligence." He had a carefree personality and never liked to deal with the school's affairs. He usually left it to Sun Zhongyan and the others. Although he was the dean in name, he had been running around outside all these years. There weren't many people who actually saw him. He often forgot his identity. However, you don't have to worry. Isn't everything fine now? Chu Luiwei comforted. Mr. Yi restrained his expression and shook his head. "Little girl, you might not know this, but the crown prince is narrow-minded and haggles over every detail. Now that you've humiliated him, he definitely won't let it go." Buzz. Before Mr. Yi could finish speaking, a buzzing sound came from outside. The two of them looked outside together but didn't see anything. However, Mr. Ye's expression didn't relax. Instead, his frown deepened. He immediately stood up. "Little girl, I have something to do and will leave first. I'll come to see you another day." With that, his feet moved, and his figure quickly disappeared. Chu Luiwei looked in the direction he left and shifted her gaze. Not far away, the majestic Joyo Tower stood quietly. That strange movement just now seemed to be coming from there. However, that movement was very weak. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect it. She could sense it because she was very sensitive to the changes in heaven and earth force. Although she hadn't regained the strength of her previous life, her senses were still there. If she remembered correctly, Tianlu Academy seemed to be under Joyo Tower. Knock knock knock. A knock on the door interrupted Chu Luiwei's thoughts. "Who is it?" she asked as she went to open the door. A familiar face appeared outside the door. Chu Luiwei was a little surprised. "Siting? Why are you here?" Siting didn't seem to expect her to come so quickly. He was stunned for a moment but quickly recovered. "You've already chosen your teacher?" Chu Luiwei nodded. Siting paused but didn't ask her who she had chosen. "There's a meditation class this morning. Mr. Dongfang asked me to come and see if you're ready." "Meditation class?" Chu Luiwei was a little confused. Siting explained. Although most of the Xian master's cultivation is done independently, there are common classes. This class is taught by Mr. Dongfang. Chu Luiwei then understood that Si Ting was here to ask her to go to class. She sized him up and couldn't help but tease him. Mr. Dongfang actually sent you over for such a small matter? Si Ting averted his gaze, his handsome face still expressionless. It's just that I solved the first round first, so I had time to come. If you're ready, come with me. Chu Luiwei didn't ask much and followed him to class. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 103. The meditation class was held at the Autumn Frost Garden. Chu Luiwei followed Si Ting and soon arrived at their destination. Standing outside the door, Si Ting said in a low voice, meditation classes are usually used to cultivate one's control of the heaven and earth force. Chu Luiwei nodded. A Xian master's cultivation was limited to these few aspects. The two of them had just reached the door when it opened automatically. A deep middle-aged man's voice sounded. Come in. Chu Luiwei followed Si Ting and entered. It was a very spacious room, and a square-faced man was standing at the front. Greetings, Teacher Dongfang, Si Ting said. Chu Luiwei immediately understood that this person was the meditation class's teacher, Dongfang Qing. You guys came quickly. Dongfang Qing nodded and his gaze quickly landed on Chu Luiwei with curiosity. You are Chu Luiwei? Chu Luiwei bowed. Greetings, Teacher Dongfang. Dongfang Qing's gaze lingered on her nameplate for a moment. He actually wanted to ask her who her teacher was, but with so many students around, it was not appropriate for him to ask. He raised his hand and pointed. You can sit next to Si Ting first. Chu Luiwei looked in the direction he was pointing. There were dozens of stone tables in the room, and a student was sitting on each of them. There was a chessboard on the table in front of each of them. Almost all of the students were staring at the chessboard seriously, thinking hard. Even when they heard the two of them enter, they only looked up and quickly lowered their heads to continue studying the Xian array on the chessboard. The two tables in the middle were empty. Obviously, one belonged to Si Ting and the other to her. When she walked closer, she saw a clear 2 carved on the table. She looked sideways and saw the 1 carved on Si Ting's table. It seemed like it was arranged according to the midterm assessment ranking. Chu Luiwei had just stepped onto the stone table when a chessboard suddenly appeared on the originally empty table in front of her. There was a Xian array on the chessboard. Today's lesson is very simple. As long as you can find the formation cores of these two Xian formations, you will pass. Dongfang Qing looked at Chu Luiwei with anticipation. The 3 people who spend the shortest amount of time will be rewarded. He wasn't there during the midterm assessment that day, so he didn't know what exactly happened and how Chu Luiwei obtained second place in the Xian cultivator competition. Old Master's son and the others were exaggerating. They even said that Chu Luiwei was as talented as Si Ting. He wanted to see if that was the case. Chu Luiwei looked down at the Xian formation in front of him. This level of Xian formation posed no difficulty to her. The moment she saw it, she immediately thought of a way to break it. But of course, he couldn't pass it so quickly. Sensing Dongfang Qing's gaze on him, Chu Luiwei knew that he was testing him. She looked at Si Ting and asked in a low voice, citing, "How long did you take for the first round?" Dongfang Qing's eyes lit up. Chu Luiwei wanted to challenge Si Ting? Si Ting looked at the calm expression on the girl's face and guessed what she was thinking. 1 hour. Chu Luiwei nodded thoughtfully. Based on Si Ting's age, it was already very good that he could reach this standard. Then try to be faster for the second round. I might be able to surpass you. Chu Luiwei blinked. If Si Ting could pass it faster, she would waste less time. Otherwise, it would be difficult to endure the few hours here. Si Ting looked at the sly look in her eyes and nodded after a moment of silence. Why, Chu Luiwei, are you challenging Si Ting? A girl's voice suddenly sounded from behind. Chu Luiwei turned around and saw that the person who spoke was a girl who looked about 15 or 16 years old. She looked beautiful, and her phoenix eyes were filled with undisguised pride and hostility as she looked at Chu Luiwei. Hostility? Chu Luiwei frowned slightly. She did not know this girl. Why was she treating her like this? Gu Mingzhu, why are you so nosy? It's normal that Lu Yu wants to challenge my brother. After all, he came in second place. How can you, who came in fourth place, have the right to speak? Si Yang, who was sitting behind Chu Luiwei, said impatiently. Hearing this name, Chu Luiwei immediately knew who this girl was. She was the second daughter of the Gu family, Gu Mingzhu. Because she was the daughter of the first wife and was a Xian master, she was very favored in the Gu family. Gu Mingzhu's face turned cold after being rebuked by Si Yang. I'm just asking. Why are you so protective of her? Si Yang snorted. You know very well what you are thinking. If you want to challenge my brother, wait until you come in second place. Gu Mingzhu was so angry that her face turned pale. She gritted her teeth and said, who knows how she came in second place? What can someone who became a Xian master be capable of? The cultivation of a Xian master was very particular. Even if one had good talent, without the correct and patient guidance of a teacher, one would not be able to achieve anything. Chu Luiwei had been living a life worse than a servant in the Chu family for the past few years. Now that she was in her teens, her talent as a Xian master was discovered. It was too late. The results from last time must be a coincidence. Si Yang's tone was a little harsh. But are you suspecting that elder son and the rest made a mistake? He came in third place. If Gu Mingzhu suspected that Chu Luiwei came in second place, wouldn't that mean that he was not capable enough? Gu Mingzhu did not dare to say anything else. This Si Yang had always been the most mischievous. She could not be bothered to argue with him. Gu Mingzhu looked at Si Ting, feeling wronged. However, the handsome young man did not even look at her. It was as if he did not care about what had just happened. Gu Mingzhu bit her lip. She felt even worse. Si Ting was a quiet and introverted person with an indifferent personality. She thought that he had always been like that. Therefore, even though she had been rejected time and time again, she still had a glimmer of hope. However, Chu Luiwei's appearance made her feel threatened. Since when had Si Ting ever cared about anyone else? However, when teacher Dongfang mentioned that he wanted to send someone to bring Chu Luiwei over, Si Ting actually took the initiative to speak up. Although Si Ting said that he had time to go because he had solved the first round, Gu Mingzhu did not think that way. When Chu Luiwei spoke to Si Ting just now, she could clearly feel that Si Ting's attitude towards her was different. This was a woman's intuition. Therefore, this made Gu Mingzhu dislike Chu Luiwei even more. She placed one hand on the chessboard. Because she was using too much force, her knuckles turned pale. Chu Luiwei, do you dare to compete with me? If you lose, you have to give up your second place to me. If I lose, I will give you the dragon string array. How about that? The surrounding people were all shocked and raised their heads to look over. The dragon string array was a legendary 5th-level Xian array. Gu Mingzhu was indeed the second young mistress of the Gu family. She was so generous. No one would reject such a prize. However, unexpectedly, Chu Luiwei did not look excited at all. Instead, he shook his head and smiled kindly. Let's not. After all, I really don't like to bully others. Chapter 104. How could Gu Mingzhu not understand what Chu Luiwei meant? He was obviously looking down on her. She was so angry that she laughed. Chu Luiwei, don't tell me you're scared? Chu Luiwei shrugged. If you think so, then so be it. Gu Mingzhu choked. She did not expect Chu Luiwei to be so stubborn. She raised her voice in defiance. Then I'll add a Greenwood Xian formation. Do you agree or not? The room was in an uproar. Greenwood Xian formation. That was a Xian formation that would not lose to the dragon string formation. Gu Mingzhu was willing to take out 2 level 5 Xian formations just to compete with Chu Luiwei. She was really putting in a lot of effort. Chu Luiwei finally turned around and looked at her lazily. Really? I'm the second lady of the Gu family. Of course I'm serious. Gu Mingzhu raised her chin. Chu Luiwei nodded. But she was not a fool. Why would she not take advantage of the other party's initiative? Gu Mingzhu was delighted when she saw that Chu Luiwei had finally agreed. However, she was immediately disdainful. She sneered. Looks like you didn't agree just now because the stakes were too small. In other words, Chu Luiwei was obviously greedy for money. Chu Luiwei smiled and admitted it. It's good that you know. If you want to ask someone to teach you, you should at least show some sincerity. Otherwise, she really did not want to waste her time on this kind of person. Gu Mingzhu was so angry that she was about to explode. However, she suddenly felt someone looking at her. It was Si Ting. Gu Mingzhu suppressed the anger in her heart and returned to her usual cold and arrogant attitude. Then let's use the 2 Xian formations that Mr. Dongfang set up as a competition. Whoever solves them first will win. Gu Mingzhu, how dare you say that? You've been here for almost 2 hours. Chu Luiwei just arrived. Aren't you bullying him? Si Yang could not stand it anymore. Gu Mingzhu looked at Chu Luiwei and sneered. Unraveling a profound formation can easily take several hours. Sometimes, it can take a whole day to unravel it. Chu Luiwei was late because of himself. Can you blame me? What's more, she had gotten second place previously. She wouldn't be so calculative about this little bit of time, right? Chu Luiwei, what do you think? Chu Luiwei waved his hand carelessly. I'll let you. His casual attitude annoyed Gu Mingzhu once again. Let's start. After she finished speaking, she lowered her head and once again focused on studying the profound formation on the chessboard in front of her. This time, she must win. Chu Luiwei retracted his gaze and looked at Si Ting. Si Ting felt inexplicably nervous when he saw her. Chu Luiwei smirked. This trouble was obviously caused by Si Ting. However, on account of how Si Ting had helped her before, she did not want to be calculative about this. Si Ting was the first to look away. Chu Luiwei raised his brows and looked at the profound formation in front of him. Imperial Palace, Imperial Study. Emperor Zhouwen leaned against the chair and looked at Rong Jin, who was standing with his hands by his side, expressionlessly. I'll say it one last time. Let's forget about this matter. Don't pursue it anymore. A deep and heavy voice sounded in the empty study room, with the dignity and majesty of a person in a high position. Rong Jin clenched his fists in his sleeves. In actual fact, he had already thought of this answer before he came. However, he really did not understand. Father, Zhenzhen's injury is really strange. I've always been the one managing the hunting ground, and such a situation has never happened before. Why did something like this happen once Zhenbao Pavilion took over? If we don't investigate carefully, how can Zhenzhen be at peace? Emperor Zhouwen looked at him solemnly. Crown Prince, are you blaming me? Rong Jin's heart tightened, and he immediately knelt down. I don't dare. Zhenbao Pavilion tried to stop her multiple times, but Zhenzhen insisted on going in to hunt high-level fiends. She can only blame herself for this. At the end of the day, I've spoiled her too much. All these years, I've always let her do whatever she wants, and I've never punished her. This is what led to today's situation. Emperor Zhouwen sighed deeply and closed his eyes. How can my heart not hurt when her pearl of essence is broken? I've already sent Chu Ning to lead the Imperial Guards to search for the high-level fiend that injured Zhenzhen. The few people who followed Zhenzhen and didn't protect her that day have been punished. What else do you want to investigate? The last sentence made Rong Jin's heart skip a beat. Even though Emperor Zhouwen wasn't looking at him, he felt that his thoughts had been seen through. I just feel that, I've already told you not to have any ideas about Zhenbao Pavilion the last time, but it seems like you didn't listen at all. Emperor Zhouwen opened his eyes tiredly and spoke slowly. Do you want to investigate for Zhenzhen, or do you want to investigate for yourself? Father. Rong Jin was shocked and instantly felt that Emperor Zhouwen's eyes were glaring at him like a will-o'-the-wisp, making him tremble in fear. Father, you're wise. I don't have any selfish motives. Emperor Zhouwen was unmoved. He knew exactly what Rong Jin was thinking and doing. The father-son duo, one sitting and one kneeling, were in a stalemate. The atmosphere in the room gradually became cold and stiff. After a while, Rong Jin finally lowered his head. Father, I just want an answer. What kind of background does Zhenbao Pavilion have? Even you are so protective of it. I put in so much effort for that hunting ground, but it was snatched away by them in the blink of an eye. I really can't take it lying down. You're the crown prince. How can a mere hunting ground make you like this? Actually, you care more about your pride as the crown prince, right? Emperor Zhouwen's words hit the nail on the head, and it made Rong Jin's face turn pale. If they didn't help Chu Luiwei, I wouldn't. You were the one who wanted to cancel the marriage agreement. Emperor Joan shook his head. He knew that Rongjin wasn't broad-minded enough, but the recent events really disappointed him. If Chu Luiwei had displayed his shocking talent back then, the situation today would have been very different. You can go back. Emperor Joan waved his hands. Rongjin wanted to say more, but he swallowed his words when he saw Emperor Joan's expression. He stood up and left. Just as he reached the door, Emperor Joan's voice sounded from behind him. I heard that Chu Xianmin from the Chu family hurt her face a few days ago. Go and take a look if you have the time. Rongjin turned around, and an ominous feeling surfaced in his heart. Rumors are spreading like wildfire in the imperial city. Given the current situation, you should accept her as soon as possible. Father, Chu Xianmin and I don't. As the crown prince, you should think about what you should do. Rongjin returned to Crown Prince Mansion without saying a word, but his face was frighteningly cold. Song Yuan, who had been waiting for a long time, felt his heart skip a beat. He thought to himself that something was amiss and looked down in panic. Rongjin stood still in front of Song Yuan. Go and tell the Chu family to prepare. I'll accept Chu Xianmin into the mansion in a few days. Song Yuan was dazed. Your Highness, is that a secondary consort's gift? Rongjin sneered. Secondary consort? Does she even deserve it? Love Network has a better reading experience. Chapter 105. 3 days later, Crown Prince Mansion will welcome her as a concubine. Song Yuan asked hesitantly. Your Highness, third Chu Missy is the Chu family's legitimate daughter after all. Isn't it inappropriate for her to be a concubine? That's already giving her too much credit. Rongjin's expression was cold. There was no affection in his eyes at the mention of Chu Xianmin. This series of events had already caused him to lose all face. It was already a huge favor that he was still willing to give Chu Xianmin a place in Crown Prince Mansion. Song Yuan looked at Rongjin's expression and knew that the matter was settled. There was no turning back, so he did not say anything else. Rongjin heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to walk in, he saw that Song Yuan was still standing at the same spot with a strange expression. He could not help but frown. Why are you still standing there? Song Yuan bowed and whispered, Your Highness, Your Highness. The people we sent to investigate Zhenbao Pavilion are gone. Rongjin was shocked and his frown deepened. How is that possible? Those people were all stage 4 warriors. He knew that Zhenbao Pavilion was not to be trifled with, so he did not hold back. Who would have thought? Your Highness, those people were just secretly investigating Zhenbao Pavilion, and they were assassinated one after another. The assassins were very strong and did not leave any traces behind. We can't even find any evidence to prove that they did it. Rongjin clenched his fists, and his voice was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. You mean to say that this time, this consort can only suffer in silence and swallow this anger? Your Highness, I didn't mean that. Song Yuan hurriedly knelt on the ground. Rongjin closed his eyes and thought for a long time before he sneered. If we can't do it secretly, then we'll do it openly. Song Yuan was worried. Your Highness, didn't His Majesty say that he won't investigate anymore? If you do it openly, I'm afraid it will be difficult to explain to His Majesty. Of course, I won't get involved in this. However, Zhenbao Pavilion has been operating in the Imperial City for many years. Who knows if there are any problems with their private accounts? It just so happens that the people from the Ministry of Personnel Affairs have some free time recently. They can investigate all these in the Imperial City. The Chu family. Chu Yen and Lu Yao stared at Song Yuan with their mouths agape. They couldn't believe their ears. Lord Song, you said earlier that the Crown Prince wants Min to enter the residence as a concubine. Song Yuan smiled. His Highness the Crown Prince has always been fond of third Miss Chu and has long wanted to marry her. Both of you know this. Although time was a little tight, the Crown Prince had said that third Miss Chu's injuries had not yet healed. For the sake of her health, everything should be kept simple. But don't worry, although the rules and etiquette are simple, His Highness will definitely not mistreat third Miss Chu. Chu Yen and Lu Yao trembled in anger. Lord Song, No matter what, my Min Min is still the young miss of the Chu family. Even if she is injured and can't be the official wife, she should at least be the concubine. A mere concubine, isn't that too much? Chu Yan's anger was almost uncontrollable, and his tone was a little harsh. The smile on Song Yuan's face did not change, but it became colder. Ha, Lord Chu Yan, don't you know the reason behind this? Third Miss Chu's face was injured, and she might not recover for the rest of her life. The Crown Prince's official wife and concubine will have to go to the royal family's ancestral hall to greet their ancestors. Is it appropriate for Third Miss Chu to do this? Besides, not only did Third Miss Chu hurt her face, but she also hurt the Crown Prince's reputation. Now that the Crown Prince is willing to give her the status of a concubine, he is already very magnanimous. Both of you should discuss this properly and not spoil the Crown Prince's good intentions. Who could not hear the threat in his words? Chu Yan and Lu Yao looked at each other and felt very aggrieved. They only had one daughter, Chu Xianmin. Originally, they hoped that she would be able to marry the Crown Prince and become the Crown Prince's concubine, but it was obviously impossible now. There was no time to prepare anything in 3 days. It was really embarrassing to marry him like this. Who knew how the people in the imperial city would laugh at her? I'll marry him. Just as the few of them were in a deadlock, a woman's voice suddenly came from outside the door. It was Chu Xianmin. At this moment, she was wearing a veil that covered most of her hair and face, only revealing a pair of eyes. However, her eyes were no longer proud and arrogant like before. Instead, they had a sinister coldness that made people feel uneasy. Song Yuan muttered in his heart, "This third Miss Chu seems to be different from before. Minmin, why did you come out?" Lu Yao hurried over and sized her up worriedly. Just now, you heard everything?" Chu Xianmin nodded. "I heard it. I'm willing to marry him." Song Yuan smiled. "Then, third Miss Chu, please prepare at home and enter the residence in 3 days." With that, he did not stay any longer and turned to leave. When Song Yuan's figure disappeared, Chu Yan regained his senses and looked at Chu Xianmin with a complicated gaze. "Minmin, you have to think carefully. You'll be a concubine if you go." Chu Xianmin laughed at herself. "What can I do now that I'm like this?" The few of them fell silent. The Crown Prince Mansion doesn't have a consort or a secondary consort. There are only a few concubines. I won't be bullied if I go. Besides, I don't intend to be a concubine for the rest of my life. Lu Yao's eyes lit up. "Minmin, you mean, although my looks are disfigured, I still have my talent and abilities. Besides, I can borrow the Crown Prince's power if I become his woman. I haven't forgotten who caused me to become like this. Chu Luiwe, let's settle our scores bit by bit." Meditation class. The room was very quiet. Everyone was focused on studying the chessboard in front of them. A crisp sound was heard. Gu Mingzhu had solved the first Xian formation. Dong Fangqin glanced at her and was surprised. He did not expect Gu Mingzhu to solve the first Xian formation after Si Ting. When Si Yang heard the sound, he could not help but turn around and look. He felt even more frustrated. Gu Mingzhu raised her chin proudly and looked at Chu Luiwe in front of her. Such a simple Xian formation is just a piece of cake. Chu Luiwe heard her and turned to look at her. You solved the first Xian formation? Why are you surprised? It can't be that such a simple Xian formation could trap you, right?" Gu Mingzhu's eyes were filled with mockery. "Actually, as long as you have experienced systematic learning and guidance from a famous teacher, you will know the characteristics of Xian formations. Naturally, you will be able to solve them quickly. However, I don't think you have seen any decent Xian formations. It's normal that you don't know where to start." Chu Liwen nodded seriously. "I have not seen many Xian formations like this." She had stopped playing after she was 6 years old. Of course, she had not seen many of them. Gu Mingzhu rolled her eyes. "Why don't I wait for you to solve the first Xian formation before we proceed to the second Xian formation? I don't want someone to say that I won disgracefully when they lose." Chu Luiwe rejected her suggestion, and her lips curved up. "That's not necessary." With that, she turned around and placed a chess piece on the chessboard. The sound of the Xian formation being solved could be heard. I've been waiting for you for a long time, so I don't want to trouble you to wait for me. Love Network has a better reading experience. Chapter 106. Everyone's jaws dropped. Chu Luiyue solved the first Xian formation? Wasn't this too easy? If she remembered correctly, it had only been an hour since she came in. She actually followed Gu Mingzhu and passed the first round. No, she had already solved it long ago. She was just waiting for Gu Mingzhu. Gu Mingzhu's smug smile froze on her face. Her eyes slowly widened as she stared at the chessboard in front of Chu Luiyue. You also solved the first round? Chu Luiyue smiled faintly. Isn't it obvious? Gu Mingzhu felt her mind go blank. She was completely stunned when she saw Chu Luiyue's nonchalant expression. How was this possible? This Xian formation was very complicated. Without some skills, it was impossible to solve it so easily. She had said it was simple just now. In fact, she had exaggerated it to mock Chu Luiyue. If it was really so easy, the dozens of people in the room would not have racked their brains for so long. However, this did not seem to be a problem for Chu Luiyue at all. Chu Luiyue is too amazing. Didn't she just come in not long ago? She solved it so quickly? Although Gu Mingzhu was one step ahead of her, if we calculate carefully, Chu Luiyue used less time. Hey, can't you guys tell that Chu Luiyue already thought of the answer long ago? She was waiting for Gu Mingzhu on purpose. I think Gu Mingzhu will definitely lose this round. Tiskfi, rumor has it that she used to be a good-for-nothing. How did she become so powerful in the blink of an eye? Her talent is probably comparable to Si Ting's. Gu Mingzhu's expression turned even uglier when she heard the whispers around her. Continue. As the second young mistress of the Gu family, she was used to being arrogant. How could she admit defeat at this time? Chu Luiyue did not care. She turned back to look at the chessboard. After the first Xian formation was solved, the chess pieces on it changed automatically and formed the second Xian formation. Gu Mingzhu retracted her gaze in annoyance, but a trace of uneasiness surfaced in her heart. Chu Luiyue, how could he be so strong? She had just stepped onto the path of a mystic cultivator and clearly didn't have the qualifications to hire a teacher to teach her, so how could she be more outstanding than her? At first, he thought that the midterm examination was a coincidence. But now, he really couldn't afford to be careless. Gu Mingzhu took a deep breath and tried her best to focus all of her attention on the second profound formation. She wanted to break it as soon as possible and defeat Chu Luiyue. However, her mind was in a mess, and her mind was in a mess. She couldn't calm down at all. The more it was like this, the more anxious she became. Looking at the profound formation on the chessboard, the more complicated and difficult it was to decipher. Unknowingly, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and her eyes were slightly red. Dong Fangqing, who was standing in front of her, saw her expression the clearest. He couldn't help but shake his head. Gu Mingzhu's talent was indeed not bad, and she had the right to be arrogant. However, if she was too arrogant, she would become arrogant. She didn't think about how the Xian formation in the forest during the midterm examination was personally set up by Elder Sun and the rest. How could she have passed it by luck? It would be difficult for Gu Mingzhu to defeat Chu Luiyue. Time always passed very quickly when she was deep in thought. Gradually, the sunlight outside the window turned from warm to gentle and then to dim. Chu Luiyue looked up and realized that it was already evening. She had already spent close to 3 hours here. Thinking of this, her gaze turned and landed on Si Ting, who was beside her. His back was straight, and his expression was cold. He was focused on the profound formation in front of him. The light shone on his face, outlining a sharp and clear outline. This youth was like a sharp blade that was ready to be unsheathed at any time. He always had a cold aura around him. Although he looked noble, restrained, and polite, Chu Luiyue secretly felt that this person was not as simple as he looked on the surface. Si Ting felt Chu Luiyue's gaze on him. His entire body tensed up, and the hand that was holding the chess piece froze for a moment. Was she getting impatient from waiting? Si Ting couldn't help but think in his heart. Then he felt a strange emotion. Her talent was indeed stronger than he had imagined. If he had guessed correctly, she had already solved the second Xian formation. However, For some reason, she hadn't taken the final step. It was as if she was waiting for him. Si Ting pursed his lips and looked at the profound formation. Then, he turned his wrist slightly, and the chess piece changed its direction. It landed in a position that he hadn't planned to move to just now. The second Xian formation was solved. The chess pieces on the chessboard in front of him suddenly flew up. They were black and white and automatically fell into the chess box beside him. Dong Fangqing looked at Si Ting in surprise. I thought that you would have to spend 4 hours on this. I didn't expect. Si Ting, you seem to have improved very quickly recently. Si Ting nodded slightly. I happened to see a similar Xian formation a few days before I started. That's why I solved it faster. Dong Fangqing stroked his beard in understanding. I heard that you've been borrowing Xian formation diagrams from the library recently. Now, it seems like it's quite useful. Alright, since you've already passed these 2 stages, you can end class early today. Many students looked at Si Ting enviously after he said that. The first place was indeed different. Not only could they leave in the middle, but they could also end class early. They didn't know how long they would have to solve it here. Si Yang couldn't help but hold his head and complain. Big brother, why do I feel like you're even more powerful than before? Do you still want others to live? Si Ting stood up and looked at him nonchalantly. You can be like this if you work harder. Si Yang couldn't help but mutter softly, do you think everyone is like you? You can solve it just because you've seen something similar? If that's the case, wouldn't everyone be a genius? Those who could enter Tianlu Academy were all rather talented. However, there would always be someone better than them. When everyone gathered together, there would still be a distinction between the strong and the weak. Without a doubt, Si Ting was one of the outstanding ones. How can there be so many perverts in this world? Crack! Before Si Yang could finish speaking, another sound rang out in the room. Everyone perked up. Another person solved the second stage. When they looked in the direction of the voice at the same time, they were shocked on the spot again. That was because the sound came from the chessboard in front of Chu Luiyue. The person who solved the second Xian formation right after Si Ting was actually Chu Luiyue? Dong Fangqing was also taken aback. He unknowingly put down his crossed arms and quickly walked to Chu Luiyue's side. Almost at the same time, the chess pieces on Chu Luiyue's chessboard flew up and fell down on their own. Everyone no longer had any doubts when they saw this scene. Chu Luiyue had indeed solved 2 Xian formations consecutively. Chu Luiyue clapped his hands and stood up. He stretched his sore shoulders. It's finally over. Si Ting saw the relief on her face from the corner of his eye. The expression in his eyes softened, but it was fleeting as if it had never appeared. No one noticed. Si Yang looked at her in a daze. He finally could not help but curse softly. Damn pervert! Chu Luiyue glanced at him. Si Yang trembled and retracted his neck. For some reason, he felt that Chu Luiyue had an indescribable aura that made people not dare to provoke him. Chu Luiyue did not mind. He turned to look at Gu Mingzhu and smiled. Second young Mistress Gu, the 2 Xian formation diagrams that you promised earlier are mine now, right? Gu Mingzhu's face turned pale. To the Gu family, those diagrams were rare treasures. She dared to use them as a wager because she was impulsive and confident that she could beat Chu Luiyue. But now she had lost. What should she do? Did Chu Luiyue really take advantage of her? Gu Mingzhu's expression changed. She suddenly thought of something and glared at Chu Luiyue. Si Ting just solved it and you also solved it. How can there be such a coincidence in this world? Chu Luiyue, you must have cheated. Digression, it should be up soon. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network.